in Greenville, North Carolina. Our time is now 5:59 here. We've got more Queen City news coming up right now.
We're tracking a few more hit and miss showers and storms on the way for your Thursday. I've got the latest on what you can expect coming up in my pinpoint forecast at 6.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this, really North Carolina politics in a very long time.
An unexpected exit is upending a high-stakes North Carolina race. Allegations behind Chuck Edwards' decision to step aside.
Plus, a North Carolina mass shooting leaves 3 people from the same family dead. What we're learning as deputies case the scene and conduct key interviews.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News now, 6 a.m. here on your Thursday morning. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Andy Satowski. Jason Harper off all week. Anyone else wake up with the thunder? You said no, I came in and said, whoa, how about that thunder? And you said what?
What thunder? Huh? What? No, meteorologist said fade. Now, meteorologist Andrew Brightman in some overnight storms, showers, and kind of waking up to a little bit of a muggy morning.
Yeah, that's right. We did see some of those overnight storms. They're basically completely faded here across the region. Starting to see the really nice morning colors here of uptown. Mostly clear skies out there. We'll see some more hit and miss showers and storms again. More typical just summertime weather here across the Carolinas and generally for the foreseeable future out there throughout the region. Charlotte Live Cam currently 71 degrees. Calm conditions, 2 points at the 70-degree mark right now. Radar, we did have the overnight storms there completely done. And as we zoom out, you can see those showers fading all across North and South Carolina this morning here. No major issues. We do get a new drought monitor in later on this morning. We'll update you when that hits. Should see at least a little bit more improvement here across the Carolinas. Temperatures right now in the low 70s here, warm, a little bit on the humid side, middle 60s as we head on up into the mountains. As we go through the next couple of days, temperatures in the upper 80s with some hit and miss showers and storms. And as we go into your Friday, likely going to be more of the same. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. A now former member of the Mooresville Police Department is accused of misusing the flock camera system. The chief says Elizabeth Snowman accessed the flock cameras 31 times in order to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. He says she did it both on duty and off duty. The chief also says there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misusing the cameras. He says another arrest could be announced in the coming days. Still, he does believe the positives of those cameras in helping in police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with, what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Courts haven't found license plate readers to be unconstitutional, but there are legal cases pending. A Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer was also recently accused of misusing the flock camera system. According to court documents, Seth Elliott tipped off an alleged drug dealer about a vehicle that undercover officers were using to investigate him in Watauga County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation. His criminal case is due back in court later on this month.
Well, this morning, police are asking for help identifying a teenager who says he was abandoned at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The 15-year-old boy was unable to give officers any personal or identifying information. He's now in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. Anyone with information on him or his guardian is asked to call 911. 3 people are dead and another is in the hospital after a mass shooting at Central North Carolina home. Caswell County deputies say it happened Wednesday at a home northwest of Prospect Hill. Investigators believe one of the people killed was a gunman. The survivor is being treated at a hospital, but that person's condition is not being released.
There is no threat to the general public, and the event is contained to the above address. The Caswell County Sheriff's Office has notified victims next of kin. We are not releasing those names at this time out of respect for the family. All the members were in the same family.
Deputies are getting help from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. As of this morning, they still don't know what led up to that shooting.
The man who represents much of western North Carolina in the U.S. House says his bid for re-election is now over. Congressman Chuck Edwards faced mounting calls to drop out after a House ethics investigation found he displayed inappropriate behavior towards at least 2 female staff members. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber spoke with voters in Hendersonville about the scandal.
It's this extensive report from the House Ethics Committee that seemed to convince both voters here in Henderson County, as well as Chuck Edwards himself, that he should drop out of the race for North Carolina's 11th congressional district.
Obviously, the Ethics Committee found they were credible, and yeah, there's no place for that kind of behavior.
I'm really still researching it, but I'm leaning towards he probably should step out of the race.
Henderson County voters reacting Wednesday following this early morning post on X from U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards. Edwards writing in part, quote, "After much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my re-election campaign." His announcement coming just days after the release of this report from the House Ethics Committee, accusing Edwards of giving 2 of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages in the middle of the night discussing personal and romantic thoughts. Edwards' office not providing additional comment on Wednesday, and no one was available for an interview at his district office in Hendersonville.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this, really in North Carolina politics in a very long time.
Western Carolina professor Chris Cooper says now it's up to local Republican officials to find a replacement to face Democrat Jamie Ager in November.
Whoever enters this race is going to have a real fundraising deficit and perhaps a name recognition problem. One real benefit Chuck Edwards had, of course, was name recognition. Whoever it is not going to have that kind of recognition.
And party officials have about 10 days to consider a new appointment for this race. Because of that, Cooper expects to learn the name of the new candidate within the next week or so. Edwards, for his part, says he will serve out the remainder of his current term, set to expire in January. Reporting in Hendersonville, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues today. Polls will be open from 8:30 to 5 through this Friday. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. The winner will face Democratic nominee Dr. Annie Andrews in November's general election. The special primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham is next Tuesday, August 11th.
Governor Josh Stein says he will veto one of 2 election bills the North Carolina lawmakers are sending to his desk. Shabnam Dinesh reports on why Republicans say there's no rush on an override vote.
Governor Josh Stein says House Bill 958 would, quote, make it harder for you to vote, introduces unnecessary chaos into elections, and invites sore losers to try to overturn an election they lost. That's why he plans to veto the bill. The biggest change would reduce the number of early voting days from 17 days to 10 days for primary elections.
When you look at the stats and, people generally don't use most of those days, and obviously primaries are lower turnout, reducing that still gives more than enough time.
House Speaker Dustin Hall says any veto override would happen after the general election.
If it's overridden in November, then there'll be plenty of time to do that. And, it's important to remember that deals with primary elections. We didn't mess with early voting in the general election, although, there are some folks who would like to see that done.
The bill would also require post-election audits and expand data sharing for more frequent voter roll maintenance. It would also make it easier to bring certain post-election ballot challenges while reducing the time to file them from 5 days to 3 days.
What I would say is this isn't over. This isn't just about these bills.
House Democratic leader Robert Reeves says Democrats will continue to fight any efforts they believe would limit access to the ballot box.
I think we should respect the will of voters. I think we should be encouraging everybody to vote.
Our Shabnam Dinesh reporting. Governor Stein has not indicated whether he will sign or veto the other election bill. It makes changes to election administration, including giving voters more time to fix certain ballot problems after an election. Coming up on 6 and 10, let's get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, still humid out there, a little hazy, but a better start than yesterday and Monday. We can actually see Independence right now.
Yeah, absolutely here. And you should see a decent amount of sunshine here as we get things rolling on your Thursday. 71 degrees right now, calm conditions, dew points right around the 70-degree mark out there. Pinpoint radar, not much going on here across the Central Carolinas currently. Though I do want to go back here actually briefly as we'll go show you where we were about 2 to 3 hours ago. Had a lot of shower and storm activity around 3 o'clock this morning. Then it really started to fade here across the Carolinas. And by the time it got to about 6 o'clock or so this morning, wasn't much to talk about out there across the region. Zooming out here across the Carolinas, fairly quiet now across the region, looking good. Taking to the friendly skies this morning. Always best check ahead with your local carrier, but at least right now, not seeing any issues. I've got more on your forecast and what you can expect as we go throughout your weekend coming up in just a few minutes.
Taking a look now at your pinpoint traffic right outside. John Belk at I-77 looking pretty good. Pretty shot of Uptown there off in the distance. No real worries so far as we start off your Thursday morning. 45, 85, Independence, 77, all checking clear of anything major that would hold up your traffic. Let's give you a few looks around the Crown real quick to show you what traffic is looking like down at the state line near Carowinds. You can see everybody moving pretty nicely over there. Give you another look at 77, this time up north at Lake Norman. No delays there. Let's switch over to 85. First over in Concord and then take you to the other side of 85 near Gaston County as we take a look there at Cox Road. Normally see backup start in about 30-45 minutes around the 7 a.m. hours when that area gets slow, and then we'll finish up with a look here at Independence. Nice visibility here too, because for most of the week we haven't been able to get a clear picture of Uptown off there, so pretty easy conditions to start your Thursday morning. Knock on wood. Let's hope that continues. We'll give you another check of traffic coming up after 6:30.
The future of Social Security remains uncertain, and leaders are at odds at how to fund the safety net for people currently paying into it. The debates going on in Washington and what could be done to save that money. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Can Social Security be saved? A new report warns the program could be insolvent in just 6 years.
News Nation Washington correspondent Gabrielle Caracciolo shows us how Senate lawmakers are debating a solution.
Every year we wait, it gets worse.
In the Senate Finance Committee, lawmakers agree something needs to be done to save Social Security.
Social Security is the most important commitment our country makes to seniors. It's math. We're going to hit this cliff.
If nothing changes in 6 years, retirees will see their benefits cut.
On this issue, on Social Security, the American people are very united and very clear about what they want.
Protect and strengthen Social Security without cutting the benefits Americans have earned through a lifetime of work.
How to do that is up for debate.
It's actually not complicated. You actually make people who are making huge amounts of income pay the same Social Security taxes as everybody else, all the way up the rest of their income.
The fixing it is not going to be taxing the crap out of high earners who create all the jobs and prosperity in this country.
The senators are considering creating a special commission to work on the issue, but that too faces opposition.
The commission that's being discussed would smuggle in benefit cut plans with minimal public scrutiny or debate.
To have it mischaracterized and misrepresented as Republicans cutting things is false. This is not about a solution. This is about a process to arrive at a solution. If you care about the United States and if you care about seniors, we should be voting for this bill today.
Gabrielle Caracciolo, News Nation, Washington.
One state is rolling out a law meant to crack down on AI-generated content. The goal is to stop the spread of misinformation. That new law out of California requires AI companies to add invisible digital fingerprints to any AI-generated image, video, or audio. It'll give users a way to determine whether the content they're seeing was made by a human. The new law hopes to combat the spread of AI-generated misinformation online, particularly in the political world. Well, some social media companies are also looking to find ways to warn users about AI. LinkedIn is introducing a new feature that allows users to flag posts with a button that says, quote, "Seems like AI slop." Many leaders say their users are looking to their app as a professional resource, not just another platform filled with AI. Meantime, the creator of ChatGPT, OpenAI, will pay more than $3 million to settle allegations they discriminated against American workers. The Justice Department says the company recruited foreign workers for some positions while taking steps to discourage applicants in the U.S. The settlement includes $1.2 million in civil penalties and more than $2 million for alleged victims of discrimination.
Sports betting is reaching a new milestone as more people place money on their favorite pastimes. In 2025, Americans set records by spending roughly $166 billion betting on sports. According to Forbes, that's more than the movie, music, book, and museum industries bring in combined. Since the U.S. Supreme Court struck down the federal ban in 2018, legal sports betting has expanded dramatically. It's now legal in dozens of states, including here in North Carolina. But it's not just the sportsbook apps that have exploded in popularity. Prediction market platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket now let users bet on just about everything, including elections and war. That's why some leaders are pushing for the sites to be included in laws that regulate sports betting. Proposed rules are currently being reviewed by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
I think what this administration believes in is competition and innovation. We believe in regulation. We want to set clear rules of the road and make sure that investors are protected, customers are protected, and that our markets are well functioning.
Industry analysts say tax revenue from sports betting keeps climbing, but critics argue their rapid growth has also fueled an increase in gambling problems, particularly among younger adults and people using mobile betting apps.
Virginia's Hampton Roads area is dealing with the aftermath of heavy rain and flooding. Officials say Norfolk and Portsmouth were hit especially hard. Social media has shown us a number of videos, including this one of people riding jet skis on waterlogged streets. Joe Skiers was one of the people who decided to do just that.
The whole time I'm thinking, man, this is the perfect time to take these jet skis out. I had my son with me and I was telling him that I was going to do it. He said, "You're not going to do that, Dad." So I came back, started taking my socks off, started taking my shoes off. I said, "Look, guys, we're getting ready to throw the jet skis in Monticello." They're like, "No way." I said, "Yes way."
Oh boy, yes way. Some communities in the Norfolk area saw more than 6 inches of rain in a 2 to 3 hour period. don't drive through that stuff. Like that white car was doing. Do not do that.
Do not be that person. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, 71 degrees right now. Starting off, what does this Thursday have in store for us?
Well, this Thursday has, well, dry weather in the morning and then more pop-up showers and storms likely in the afternoon. Very similar weather pattern out there and not a whole lot of variation across the Carolinas. 71 degrees right now, calm conditions. As you're stepping on out the door, dew points right on the 70-degree mark. Outside of King Street in Boone, also got the quiet weather here as we get up into the higher elevations this morning. Pinpoint radar, unlike where we were about 3.5 hours ago, not much to talk about. Very, very quiet. Zooming out, going wide, seeing some of the scattered cloud cover here across the central Carolinas, and overall the moisture setup not too dissimilar from yesterday. We got a big ridge of high pressure off the eastern seaboard, southwesterly flow through the Carolinas with some of those scattered showers and storms likely on the way here during the afternoon. Rain chances very much going to be holding steady here as we make our way through the weekend and into early next week. Weekend forecast, temperatures getting a little bit warmer, highs up into probably the lower 90s here, get a little bit hotter, a little bit more humid as well. Futurecast, getting things rolling here on your Thursday, partly cloudy skies in the morning, and then as we go into the afternoon, some of those scattered showers and storms starting to develop here across the region. We get to 5 o'clock this evening, 8 o'clock this evening, more of the same with that scattered storm activity likely on the way here across the region. 7 o'clock on your Friday morning, looking good. And then as we get into the afternoon hours, it's so similar here every single day. It's rinse repeat across the Carolinas. 8 o'clock Friday night, could see some more hit and miss shower and storm activity. And as we roll into your Saturday, partly cloudy skies. And then into the afternoon, some isolated thunderstorms across the Carolinas. And that continues into your Sunday as well. How much rainfall are we talking about? Maybe about upwards of an inch for some. Others could see a little bit less. Others could see a little bit more out there across the region. Charlotte FC forecast tomorrow night over at the bank should be in good shape, though, of course, can't rule out that isolated shower or storm out there. Pinpoint 7-day forecast as we head through the weekend. Temperatures pushing up towards the lower 90s, then getting even a little bit hotter as we go into early next week.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Here's a live look over New York City this morning. We'll take a look at how Wall Street futures are shaping up on your Thursday. Business correspondent Jane King joins us in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Disney weighs free ad-supported streaming, and college students' use of AI has surged. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, happy Thursday.
Annie, happy Thursday to you. And we are looking higher again here today. I feel like a broken record. Dow's pointing up about 100 points or so. And the Dow closed at a record high for a third straight day yesterday. Stocks kind of faded, though, toward the close. In fact, the Nasdaq did close lower. Now, the share of business school students relying on artificial intelligence as a routine part of their studies has surged over the past few years. Research from American University's Kogod School of Business says the share of business students regularly using AI jumped from 6% to 29% over the past 3 years. And this even as grads have heckled the pro-AI speakers at those spring graduation ceremonies. And Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro said during an earnings call with investors that the company's exploring a free ad-supported streaming product. The consideration comes as advertising has taken a bigger role of making streaming profitable and has grown engagement and also subscriptions. So these cheaper ad-supported plans for players like Netflix and Disney Plus have just become more important in terms of attracting customers and boosting profitability. Annie, back to you.
Okay, fair enough. You know, cheaper options, especially when you have multiple platforms. But I'm telling you, if they put ads in the middle of my daughter's Moana movie, she will not be having it. And therefore, that becomes my problem. So
it's the worst, like, you know, when you have people over and you're watching a movie or even like listening, you know, to like music or something and, oh, we got to stop and have an ad.
It just really disrupts the flow of everything.
Yeah.
They're forcing us to pay
does.
more. All right, Jane, thank you so much.
Yep.
We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We're tracking another day of heat and humidity across the Carolinas for your Thursday, along with a couple of showers and storms mixed in. I've got the latest on what you can expect coming up at 6:30.
Port operations disrupted across the North Carolina coast after a major hack. Well, several agencies are involved in that investigation and where operations stand this morning.
You don't have to lease it. You don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding. We will build it and run it.
Mecklenburg County Sheriff making his pitch to address overcrowded jails in Uptown, but his fight to fund a future project is being met with pushback.
It's 6:30 here. Happy Thursday. Thank you so much for kicking off your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman, in for meteorologist Ed Fayton here this morning. Thank you so much for waking up with us bright and early here on your Thursday. Yeah, another warm, humid day with a little bit of shower and storm activity.
Much of the same. What are we talking about the timing for maybe those pop-up showers?
Probably after about maybe 2 o'clock this afternoon is when the time frame is going to get turned up here. And like what we saw around 2, 3 o'clock this morning, they could linger into the overnight hours a little bit here, Annie, as we look towards Uptown from West Charlotte. We got a little bit of low cloud cover out there, but not really, I wouldn't even call it patchy fog. We are tracking more hit and miss showers and storms again here across the Carolinas. We got typical summertime weekend weather on the way, and yeah, still going to be staying very much on the hot and humid side as we go into early next week. 72 degrees right now, calm conditions as we head into the morning hours. Dew points right around the 70-degree mark out there. Pinpoint radar quiet here across the region. We were seeing some of those showers and storms earlier during the overnight hours. That has largely faded over the past 1 to 2 hours, so now looking good across the Carolinas. Temperatures 46 in Bozeman, 63 in Pierre, and 62 in Denver. You can see some of the cooler weather, bit of a frontal boundary across portions of the plains. Back here, though, across the central Carolinas, temperatures upper 60s, lower 70s generally out there across the region. We get things rolling here this morning. Let's go through the next couple of days. This afternoon, similar story. Temperatures up into the upper 80s, scattered showers and storms likely on the way. Going to your Friday morning, temperatures low 70s to start. We head into the afternoon. We see those temperatures pushing up likely into the upper 80s out there across the Carolinas. So we're talking about it, very similar weather, rinse, repeat every single day here across the Carolinas. Now coming up in a few minutes, my full pinpoint forecast, breaking down what you can expect as we go throughout your weekend. And I'll let you know who and when we're going to be seeing more of those scattered showers and storms.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Giving you a look here at your pinpoint traffic, 6:31 the time. Giving you a shot of Uptown there. John Belk and I-77 underneath there. No delays traffic-wise as we take a look at our speed map here. We do have a little bit of slowing starting on 85. We'll get there in just 1 second. Let's first start you over there at the state line right there near Carowinds. No delays. Same is the case up there at Lake Norman. 85 at Concord Mills looking pretty good there as well. And then this is where we're starting to see that start of rush hour slowing. In Gaston County, I-85 at Cox Road. Independence still looking good this morning. We'll give you the check of your traffic coming up right after 7 a.m., including a look at how that traffic on 85 is starting to build up. Annie?
Police are asking for help identifying a teenager who says he was abandoned at the airport. Officers say the 15-year-old was unable to provide officers with any personal information, the name of his guardian, or where he lives. The teen is now in the custody of Charlotte-Mecklenburg County Social Services. Anyone with information on him or his guardian is asked to call 911. The man accused of shooting his girlfriend on I-77 before then turning the gun on himself has died. The shooting happened last month at the Brawley School Road exit in Mooresville. Authorities say Jacoby Ramseur shot his girlfriend in the head as she was driving. She died last week from her injuries. Police say text messages between the pair from the night before that shooting mention a murder-suicide pact.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say the fatal shooting of a woman at an apartment complex near Independence Boulevard has been ruled as a justified homicide. 31-year-old Jaquella Simmons was killed the morning of July 12th at an apartment on Wallace Road. Police say after consulting with Mecklenburg County prosecutors, they decided not to charge anyone in the case. Well, millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at his Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long-term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it, you don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
This morning, it's unclear if any sensitive information was leaked during a data breach at a North Carolina port IT system. Officials say the late Tuesday hack disrupted operations at ports in Wilmington, Morehead City, and Charlotte. The breach has been contained and they're in the recovery process, and operations at the ports are back to normal. The identity of the actors or the group behind it has not been disclosed. Officials didn't give a timeline for when the system would be fully operational.
Lincolnton City Council members are considering a potential one-year moratorium on new data centers, but they want to hear from locals first. They'll hold a public hearing at tonight's meeting to consider the pause on accepting proposals for centers within city limits. The moratorium would allow officials to study data centers and the impacts they could have. That meeting begins at 6:30 at City Hall. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, regulators are reviewing efforts to stop the development of a Spartanburg County data center. Members of the State Public Service Commission heard arguments this week on a proposed 450 megawatt center. Community groups say the facility should not move forward without formal regulatory oversight. They say the project requires a review of its energy use and potential environmental impacts, but developers say they will generate their own power and will not have any public impact.
It's very obvious that they avoided a permitting process involving the Sitting Act, which if they had just done that on the front end, we wouldn't be here right now. It would have answered all the environmental concerns that all of these many neighbors have.
The Public Service Commission heard 4 hours of arguments, but they did not reach a decision.
No charges are expected after a 19-year-old was hit and killed on I-485. It happened Tuesday night near the Truliant Amphitheater. Investigators say 19-year-old Logan Globitz of Cameron left the concert venue and tried to cross the interstate when he was hit by an SUV. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. An investigation into that crash is still underway.
A Senate committee is set to vote today on whether to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. This stems from Dr. Fauci's refusal to answer questions at a hearing last week about his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 100 times during that hearing. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said constitutional protection did not apply since Dr. Fauci last year received a pardon from former President Biden and therefore didn't have to worry about the threat of prosecution. The pardon does not protect Dr. Fauci from state-level prosecution or from investigations into any testimony that he did give lawmakers that lawmakers thought was false.
The Senate confirms Dr. Erica Schwartz as the director of the CDC. Her nomination was approved Wednesday in a 51-44 vote. Dr. Schwartz previously served as a deputy surgeon general and in a leadership position at the U.S. Coast Guard. She is the third Trump nominee for CDC director in the past 18 months. Still to come this hour, the unofficial start to football season is here, and the Panthers are helping kick off all the fun. How the team is getting ready for the Hall of Fame game later on tonight. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Well, the long off-season wait is finally over as Panthers football returns tonight.
Carolina Sports Live's Casey Thunderberg has a final pregame check-in on the team in your morning sports.
The Panthers will take part in what's considered the unofficial kickoff to the NFL season, the annual Hall of Fame game. And due to the Panthers being in this game for the first time since their inaugural season in 1995, they had an earlier start to camp and have already gotten in some good work the last couple of weeks. However, tonight's matchup against the Cardinals will allow Carolina's coaching staff to get their first look at the guys who are fighting for roster spots in live game action. Dave Canales is looking forward to seeing guys flying around, while rookie QB Haynes King knows today is about much more than his future in Carolina.
This does present kind of a unique situation. We report early. We got a little bit of extra time that does give us a chance to evaluate our players. These are valuable opportunities for all these guys fighting for these positions, whether it's on the active roster or in practice squad, just more game reps.
It's very important, you know, and it's not just 53 as well. All the teams get to watch this film, so it's almost kind of like a cool little tryout for everything. You know, whatever you put on film, it's going to be there forever. And, you know, the eye in the sky don't lie, as everybody says. But, you know, I feel like it'll be fun. But also at the end of the day, like you say, it's important. It's important for me and, you know, whatever is for me in the future.
All right, here are some of the main storylines we'll be keeping an eye on. Haynes King will likely get the most reps he'll see all preseason. We want to see what he brings to the table under center at the highest level. With Monroe Freeling not playing, we turn to second rounder Lee Hunter, who will put the violence he talks about on full display. The back end of the receiver room is crowded. A lot of talk about Jasim Reed. Can't forget about Jimmy Horn Jr. and John Mechie, who shines the brightest out of that trio. Well, depth at the outside linebacker is key after Nick Scorton's injury. We want to see who stands out getting after the QB and setting the edge. Well, professional golf tournament is like a dozen events all rolled into one. Like yesterday, the annual Pro-Am that featured NASCAR legend Jimmy Johnson and his driver John Hunter Nemechek. Jacob Slavin of the Carolina Hurricanes was also at Sedgefield yesterday, where the Wyndham Championship is taking place. The main event gets started this morning as every golfer in the field is chasing the Sam Snead Cup. Aaron Rai won it 2 years ago. He won the PGA Championship earlier this year, but his recent run of success hasn't changed how he goes about his job.
I feel more direction for me comes from focusing on the day-to-day things, focusing on good habits, good routines, but it just helps to keep things a little bit more within myself, within the areas that I can manage and I can control. So I've just felt that's a better way for me to move forwards. I feel like I enjoy the game more, I enjoy the practice more, and that's a big part of then putting together good results.
Definitely a tournament we'll be keeping our eyes on. Well, we will have everything from the Panthers Hall of Fame game, including a recap and our takes of the game, coming up tonight on CSL at 11.
The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, along with the Panthers, are helping support students in the Carolinas. Charlotte nonprofit organization Classroom Central says this year's Backpacks and Basics campaign will be their largest to date, thanks to increased support. The David and Nicole Tepper Foundation and the Panthers funded backpacks and school supplies for 45,000 students this year. That is a 17% increase from last year.
Yeah, my hope for the students that receive these backpacks is that they understand how much this community cares about them and believes in them and wants them to be successful, and really just to have that confidence to live into that possibility.
This year, the campaign will provide filled backpacks to every underserved elementary student in 6 school districts in the Charlotte region.
Well, after a well-deserved week off, Around the Track is back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa. Drivers will take on the fastest short track on the planet, starting with the ARCA Menards Series. That will be at 5 on Friday. Then on Saturday, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will race in the Hy-Vee Perks 250. Then Sunday, Cup drivers will race in the Iowa Corn 350. At 3:30. And we're going one-on-one with Tyler Reddick as he looks to reclaim the first overall seed in the chase. Plus, we're hearing from the Gillionaire Todd Gilliland on his $1 million in-season tournament triumph around the track this Saturday, 11:30 in the morning on Queen City News.
I miss Hy-Vee.
Yeah?
I miss Hy-Vee so much. I used to live in Iowa for like 7 years, and Hy-Vee was like the best grocery store. I saw the sponsor there at the Iowa Speedway, so I just had to throw that out there.
You should start a little thing like Hawkeyes bring Hy-Vee to the Carolinas.
Ooh.
Whoa.
I like it.
Boom.
I like it. Their bulk bins are unmatched.
Oh, okay. I feel like we have a bulk bin of humidity, Andrew. Yeah. Is that fair to say?
Basically, yeah, we're locked into the humidity. It's not going, I mean, we can just kind of almost set the forecast here on autopilot.
All right.
A few days here across the Carolinas. I wish I had different news here. 72 degrees right now, calm conditions, dew points right around the 70-degree mark right now. Boone camera as we get outside on King Street, looking good here. Partly cloudy skies. Pinpoint radar across the Central Carolinas. Not a whole lot to talk about throughout the region. We zoom out, we go wide. Partly cloudy skies here, and yeah, not a whole lot to worry about as we make our way into your Thursday morning. But we will see some of those showers and storms start to develop as we head into the afternoon hours. Temperatures right now, low to mid 70s out there across most of the southeast here. And temperatures as we get towards the middle part of the month, they're going to be trending above average across the Carolinas. So if you like the warm weather, well, this is, I guess, good news for you. But most people would like a little bit cooler, but we're going to be waiting a while for that. Pollen forecast, still got to deal with all the grass pollen, a little bit of nettle pollen out there, and yeah, that's going to be the issue here as we go through the next 3 to 4 days. Futurecast in motion as we go from the morning into the afternoon hours, partly cloudy skies, and then we start to see some scattered showers and storms. This is 5 o'clock on your Thursday. Some of that scattered shower and storm activity across the region overnight should start to fade, and then as we go throughout your Friday here, dry conditions to start, and then we start to see some of those scattered showers and storms start to develop as we head into the afternoon again across the region. It just does not stop. Overnight Friday heading into your Saturday, mostly cloudy skies as we make our way into the afternoon. More hit and miss showers and storms developing. Just rinse and repeat across the Carolinas. Overnight heading into your Sunday, more of the same with the partly cloudy skies, and then some of those showers and storms start trying to develop as we head into the afternoon. How much rainfall are we talking about? Someone could pick up over of an inch of rain or so, but it's very much going to be feast or famine here across the Carolinas. Not everyone is going to see the downpours. Sean FC forecast tomorrow night. Heading over to the bank. Slight chance of shower storm. Otherwise, though, we should be in good shape. Heading to the beach this weekend. Might see a few showers and storms out there as well. Temperature is going to be in the middle 80s here as you get to the coast. As for today around the Carolinas, a little bit of isolated shower and storm activity down across portions of the Sandhills. Upstate South Carolina, it's more of the same with that shower and storm activity across the region. Charlotte, Concord, and Albemarle, temperatures upper 80s pushing towards the 90-degree mark. Shelby and Gastonia, it's a similar story out there. As we head over to Statesville and Salisbury, temperatures mid to upper 80s, partly cloudy skies. Morganton, Hickory, Lincolnton, it is a similar story. A little bit of scattered shower and storm activity out there. That's also the case as we head up to the mountains with some of those cooler temperatures. Overnight lows tonight, upper 60s, low 70s out there, low to mid 60s as we head on up into the mountains. Speaking of the mountains here, more showers and storms as we go through the weekend for you and into next week. In your pinpoint 7-day forecast, temperatures heading up into the low to mid 90s early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, this year is not the hottest year on record, at least not yet. Experts say there's still time for 2026 to turn up the heat as global warming joins forces with an El Nino. So far this summer, the world has been experiencing heat waves, wildfires, and warming waters. Climate experts now say 2026 has the potential to become the hottest year on record, beating out 2024. They're pointing to the Super El Nino, which is still brewing in the Pacific. Plus, human-caused global warming could spike temperatures and affect weather around the world, but experts say the effects from the latest fires, heat, and other extremes are not expected to be felt for at least another few months.
Driver of the record warmth is climate change in the background, and it's a much larger contribution than El Nino, which is just 1/10 to 2/10 of a degree on top of that long-term trend.
This summer, heat waves have hit hard in places like Europe where people are not accustomed to triple-digit heat. Well, most of us use AI almost every single day, but are companies using it to charge some people a little more? That's the question that lawmakers are now taking a closer look at in the latest artificial intelligence hearing on Capitol Hill. The concept is called AI surveillance pricing, and the theory is companies are using our own personal data to charge some consumers more just because they know that they'll pay for it. Some states are already putting protections in place, but most of the country has not, and that's where lawmakers want to step in.
Earlier this year, there was a disturbing incident that played out on Twitter, on X, that shed some light, I think, on how airlines are using surveillance pricing in real time. He had seen a $230 price increase in one day when he was booking travel for a funeral on JetBlue. $230 price increase. Now, here's the interesting thing. JetBlue's own corporate account helpfully responded to him and instructed him to clear the cache and the cookies or use an incognito window.
Lawmakers say they have a framework for legislation to protect consumers in place. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Pretty shot there of Uptown off in the distance. We'll have a look at your pinpoint traffic and your pinpoint forecast coming up in about 5 minutes.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say they are seeing a significant rise in e-bike crashes involving minors. In a video posted to X, the department says kids were the victims in up to 50% of the e-bike injuries in 2024 and 2025. Emergency rooms actually saw the number of those cases triple. They say younger riders speeding through traffic, ignoring signals, and riding in unsafe areas is leading to that uptick in injuries. Well, for many students, college is about more than just earning a degree. It's about landing a career. A new LinkedIn ranking is highlighting the schools that actually give graduates the strongest long-term career based on job placement, recruiter demand, and career advancement, and more. 3 North Carolina schools have made the list. Duke University ranked 2nd overall. Wake Forest came in 24th, and UNC Chapel Hill debuted on the list at 45. Princeton claimed the top spot on that list. Time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head right into our 7 o'clock hour.
Checking another day of heat, humidity, and a few showers and storms mixed in. I've got the latest on what you can expect from my pinpoint forecast at 7.
It all goes up in smoke when you have cops like this violating the systems.
Another officer facing charges for misusing the already controversial flock camera system, while leaders of the Mooresville Police Department are still defending the system despite what they call a major breach of trust.
And a real mystery this morning at Charlotte Douglas International. A teenager who says he was just abandoned there. Authorities have no idea who he is or where he came from.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News Now, 7 a.m. here on your Thursday morning. Thanks for kicking off your day with us. I'm Julian Stewart.
I'm Andy Satowski. Jason Harper off all week.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayton. I'm in for meteorologist Ted Fain, who's going to be off for a little while here. But as we get into your forecast this morning, got another day of a little bit of humidity, some warmth, and some scattered showers and storms mixed in as well here. Around the crown as we get things started on your Thursday, we've got a little bit of low cloud cover, partly cloudy skies out there, and we've got more potential hit and miss showers and storms out there across the Carolinas as we get things rolling. It's still just a very much a summertime forecast shaping up across the region, hot and humid. Some of those afternoon shower and storm chances on the way. Charlotte live cam right now, 71 degrees, calm conditions, dew points right around the 70-degree mark right now. Pinpoint radar, not much going on here across the Central Carolinas. We zoom out across North and South Carolina. Yeah, very much on the quiet side out there. As we get to the rest of the lower 48, things are looking pretty good here. Lots of green on the map. If you're going to be taken to the friendly skies, though, I always emphasize, always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures right now, upper 60s and low 70s out there, 69 in Lincoln, 71 in Charlotte, 69 in Salisbury, middle 60s here as we head on up into the mountains. Hour by hour forecast, going to be watching those temperatures move up here, back up into at least the middle 80s by lunchtime, when we continue to get warmer as we head into the afternoon. High temperatures pushing up closer to the 90-degree mark, with some of those hit and miss showers and storms likely on the way here across the Carolinas. So it's going to be another day where we see some of that unsettled weather across the region later in the day. I've got more of what you can expect coming up in my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. A state-imposed deadline is looming for Charlotte area leaders.
Yeah, they have just a few weeks left to decide to either support expanding I-77 or owe the state millions. Mecklenburg County officials are the latest to pick up the resurfaced debate.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell joins us live near Uptown with a look at how local representatives are weighing that choice. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Mecklenburg County commissioners are pushing back against the state's attempt to reclaim the more than $60 million they say that NCDOT spent on the planning and design phase for adding toll lanes from I-77 south from Uptown to the state line. Some say they're ready to go to court over it. Now, lawmakers decided they would have a clawback provision included here in the last state budget here, where several city and county officials around the region argue that the state is trying to force their hands with this clawback measure by either fining them or their municipalities if their residents don't support adding toll lanes to the interstate. Another portion of this piece of legislation also calls on NCDOT to withhold money for road resurfacing or new projects if the cities and counties don't comply. Lawmakers signed this provision into law through the state budget as it was submitted near last minute by Republican Charlotte area Representative Vicky Sawyer. Now Mecklenburg County commissioners are questioning if this measure would hold up against a legal challenge.
I believe that this legislation potentially illegally takes away the authority of the MPO to make transportation decisions for this community. And I believe that it may be a violation against bills of attainder in that it specifically targets Mecklenburg County. And I question the $60 million penalty that it seeks to impose as a number that may be inflated or wrong.
Now, delegates from the cities and towns, counties here around the area, they'll all meet when the Charlotte Area Regional Transportation Planning Organization gets together later this month. Now, these delegates, they all make up here part of the board, which is responsible for essentially submitting one collective proposal. They're just going to be talking about some of their options come this August meeting. These delegates are set to issue their votes come September. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. This morning, a Mooresville police officer is accused of improperly accessing the controversial Flock license plate reader system to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Investigators say Officer Elizabeth Snowman did it 31 times. Still, the town's police chief is defending the use of that technology while also acknowledging the abuses that can happen. Snowman's arrest marks the second time in just a week an area police officer has been accused of misusing Flock. Queen City News reporter David Schumann has the details.
We have the safeguards that we thought were enough. Clearly, they're not.
Mooresville Police Chief Ron Camperciani announced Wednesday one of his officers, Elizabeth Snowman, was charged with a misdemeanor for illegally accessing the department's Flock license plate reader system. He says Snowman went into the surveillance database 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Still, Camperciani says he believes the benefits of the cameras, like help in finding stolen vehicles and missing persons, outweigh their issues.
It's been a game changer for us, what we've been able to accomplish here. But it all goes up in smoke when you have cops like this violating the systems.
Many people feel the cameras are an invasion of privacy. A federal judge this year found them to be constitutional, but there are other cases pending, and the legal question is not yet fully settled.
We would take the position that it does pose some quite significant constitutional concerns, as you can indiscriminately sort of track a person's whereabouts without warrant.
Camperciani says his officers now have to input a case number to access Flock data, a tweak that comes as he says he's investigating at least 3 more officers for possible violations and charges.
We could be back here in a couple days, to be quite honest with you.
Snowman is out of jail on a $5,000 bond. Queen City News wasn't able to reach her for comment. In Mooresville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
And just last week, a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer, Seth Elliott, was arrested on a charge of illegally accessing Flock cameras. Investigators say he tipped off a drug dealer about a vehicle of undercover deputies used in a Watauga County case. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave, and he's due back in court on August 27th. The New York University School of Law study shows that North Carolina is among at least 8 states that have criminalized the misuse of license plate reader systems. South Carolina does not have a similar law. North Carolina is one of 13 states to require audits of police officers' use of the systems. The Washington Post reports in April, Flock introduced a new audit assistance feature, which allows agencies to automatically scan officers' searches for suspicious activity. Investigators are facing a real mystery this morning, all at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. They're asking for your help identifying this teenager on your screen who they say was abandoned at CLT. The 15-year-old boy wasn't able, though, to give officers any personal information, the name of his guardian, or where he lives. That teen is now in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. Anyone with information on him or his guardian is asked to call 911.
Well, Charlotte is still in a rainy summer weather pattern. It's made a difference in combating drought conditions locally, but officials say more rain is needed to reduce water restrictions. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks shows us what's improved and why officials say they're still watching the forecast.
After nearly 7 inches of rainfall statewide last month, water levels at Freedom Park are rising back to normal. But officials say the outlook is still fluid. Lake levels, drought monitors, and stream flow will determine when water restrictions will ease.
The summer has been very rainy and has helped us out a lot. The lake levels are doing better. The drought monitor is doing better. The stream flow is where we really are looking for improvement.
Leaders of the Catawba Watery Water Management Group says that's their main area of focus right now. Officials say heavy rainstorms won't significantly improve the conditions due to how low the water levels have been in recent months, but we're getting there.
As it rains, the rain that falls into creek basins then refills the lakes in the Catawba River, and then that becomes our water supply. So we want to make sure that not only do we have a good lake level now, but that we have water refilling the lakes for the future.
Duke Energy reports Lake Norman's water levels are currently 2 feet below where we were this time last year, so the area is not completely out of stage 2. But regulators say the restrictions are making a difference, with the area meeting their goal of reducing water use by 10%. Leaders say that will help if the drought lasts longer than expected.
If you can imagine 1 million plus people in this area as our customer base, if everyone cuts it by a little bit, it can make a big difference. And that's what we've seen, is we've seen roughly a 10% reduction in water use compared to what it would have been if we weren't in restrictions.
Charlotte Water says most customers are following the rules, but repeat violators are still getting ticketed. And officials say every drop counts. Reporting in Charlotte, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Thanks, Shakira. Getting back into your forecast here this morning. I've got warm, humid conditions once again across the Carolinas. Calm conditions out there as well. Dew points right around the 70-degree mark here in Charlotte. Outside on King Street in Boone, we're looking good here as well as we get into the higher elevations, though we will see some scattered showers, isolated thunderstorm as well as we head into the afternoon hours out there throughout the Central Carolinas. Not too much to talk about. We zoom out a little bit more here, watching the sprinkles that have generally faded here across the region over the past couple of hours. Zooming all the way out here across the lower 48, some of those cooler temperatures. We look across portions of the Rockies and the northern Midwest, and then across the southeast, those temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Upper 60s to lower 70s out there. 69 in Salisbury, 69 in Lincolnton, 72 in Monroe, 72 in Sherrod, low to mid 60s as we head on up into the mountains. As we go through the next couple of days, going to be watching some of those scattered showers and storms later in the day on Thursday. Also for your Friday as well, we're going to see those temperatures up into the upper 80s with some of these scattered showers and storms as we go throughout the second half of the day. A little bit of unsettled weather likely ahead here across the Carolinas. Well, it's a rinse repeat type of forecast for the foreseeable future. I've got more on what's on the way as we go throughout your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, let's get you outside right now. Taking a look at our speed map. A few of the rush hour areas starting to develop a little bit of some slowness as we take a look here. 85, this is our normal problem child. It looks okay on the camera, what you're seeing right there. You do get slow coming into Lowell, McAdenville area. You're much better by the time you get over to Belmont. Taking now 77 North Carolina state line with South Carolina near Carowinds. Traffic is moving smoothly in both directions. Same is the case up there in Lake Norman. Let's take you to 85 over there in Concord Mills. Things looking good here. But in that neck of the woods, there is an accident on the hard shoulder blocked at I-45 inner as you work your way in from areas like Harrisburg. That's something to keep in mind. Taking you now closer to uptown I-77 at LaSalle Street. Things look good there. But as we get towards 277, we do have a lane block North Church Street heading westbound between Tryon and Church. That's that connector right there. People familiar where things can get pretty hectic during evening and morning rush hours. So a little bit of delay there. You're going about 25 miles per hour heading into that incident as you pass over Graham Street. But besides that, things look pretty good this morning. Let's finish up the look at Independence. Inbound, outbound traffic moving A-OK. We'll give you another check coming up after 7:30. Maykay?
Thanks, Julian. All right, is ICE targeting airports? Well, according to reports, TSA is helping U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ramp up arrests. I'm Maykay Buehler. Coming up is CLT among the targeted airports. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Well, is U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement targeting airports? According to reports, the Transportation Security Administration is helping ICE ramp up arrests there.
But does that include at Charlotte Douglas International? Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler reached out to insiders for answers on this. So May-Kay, what did you learn?
Well, first I want to say I've heard from a few concerned viewers who have asked me if they should be worried. Well, most likely no, but anything is possible. Reports do indicate larger hubs and airports are being targeted, like Las Vegas, Denver, and Atlanta. And there are things you should know. So maybe you've seen news reports and social media posts where angry fellow passengers have filmed disturbing arrest encounters at airports. Now, most arrests have occurred quietly. ICE is under pressure to deliver on President Trump's deportation agenda with a goal of around 3,000 arrests a day. This week, the New York Times reported the Trump administration is arresting foreign citizens with expired U.S. visas, including spouses of Americans, as they travel through airports, noting enforcement actions in at least 15 airports in recent weeks. There is an increasing number of arrests at domestic airports across the country, averaging 20 to 40 arrests per day. Forbes reports plainclothes agents are confronting travelers at check-in counters and boarding gates, targeting individuals who have overstayed their visas, including some people with pending legal status, marriage applications, green card, or asylum and adjustment of status applications. And yes, there is TSA collaboration and data sharing. The agency provides passenger manifest and travel data to help ICE flag non-citizen travelers at domestic check-in encounters and departure gates. There is a memo of agreement between the TSA and ICE that outlines the terms, conditions, and safeguards under which ICE and TSA share information. Now, in a statement, a DHS spokesperson told Forbes, quote, "Information sharing between ICE and TSA is essential in identifying who is attempting to travel in our country, including violent criminals, to keep our skies and our country safe," end quote. Now, regarding Charlotte Douglas, state immigration arrest tracking records indicate only 2 people have been arrested at CLT. Federal agencies have not released a complete official list of the airports that are being targeted. Now, yesterday I reached out to CLT. In an email they said, quote, "CLT does not have any information on this. Law enforcement at the local, state, and federal levels may conduct operations at the airport as necessary," end quote. I reached out to CMPD. Their response stated in part, CMPD officers are not authorized to assist with ICE administrative warrants. CMPD does not participate in ICE or CBP operations, nor are we involved in the planning or execution of any federal immigration enforcement activities, end quote. And I reached out to ICE and TSA, still awaiting a reply. Andrew?
Okay, as we get into your forecast here this morning, tracking more heat and humidity ahead for the Carolinas here. Temperatures right now at 71 degrees, calm conditions, dew points right at the 70-degree mark here. It's going to be another muggy day out there across the Carolinas. Wish I had a different story for you in that department. Outside in Boone, we also got the quiet weather as well as we get things rolling here. Pinpoint radar, not much to talk about across the central Carolinas. We zoom out. Partly cloudy skies across North and South Carolina right now. Not much in the way of shower activity. That should change though at least a little bit later on today. Temperatures across the southeast this morning, low to mid 70s out there as we get things rolling. The muggy meter, well, that is going to be basically holding steady, which means it's still going to be staying high as we go through the next couple of days. The soupiness is very much in store here across the Carolinas. Now, as we go throughout the rest of the week into this weekend, not much is changing here with the forecast. As we get into the afternoon hours, we start to see some of those scattered showers and storms flaring up here. 8 o'clock, this evening. Watching more of that storm activity across the foothills and mountains as we head into your Friday morning. A lot of cloud cover out there across the region as we head into the afternoon. Also, we'll see some of those pop-up showers and storms out there across the region. This is 8 o'clock on your Friday. 11 o'clock Friday night, we see a little bit of isolated shower activity. As we push into your Saturday morning, well, we start off dry, and then guess what? We see some of those hit and miss showers and storms again flaring up across the Carolinas. Pushing into your Sunday morning, a lot of cloud cover potentially to start, and then we start to see some of those pop-up showers and storms developing as we head into the afternoon. How much rainfall are we talking about across the Carolinas? About a ½ inch to an inch of rain likely on the way at least here, and then some places could be picking up a little bit more, but very much feast or famine when it comes to rain totals across the region. Heading to the beach this weekend, could see a couple of scattered showers and storms both Saturday and on your Sunday here across the Carolinas. So going to be seeing basically that sort of very similar unsettled forecast all across the region. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast, Charlotte FC forecast, I got that coming up here at 7:30, and then we're watching those temperatures heading up into the low 90s early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Time is 7:23, taking you up to a foggy look at New York City with the Chrysler Building off there on the left-hand side. Stock futures right now mixed, but Wall Street closed yesterday with some uncertainty as well. Dow Jones up about a ½ percentage point, but the Nasdaq down almost a point. S&P relatively unchanged. We're going to talk to Jane King live from the New York Stock Exchange coming up in about an hour at 8:25.
A clothing company is releasing an odor control shirt. They say you can wear it for a month without washing it. American brand, I'm going to butcher this.
Hercleon.
Hercleon? Yes. All right, we're going to go with that. Took 10 years to develop the shirt. The company claims that it'll remain smell-free without washing for at least 30 days, even if you wear it to work out in or take long trips. Developers say there are 7 odor-fighting elements woven directly into the shirt's fabric. The company has raised more than $274,000 in a crowdfunding campaign Each shirt costs $79.
Okay, so price-wise, you're about the same as like Lululemon and some of these
Yeah.
other performance brands. Here's a important caveat. It doesn't mean that you won't stink. It just means that the shirt
Yes.
won't. So you still need to shower if you're wearing this shirt. But it's interesting.
It is.
Right?
I think about specifically like, I don't know, this dude's like out there in the desert, right? But you know, people who do, you know, coast to coast trips for charities or, you know, bike rides or runs
Yeah.
or something. And it's always hard to, you know, you have to go to a laundromat and do all this stuff. If
Sure.
it doesn't, so I see the use for that.
We'll talk about how much it costs now to have a carry-on or, you know, check. So, I mean, if you have like one shirt, you know, it's easier to do. I mean, style-wise, you might
You
be
gotta do a
limited,
little
but
test here, though.
I don't know if I
very
believe
sus.
it.
You're not too
It
bullish on
is,
this?
especially if you like, you know, you work out and then you let it sit like on the floor.
Like,
I don't know, like
what do you mean? Does it
As
have
any
no
man does,
odor? Like,
everywhere else on the floor.
that is the that
Preferred
is it.
landing spot of all
the
clothing.
closet. That is the drawers in which it's supposed to go to. Also the floor.
Yeah, like, I'm like, all your, I don't know how it works. So all your sweat's still going to be in the shirt potentially. I'm like, because it's not carbon dioxide. Like, everything has at least some type of odor here. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
how it's odor. Like, what is it actually going to
It's
smell?
got the
Like-
7 different odor-blocking
Yeah.
things in it,
Yeah.
Andrew. Come on
It's
now.
proprietary. We're never gonna know.
Yeah.
I guess so. Andy.
I don't know. It's interesting.
It is.
I like it. Think
Okay.
about military uses as well.
Look at that, Annie. Yeah, military.
like it.
There we go. 7:26 the time. We'll be back with more Queen City news now, right after this.
We're tracking another day of heat, humidity with a few showers and storms mixed in as well. I've got the latest on what you can expect. My pinpoint forecast at 7:30.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this, really North Carolina politics in a very long time.
An unexpected exit is upending a high-stakes North Carolina race. The allegations behind Chuck Edwards' decision to step aside.
A North Carolina mass shooting leaves 3 people from the same family dead. What we're learning is deputies case the scene and conduct key interviews. It's 7:30 on this Thursday morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Sitowski.
I'm Julian Sidor. Jason Harper is off. So is meteorologist Ted Phaeton. And we have meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and he is around, and so is the aggressive humidity, Andrew. I mean, It's just sticking to you when you walk outside.
Not so fun to try to play golf out in, Julian. And
No.
It's very soupy. I am not a fan of it. I know my wife isn't either. I can't wait until we get some fresh cold fronts once we get to past Labor Day here, but we are dealing kind of the peak miserable time, the dog days of summer, whatever you want to call it here. We've got all that humidity across the region. A little bit of low cloud cover this morning. Quickly should see some sunshine move in as we head into the afternoon. See some scattered showers and storms developing later on today, though not everyone is going to see whether it's that typical summertime pattern here across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam right now, 71 degrees, calm conditions, dew points right around the 70-degree mark currently. Boone camera outside on King Street. We got quiet conditions as we get up into the higher elevations right now. Pinpoint radar, not much going on across the central Carolinas. As we zoom out, though, got high pressure off the eastern seaboard and then a little bit of isolated shower activity during the overnight hours, but that now has largely faded and should see a little bit more sunshine here as we go towards the later morning hours. Quick check in on some of the airport delays. Maybe you're going to be flying out of Charlotte Douglas this morning. Not seeing major issues here if you're going to be taking to the friendly skies, though always best to check ahead. We always say this with your local carrier. 69 degrees right now in Lincolnton, 72 in Monroe, 71 in Wadesboro, 70 in Charlotte, middle 60s as we head on up into the mountains. Looking ahead, watching for those scattered showers and storms possible again this afternoon when temperatures up in the upper 80s. And as we head into your Friday, going to be a similar story with some of those temperatures again near the 90-degree mark with a little bit of isolated shower and storm activity in the afternoon. I've got more on your forecast for the weekend and the FC match tomorrow coming up in just a few minutes. Julian.
All right, Andrew, let's get you outside right now with a look at your pinpoint traffic. 7:31 the time here. And getting a little bit of the rush hour delays starting to build. We do have one thing kind of near Uptown that I'm going to highlight for you. A broken down vehicle has a hard shoulder block there. Brookshire Freeway heading westbound near the 77 ramp. Now, as you get down 77 southbound towards past Uptown, I would say you're a little bit slow heading into West Moorhead there. You can see that slowness, 20 miles per hour there as opposed to normal 60 plus that people normally go. Let's shift you over to 85 north coming in through Gaston County. A little bit slow there, but not as bad as we've seen this week. Let's take you down now to State Line near Carowinds. Traffic is moving smoothly there. Other side of 77 up in Morrisville, things look good. Now, as you get across towards the state line there, north of Carowinds Boulevard, you are a little bit slow here. The DOT camera lagging just a little bit, but things look pretty good this morning. Kind of the normal rush hour delays that we're seeing. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up right after 8 a.m. Annie?
An now former member of the Mooresville Police Department is accused of misusing the Flock camera system. The police chief says Elizabeth Snowman accessed the Flock cameras 31 times in order to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. She says she did it both on and off duty. The chief also says there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misusing the cameras. He says another arrest could be announced in the coming days. Still, he does believe the positives of those cameras in assisting police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with, what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Courts haven't found license plate readers to be unconstitutional. However, there are legal cases pending.
Well, the Israeli military says 2 of its soldiers have been killed in southern Lebanon. They're the first Israeli death since a June truce between Israel and Hezbollah. 4 other soldiers were also wounded. This comes as Lebanese and Israeli negotiators meet in Rome to discuss the next steps from the June truce. Wednesday's talks ended early. It's not clear if they will resume today.
Iran says it's in the final stage of drafting an agreement with Oman over the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says a deal could be announced this week, but the agreement is likely contingent on the U.S. lifting its blockade on Iran's ports. The Trump administration previously said, they ruled out any deal that would allow Iran to control the strait. Iran has insisted on some control over the waterway, though, saying it will not go back to begin an open international waterway as it was before the war. A fifth of the world's traded oil and natural gas passed through the strait before the war. The closure of the waterway has driven up the price of fuel and basic goods.
Well, this morning, police are asking for help identifying a teenager who says he was abandoned at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The 15-year-old boy was unable to give officers any personal or identifying information. He's now in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. Anyone with information on him or his guardian asked to call 911. 3 people are dead and another is in the hospital after a mass shooting at a central North Carolina home. Caswell County deputies say it happened Wednesday at a home northwest of Prospect Hill. Investigators believe one of the people killed was a gunman. The survivor is being treated at a hospital, but that person's condition is still not being released.
There is no threat to the general public, and the event is contained to the above address. The Caswell County Sheriff's Office has notified victims, next of kin. We are not releasing those names at this time out of respect for the family. All the members were in the same family.
Deputies are getting help from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. As of this morning, they still don't know what led up to that shooting.
The man who represents much of western North Carolina in the U.S. House says his bid for re-election is now over. Congressman Chuck Edwards faced mounting calls to drop out after a House ethics investigation found he displayed inappropriate behavior towards at least 2 female staff members. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber spoke with voters in Hendersonville about that scandal.
It's this extensive report from the House Ethics Committee that seemed to convince both voters here in Henderson County, as well as Chuck Edwards himself, that he should drop out of the race for North Carolina's 11th congressional district.
Obviously, the Ethics Committee found they were credible, and yeah, there's no place for that kind of behavior.
I'm really still researching it, but I'm leaning towards he probably should step out of the race.
Henderson County voters reacting Wednesday following this early morning post on X from U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards. Edwards writing in part, quote, "After much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my re-election campaign." His announcement coming just days after the release of this report from the House Ethics Committee, accusing Edwards of giving 2 of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages in the middle of the night discussing personal and romantic thoughts. Edwards' office not providing additional comment on Wednesday, and no one was available for an interview at his district office in Hendersonville.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this. Really North Carolina politics in a very long time.
Western Carolina professor Chris Cooper says now it's up to local Republican officials to find a replacement to face Democrat Jamie Ager in November.
Whoever enters this race is going to have a real fundraising deficit and perhaps a name recognition problem. One real benefit Chuck Edwards had, of course, was name recognition. Whoever it is not going to have that kind of recognition.
And party officials have about 10 days to consider a new appointment for this race. Because of that, Cooper expects to learn the name of the new candidate within the next week or so. Edwards, for his part, says he will serve out the remainder of his current term, set to expire in January. Reporting in Hendersonville, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues today. Polls will be open from 8:30 this morning to 5 p.m. through Friday. Voters will need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. The winner will face a Democratic nominee, Dr. Annie Andrews, in November's general election. The special primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham is Tuesday, August 11th.
Governor Josh Stein says he will veto one of 2 election bills North Carolina lawmakers are sending to his desk. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh reports on why Republicans say there's no rush on an override vote.
Governor Josh Stein says House Bill 958 would, quote, make it harder for you to vote, introduces unnecessary chaos into elections, and invites sore losers to try to overturn an election they lost. That's why he plans to veto the bill. The biggest change would reduce the number of early voting days from 17 days to 10 days for primary elections.
When you look at the stats and, people generally don't use most of those days
and obviously primaries are lower turnout. Reducing that still gives more than enough time.
House Speaker Destin Hall says any veto override would happen after the general election.
If it's overridden in November, then there'll be plenty of time to do that. And it's important to remember that deals with primary elections. We didn't mess with early voting in the general election. Although, there are some folks who would like to see that done.
The bill would also require post-election audits and expand data sharing for more frequent voter roll maintenance. It would also make it easier to bring certain post-election ballot challenges while reducing the time to file them from 5 days to 3 days.
What I would say is this isn't over. This isn't just about these bills.
House Democratic leader Robert Reeves says Democrats will continue to fight any efforts they believe would limit access to the ballot box.
I think we should respect the will of voters. I think we should be encouraging everybody to vote.
Again, though, as Shabnam Dinesh reporting, Governor Stein has not indicated whether he will sign or veto the other election bill. It makes changes to election administration, including giving voters more time to fix certain ballot problems after an election.
Alec Murdaugh is looking to get some money back after his murder convictions were overturned. Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes joins us to talk about the case and what those overturned convictions could mean moving forward. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. A federal judge has thrown out a lawsuit by Alec Murdaugh looking to get legal fees from a former court clerk. The state Supreme Court ruled that the clerk, Becky Hill, whose misconduct led his murder convictions to be overturned on appeal. Murdaugh sued Hill in May, saying that she violated his right to a fair trial in the deaths of his wife and youngest son. But the judge said the case was flawed since Hill didn't bring up the charges against him. While his murder convictions have been overturned, Murdaugh is still in jail for financial crimes.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. The actual case, going to retrial aside, have people ever been successful in in this kind of case where he sued her and wanted money back for her part in getting that retrial?
Well, these facts are obviously so far out there, and they're outlier type of facts that it'd be hard for me to find a case that was exactly like this. But have folks been able to get money back when someone else was the cause of their loss? 100%. And I follow the judge's reasoning. Even though it seems to be logically kind of a jump there, I do see the reasoning what the judge said. That first of all, she's not the prosecutor. She didn't bring this case against you. And so it's just like I talk about with our negligence cases: duty, breach, causation, and damages. Causation at sea is but for. Are you the proximate cause of my injury? So in these types of cases, you have to do the same thing. You have to prove, look, there was some type of wrongdoing. Well, who was the person that did wrongdoing? Was it Becky Hill or was it the prosecutor? In this scenario, it was not Becky Hill, it was the prosecutor. If you're saying wrongdoing was having to defend yourself. So then the causation, was it but for Becky Hill's action that you had to spend the $600,000 in legal fees? No, you lost those $600,000 because now you have to redo this case. So how I look at the judge's reasoning is that it's not that you don't have a claim against her, it's just the claim isn't ripe now. Because that original claim, you would have had to spend $600,000 to defend yourself regardless, if that's what the legal fees were. So now you get a new trial, and that portion was because of Becky Hill. You get a new trial because but for her actions, you wouldn't have been found guilty, and now your trial was somehow tainted. Get a new trial. So now these second fees, right? The judge didn't go there, but those second fees, at that time, I think the argument would be right, because now I wouldn't have had to pay for legal fees for a second trial, but you're asking for fees that you paid for a first trial. You already would have had to pay for those anyway.
So, Khalif, following that logic, regardless of how this second trial plays out, Alex Murdaugh would have a case against Becky Hill.
I think absolutely, following this judge's rationale, that if you're arguing that the reason you dismiss this case is because Becky Hill wasn't the cause, the proximate cause, that causation aspect, well, she's the cause of the second trial, and he said that. She's the reason you're getting a second trial. Well, when you get to that point and now you pay those legal fees, when you get to the end of that trial, you'll say, hey, how much did I pay for this second trial? What he's attempting to do is saying the only reason I have to have a second trial is because of her. And because of that, I should be able to now recoup the money from the first one. The judge, I would agree with his argument that you would have had to pay those fees regardless.
And if I may just ask a quick follow-up of Khalif, what is this instance where Alex Murdaugh doesn't have any money to pay for the second trial? Would he have any claim there if you didn't spend the money for the second trial to pay for those legal fees?
Yeah, I mean, what I can say is that the causation component here in the damages, going through the normal argument, wouldn't contemplate his inability to go forward as a rationale as to why he now deserves the money back for her stepping in. Those two, again, aren't causally connected. You paid these fees and now you've run out of money because of other wrongdoing, because of your opioid addictions, because of your other pending lawsuits, because of your other convictions, because of your other trials. There's about 7 other reasons as to why you don't have the funds now. And so now to be able to make the jump that I should get money back from her because of her wrongdoing she did in my first trial, again, those are big jumps that you're trying to make, and you'd fall for sure like you did in this case.
So you're saying he can sue for legal fees down the road. Right now is not the right time. Is there anything else that he can sue her for in this instance? He's a lawyer. He's got good lawyers. What else do you think they could find, if anything?
I think this is the route. I think this is the mechanism. This was a 50-50 argument and I think if a judge would have ruled in his favor, she would have had a right to appeal. I think the judge got the standard right, which is causation. And so this is the mechanism which you would do that for going forward for sure.
Following, again, this ruling, which is really fascinating to break down the legalese of it, if Alex Murdaugh can't pay for this second trial, but his attorneys are coming out of pocket for it, would the attorneys have standing to bring a suit against Becky Hill?
Absolutely not, because she would not have been the proximate cause of their issue. The proximate cause, it would have been Alex Murdaugh.
So they could sue him.
I love it. Students are going at it right now in class. See, I would have you guys debating in class. No, I think in this scenario that yes, Alex Murdaugh would have to find a way to get legal fees to cover this cost. And there's opportunities out there to do that. Just now trying to find a way to do it after having multiple convictions and no really way of paying it back, and likelihood of success at some type of trial being extremely low based on the way the first trial went. I think it would be hard to find some type of funding mechanism. But I can say that based on the reading of this judge's opinion and what we all saw play out, he would have an easy opportunity to get paid, but recoup his money from a second trial, just not the first one.
All right, Professor Rhodes, class is in session. Khalif, thank you so much.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman taking us to school in the weather department.
Right.
But it's pretty much been a rinse, wash, and repeat.
Something like that.
Love, true love.
A true love.
Yeah, it says something like that, Annie. 71 degrees. Right now, calm conditions. Kind of a nice start out there. Decent amount of sunshine. Dew points in the low 70s. It's another humid start out there. It's going to be a humid afternoon. Boot camera, we get outside King Street here. Quiet conditions. We get up into the mountains. Pinpoint radar. Quiet conditions across the central Carolinas. And as we zoom out, see a few scattered clouds here across North and South Carolina. Otherwise, though, not much to talk about here. Temperatures middle 60s up across the mountains. Elsewhere, low to mid 70s here as we get rolling on your Thursday. Temperatures we get towards the middle part of the month is going to be trending on the warmer side out there. Above average temperatures continue out there. The moisture setup here on your Thursday does show again same southwesterly flow, the same pop-up showers and storms we could see as we go throughout the afternoon. That continues into the weekend as well, though the rain chance is going to kind of start to come down at least a little bit here. And temperatures, though, on the flip side, they start to move up across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion, 11 o'clock here, and as we get to noon, partly cloudy skies, hit and miss showers and storms out there across the region. 5 o'clock on your Thursday, also showing you more storm activity across the Carolinas. This is 8 o'clock on your Thursday evening with those potential storms moving on in. Friday morning, we start off with some cloud cover, and then guess what? More pop-up showers and storms developing as we head throughout the afternoon into the evening hours across the Carolinas. As we roll into your Saturday, it's the same forecast. Pop-up showers and storms developing about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Not going to be a total washout, but there will be some pockets of heavier rain out there across the Carolinas, and that continues into your Sunday as well with more partly cloudy skies and hit and miss showers and storms as we head throughout the afternoon. Sean FC forecast for tomorrow. Leagues Cup here should be generally in good shape, though can't completely rule out that isolated shower storm. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching the wet weather here across the Carolinas to the end of this week, and then starting to heat up as we head into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News. It brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning, and we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. They seem to be everywhere, but can you trust who's using them? For the second time in just a week, a local police officer is charged with improperly using the Flock system. But one chief is still defending their use despite that misconduct. And the NTSB is investigating a miscommunication that almost impacted President Trump's security. We'll go live to Washington to learn the latest on what the FAA and the White House are saying about this most recent incident. And Panthers fans getting ready because tonight we're finally getting to see the black and blue on the field. We'll get you ready for the Hall of Fame game and the start of preseason football. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
North Carolina native Mr. Beast is granting wishes to some very special children in the U.S. The popular YouTuber and philanthropist is granting wishes to 100 children with life-threatening illnesses with the help of Toby's Dream Foundation. It includes a trip to the upcoming World Series for Harley Metella from Virginia, who was diagnosed with a rare cancer on his 17th birthday in January.
Pretty hard. I mean, probably the biggest thing was not being able to play baseball.
You never think it's going to happen to you or your family or someone you love, let alone your child. I think it hit his community even pretty hard, having this really strong, dominant athlete and figure that got knocked down by cancer.
Harley had to undergo multiple surgeries and several rounds of chemotherapy, and his mom says he's now in observation mode. Other wishes for local children granted by Mr. Beast included gaming with him in his studio in Greenville, North Carolina. While the recommended temperature for summer thermostats may be 78 degrees Fahrenheit, a recent study shows most Americans aren't willing to go quite that high. New data from sleep wellness brand Bear Mattress found the U.S.'s ideal sleep temperature 67 degrees. And while it may be the national average, some states got even chillier. Massachusetts reported the lowest sleep temperature at around 63 degrees, while Hawaii reported the highest at around 69. The Department of Energy suggests keeping the difference between indoor and outdoor temperatures low as a cost-saving measure. All right, stay with us as our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into Queen City News now, almost 8 a.m. here on your Thursday morning. Thanks for kicking off your day with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Annie Satowski. Jason Harper is off all week.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman in for meteorologist Ted Phaeton here this morning. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here bright and early on your Thursday, closing in on the weekend. Got to deal with a lot more of the same weather here across the Carolinas.
Yeah, it's humid.
Yeah,
the hair doesn't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I hate it.
Your hair looks great, though.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. the magic of pomade, Annie.
Magic of pomade. Look at that. Look, here's the question, though. No matter if you like the humidity or not, the rain chances tonight, you're saying it's almost going to be a rinse and repeat where we could have overnight showers again, right?
Yeah, we'll see some of these scattered showers and storms develop during the middle part of the afternoon, and some of them will try to linger into the evening and overnight hours. Julian and Annie, right now we've got generally quiet conditions here across the Carolinas. Sun's starting to come out a little bit here. We look towards uptown, partly cloudy skies, no major issues out there currently, though that will likely at least change here to a degree as we head throughout the afternoon hours. Current temperature, or current, what do you need to know as you step on out the door here as we hit the 8 o'clock hour? Well, more scattered showers and storms again here this afternoon. Typical summertime weekend weather on the way. It's going to be hot and humid with those PM storm chances here across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam 73 degrees, calm conditions, 2 points in the lower 70s right now here across the Carolinas. We get up outside on King Street in Boone, looking good, no major issues there. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the Central Carolinas. As we zoom out, got the big Bermuda high, and otherwise, again, really delightful weather if you subtract out the humidity we have to deal with this morning. But a very soupy start out there for sure. Just showing you the drought monitor real quick. We got a new one in here. I'm thinking about an hour or so, and I'll update you the moment it comes in. But looking to see if we make any more progress here with some of the drought conditions across the Central Carolinas. Temperatures right now, low 70s, 73 in Chehaw, 72 in Monroe, 70 in Statesville. Right now, middle 60s up across the mountains here. And as we go throughout the next couple of days, this afternoon, watching some of those scattered showers and storms clear out generally overnight. And as we go into your Friday, probably going to see at least a little bit more hit and miss shower and storm activity as we go into the afternoon and evening hours here across the Carolinas. They were talking about a rinse repeat type of pattern, and that's exactly what's on the way. Julian, I've got more with my full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, looking forward to that. Andrew, giving you a look outside right now. Rush hour delays kind of sprinkled across our viewing area as we take a look at the pinpoint traffic speed map. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the areas that normally see congestion. There are 85 Gastonia to 485, normally the worst out of the three that we have there. Actually the best right now at this hour. 77 slow, both directions coming down from the north and coming up from the south. Let's start down there in the south. North of Carowinds Boulevard as you head in towards the state line, a little bit slow. The merging delays there, not as bad as we saw yesterday, though. By the time you get to the state line, though, you're looking pretty good. Let's flip you up towards Lake Norman there. Things looking pretty good in that stretch. It gets a little bit more congestion as you work your way in towards Uptown. Moving down to Gaston County, even though the camera is a little bit frozen there, conditions aren't too bad. And then on the other side of 85 Concord Mills, things look good there. Let's wrap up with a look at I-77 closer towards Uptown. Not bad right now. Again, the two kind of slow spots, 77 south coming down from Lake Norman, 77 north coming up across the state line. 85 looks pretty good. Independence looks good as well. We'll give you another check of your traffic coming up in about 30 minutes.
Mecklenburg County commissioners are taking a closer look at how North Carolina's delayed budget impacts the county.
Yeah, one of the key considerations is a multi-million-dollar fine the county and others in the region could be forced to pay to NCDOT if they do not agree to restart the I-77 South Express Lanes project.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live just outside of the Uptown with the latest on those heated discussions. Savannah?
Annie and Julian, Mecklenburg County officials say they are not ready to all of a sudden put their support behind the I-77 South project, adding toll lanes from here down to the South Carolina state line, and they are certainly not the only group to do so. Earlier this week, we heard from Charlotte's Transportation Committee and members of their city council. They're talking as well about how they'd like to see more impact studies done and more community engagement sessions before making a decision as to whether they would reverse or stick with their opposition vote. However, they only have about 6 weeks before the regional delegates have to vote again. Now, Davidson town leaders say they will continue to stand in opposition and will not be changing their vote. On the other hand, board members in Cornelius, they do want to support the express lanes in order to avoid fines. The mayor tells us the cost of the clawback would be too great to his residents. The Mecklenburg County commissioners say these fines that they would be expected to pay back to the NCDOT for planning and design may be inflated.
Think about it. Counties like Mecklenburg are going to be used to pay that same money that they're reducing the tax from. Right. We're going to be supporting state government. Yep. Any way you look at it.
We're doing it already.
Now, the Charlotte Regional Planning and Transportation Organization, they will be meeting next month to discuss the clawback and what possible options that they may have going forward. Then in their meeting in September is when delegates from all across the city and county will be taking their votes. We'll keep you updated with what happens. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. The NTSB says it's investigating a loss of separation between the president's helicopter and a passenger plane leaving Reagan National Airport.
News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us live to explain the latest. Vinay, good morning.
Julie and Annie, good morning to both of you. Now, both the FAA and the White House say that the president was not in any danger. But usually when Marine One leaves the White House, takeoffs and landings at Reagan National Airport pause. That did not happen on Tuesday. Confusion as President Donald Trump's helicopter left the White House. The controller appeared caught off guard by the Marine One pilot.
Marine One, proceed as brief. Marine One, you said your proceed as brief?
The controller gave Marine One a warning about a plane taking off.
Got traffic bird taking off runway 1, E-170.
Air traffic control usually stops commercial flights from Reagan National Airport while Marine One is leaving. The FAA says a review shows a momentary loss of separation, but the airplane and Marine One were moving away from each other. Both the FAA and NTSB say they're investigating. President Trump got to Joint Base Andrews and boarded his flight to California. Ahead of the president's visit to his California golf course on Tuesday, authorities arrested a man on Sunday. They say he pretended to be part of the president's security detail and had a stash of illegal weapons in his car and his home. The president faced threats just this year. In May, Secret Service says a man fired a pistol less than a block from the perimeter of the White House. President Trump was inside. In April, prosecutors say someone fired at Secret Service outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump was taken to safety. Now, the U.S. Marine Corps insists this was not a close call between the president's helicopter and that plane taking off from Reagan National Airport. Meantime, there are questions being raised now about air traffic control and communication between civilian air traffic control and the military, especially after that crash in January of 2025 between a Black Hawk helicopter and a passenger plane that killed 67 people.
Vinay, I do want to ask you about that. The FAA has made changes to protocols at Reagan since that crash you mentioned. Do we know whether those protocols were actually followed in this case?
Yeah, there were some changes to the helicopter routes, some changes to how planes can come in and approach and how they can take off when there are helicopters in the air. But there are families of people who died on that American Airlines plane who say that they don't think enough has been done since that crash, and they say the FAA needs to start taking this issue seriously.
All right, Vinay Simlot reporting live for us from Washington. Thank you so much.
8:08 the time now. A Senate committee is set to vote today on whether to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. This stems from Dr. Fauci's refusal to answer questions at a hearing last week about his handling of the COVID pandemic. Dr. Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 100 times during that hearing. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said the constitutional protection doesn't apply to Fauci because he already has protection from the pardon he received from former President Biden. That's why Paul says Fauci's refusal to answer questions was a violation of their subpoena. The legal theory has been questioned by scholars. The pardon also does not protect Dr. Fauci from state-level prosecution or from investigations into any testimony that he did give that lawmakers think is false. The Senate confirms Dr. Erica Schwartz as director of the CDC. Her nomination was approved Wednesday in a 51-44 vote. Dr. Schwartz previously served as Deputy Surgeon General and in a leadership position at the U.S. Coast Guard. She's now the third Trump nominee for CDC director in just the past 18 months.
Millions of state dollars may be on the line as Mecklenburg County leaders try to chart a path forward for juvenile detention. As Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us, it comes as Sheriff Gary McFadden already plans to partially reopen a former juvenile jail to ease overcrowding at his Uptown Detention Center.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million.
A heated debate unfolds as Sheriff Gary McFadden and Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford disagreed over plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. This disagreement comes as McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues for adult inmates at the main jail in Uptown.
Youth do better long-term when they are served in their home communities. We have to be able to figure this out.
Crawford is calling on county and state leaders this week to reach an agreement or risk losing millions from the state to fully renovate and open it back up for kids. The problem, McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
It's just waiting on the state to come to the table and do what they need to do. But if Mr. Crawford has these things to fix it, and advocating as he's done, it should be an easy task.
Even if state leaders release the funding to reopen Jail North, county leaders tell us it would be impossible to keep it open.
We just don't have the money. When we're paying for mental health and public education and the courts and the sheriff's office, a bunch of stuff that the state should be paying for, and they're not.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They will be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden doesn't want this to hamper discussion for juvenile housing. He says there is enough space for everyone.
You don't have to lease it, you don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Coming up after the break, talking more about the heat and humidity we have to contend with across the Carolinas and your full weekend forecast right after the break. You're watching Queen City News, the most on and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Should North Carolina's top judge be allowed to suspend other judges? That's the question circling in Raleigh. A new bill being brought to the governor's desk would allow the state Supreme Court Chief Justice to stop other judges from hearing cases. It could also block them from being paid. Democrats call it a power grab by the Republican Party.
All right, so joining us now is our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. When you look at it at the most basic level, it doesn't seem like you should be able to do that.
Absolutely not. At the basic level, at the highest level, at the grassroots, top seal, I don't know why this is a decision that folks are attempting to look at as doing, and there it seems to be getting some type of praise from this as well. Speaker Destin Hall issued a written statement saying all North Carolinians deserve judges who exercise sound judgment, I agree, and uphold the highest standards of conduct. I also agree. When they don't, or when their actions put law-abiding citizens in harm's way, there should be meaningful consequences. I totally agree with that. Just this isn't the way. These judges are elected. If you don't agree with what these judges are doing, if you believe these judges are doing something that's different, he went on to talk about if they allow, repeat offenders to come out, that means you're disagreeing with their decision making. Their decision-making shouldn't be put at issue where now a judge, some other independent judicial official, has an opportunity to come in and make a decision based on their judicial discretion. Totally disagree with this. This is not the way to do this. That's why we have elections. If you don't agree with the judge's decision, there's an opportunity to reelect them in 4 years or not reelect them if they're a Superior Court judge in 8 years. But to remove them and now have this hanging over their head of, wow, if I make this decision, I may be removed, removes the transparency, removes the independent nature of our judicial system, and is totally the opposite way that you would want to go. There's no state in the country that does this, so let's be clear with that.
But Khalif, it's not just your chance to re-elect them or not to elect them. There's also oversight for these judges already in place if they are found to be doing something that is misconduct, right?
Yeah, right. So if you're because what I mentioned was not misconduct,
right?
And that's why I read Destin Hall's statement, because he wasn't talking about misconduct. He was talking about decision-making discrepancies.
But to the people at home,
right. So now if we're saying, hey, this judge just did something that was totally out of line, misconduct, we have judicial standards. We have a review. There's a commission. There's a process for removal for a judge that's doing something that's inappropriate. I mean, first of all, they can be impeached by the Senate, taken up, North Carolina, removed instantly, great. They can also, if they go in front of judicial standards, the entire Supreme Court of North Carolina can remove them, great. This doesn't ask for any of that. What this is saying is one individual, our Chief Justice, can now decide to put someone on temporary hold without pay. So what does that look like for a judge where their entire check comes from the bench? What does trust look like to the people, the public, to say, hey, this person's being investigated? I can give you an example. Justice Anita Earls, who I knew very well, was investigated twice. Both were found to be no findings. She ended up suing based on those. But if this law was in place, she could have been placed on leave during that time while the investigation was happening. Those types of things shouldn't occur to our judges because they should be independent. They should have an opportunity to listen to cases without fear of something happening outside of, hey, if the people don't want me, they can remove me.
Okay, so from what you're saying, it doesn't sound like this is legal, but where does this go from here in terms of debating this or potentially talk about making this the rule?
And let me be clear, I don't know if this is illegal for them to go this route. I just don't think this is what the Board of Ethics would recommend. That's why no state does this. I don't think this is what the ABA would recommend. And that's why there's, again, no state has adopted this in their model rule of professional codes of conduct. That's why we have judicial standards, judicial ethics, judicial rules for judges to follow. So while I don't think that there is anything that stops them, our General Assembly writes our laws. So if they decide to go forward with something like this, I think it would be hard for someone to challenge it. I just think ethically, this isn't the way you go. And I think that's why other states don't do this. I should say not other states. No state does this.
Okay. Good insight there by our Chief Legal Analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, thank you.
All right, it's 8:18. Let's get a check of our pinpoint weather with meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, we have a very similar day to what we've kind of had all week. What about the chance for those pop-up showers later?
Probably about a 3 or 4 out of 10 chance of wherever you are here in the Carolinas seeing at least a shower or storm again this afternoon. 73 degrees currently, calm conditions out there. Dew points in the lower 70s currently here. Boone camera outside in King Street starting to see a little bit more sunshine across the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar across the central Carolinas quiet. Zooming out all the way. A little bit of scattered cloud cover, otherwise dry conditions, and course, there's that Bermuda high that's shoving in all that humidity here across the Carolinas. Temperatures mid to upper 70s right now, 77 in Columbia, 73 in Florence, 73 in Charlotte, mid 60s here as we head on up into the mountains and zooming out farther here. It's more of the same. Temperature outlook as we get towards the middle part of the month. Still trending above average out there across the Carolinas. Quick check in on the pollen count here. Low to medium is what we're going to be seeing as we make our way into the weekend here, though the pollen counts do creep a little bit higher as we get to your Sunday. The Muggy meter kind of hovering right around that humid to tropical territory here with those soupy conditions. Futurecast. Overnight this afternoon, we see a few more showers and storms getting going once again here across the Carolinas. We keep saying it's a rinse and repeat type of forecast out there throughout the region. As we head into your Friday, as we start up with a little bit of cloud cover in the morning, and then we see those showers and storms get going as we head into the afternoon hours with more scattered wet weather continuing here across the Carolinas day after day, dry in the morning on Saturday, and as we head into the afternoon, well, you know what's going to happen with some of those showers and storms starting to flare up. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, watching those temperatures moving up into the low to mid 90s here as we get to early next week, and we start to dry out a little bit as well. Julian?
All right, thank you, Andrew. Taking a look now, New York City, clouds kind of hanging low, looks a little bit unsettled. So are the markets right now. Stock futures are mixed. We're going live to the stock exchange to talk with Jane King about what we can expect from the markets on this Thursday. Well, some student loan borrowers may get a concerning letter in the mail, and more Americans are cooking at home to save on food costs. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Thursday morning to you, my friend.
Happy Thursday to you too, Julian. And the Dow's looking higher this morning, kind of cautiously higher. We are waiting for news of any developments out of Iran. But if the Dow would be higher again today, that'd be another record high for a third straight day. We did yesterday start to see stocks get a little weaker toward the close, though. Now, a third of Americans say they're cooking at home much more than they did a year ago, and squeezed budgets are the reason. Respondents reported that a grocery budget of $100 they feel should cover 2 more more meals than it actually does. This was conducted by Talker Research on behalf of Idaho Potato Commission, and the survey found that minimizing food waste, extending shelf life, and nutritional value for money rank as the top factors that Americans weigh when deciding what to buy. More than half of respondents reported they build their weekly meal plans around ingredient overlap. And some student loan borrowers mistakenly received notices that their accounts were past due. The Education Department said the affected borrowers will be notified by email of the error, and this comes as the department is undergoing a sweeping repayment overhaul. They say just a small number of borrowers were impacted by this. Julian?
All right, Jane, sounds good. We will check in with you in about an hour when the markets open for this Thursday. Okay. All right, let's get you outside. And now a look at Independence Boulevard. You can see Uptown off in the distance and traffic is moving smoothly, but what about in the rest of the QC? We're giving you a look at your pinpoint traffic on the other side of this break.
Coming up on 8:30 here on your Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brayman in for meteorologist Ted Payton. Thank you so much for waking up with us bright and early here on your Thursday. Not much changing here with the forecast, guys.
That's it.
No, it's really boring doing the same thing for 6 hours, trying to find different ways to, different graphics to show, talking about the same thing, the humidity, the soupiness, the storms.
You're doing great, though. Keep going.
I'm doing the best I can.
Stellar.
You know,
You're doing
because
so
I watch
good.
two pros here all day long. I got to stay on your level. But it can be a challenge with this weather pattern.
I guess the big question is, when do we get out of the redundancy?
When we get to the point where we start getting those true cold fronts coming back through, when we get to maybe Labor Day weekend, honestly, we got to get.
Wow. A month away.
Yeah, we might dry out. It's just going to get hotter, and that's probably what's going to happen as we
yippee.
go into next week. But let's get into it here. So, got a little bit of low cloud cover this morning here across the Carolinas. You can see a little plane flying here as we look towards Uptown from West Charlotte. Here on your Thursday, it is a dry start out there. We did see some overnight showers. We'll see, though, more scattered showers, potential storms again this afternoon. It's going to be getting hot and humid early next week. We're going to be seeing the just typical summertime weekend weather across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam right now, 73 degrees, calm conditions, dew points in the lower 70s out there. And Boone camera outside on King Street. We got the quiet conditions here as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, not much going on across the central Carolinas. High pressure off the eastern seaboard. Not much going on here across North and South Carolina. Airport delays right now. Not much to talk about here across the lower 48. We are just generally in good shape, though. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures right now, we got some low to mid 70s right now, 77 in Shiraz, 77 in Rockingham, one of the warmer spots. As we get up into the mountains here, we do have temperatures in the middle 60s. Hour by hour forecast here on your Thursday. We'll see those temperatures start to move up here eventually into the low to mid 80s as we go throughout this afternoon, and eventually pushing up towards the 90-degree mark here as we head into your Thursday evening. Talking more about what's on the way this weekend, my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes. Julian?
All right, thank you, Andrew. Let's go ahead and give you a look at our speed map right now. The normal rush hour areas aren't too much of a concern. Let's go ahead and get to them real quick for you. You can see right there, Gastonia to 485. That's normally where we see a lot of the slow-ups at this time of day, not being a factor right now. Rock Hill to 485 is, so let's go ahead and take you to 77 right there, north of Carowinds Boulevard. You can see just how many people out on the roadways here. The flow of traffic pretty dense right there. Now, as you get to the state line, things do get better, and by the time you get to Westinghouse, a lot better. Now, do want to give you a look here. 485 inner in that stretch of roadway. A little bit slow as we take a look right there, and let's flip you back up to 77 as you move your way up. That's where you hit delays again. Now on the other side of 77, look pretty good there coming down from Lake Norman area. 85, as I mentioned, not so much of a problem right now. 85 at Cox Road looking pretty good. 85 on the other side there at Concord Mills. Things look good there as well. So no real concerns this morning as we take a look at your pinpoint traffic. Just a few of those slow spots that we're dealing with. We'll give you a final check of your traffic coming up right after 9 a.m. Well, this morning, a Mooresville police officer is accused of improperly accessing the controversial Flock license plate reader system to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Investigators say Officer Elizabeth Snowman did it 31 times. Still, the town's police chief is defending the use of that technology while also acknowledging that abuses that can happen. Snowman's arrest marks the second time in a week an area police officer has been accused of misusing Flock. Queen City News reporter David Schumann has the details.
We have the safeguards that we thought were enough. Clearly they're not.
Mooresville Police Chief Ron Camperciani announced Wednesday one of his officers, Elizabeth Snowman, was charged with a misdemeanor for illegally accessing the department's Flock license plate reader system. He says Snowman went into the surveillance database 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Still, Camperciani says he believes the benefits of the cameras, like help in finding stolen vehicles and missing persons, outweigh their issues.
It's been a game changer for us, what we've been able to accomplish here. But it all goes up in smoke when you have cops like this violating the systems.
Many people feel the cameras are an invasion of privacy. A federal judge this year found them to be constitutional, but there are other cases pending, and the legal question is not yet fully settled.
We would take the position that it does pose some quite significant constitutional concerns, as you can indiscriminately sort of track a person's whereabouts without warrant.
Camperciani says his officers now have to input a case number to access Flock data, a tweak that comes as he says he's investigating at least 3 more officers for possible violations and charges.
We could be back here in a couple days, to be quite honest with you.
Snowman is out of jail on a $5,000 bond. Queen City News wasn't able to reach her for comment. In Mooresville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
And just last week, a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer, Seth Elliott, was arrested on a charge of illegally accessing the Flock camera system. Investigators say he tipped off a drug dealer about a vehicle that undercover deputies were using in Watauga County. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave. He's due back in court on August 27th. Now, according to a study out of the New York University School of Law, North Carolina is among at least 8 states that have criminalized the misuse of license plate reader systems. South Carolina does not have a similar law. North Carolina, one of 13 states to require audits of police officers' use of those systems. And the Washington Post also reports that in April, Flock introduced a new audit assistance feature, which allows agencies to automatically scan officers' searches for suspicious activity. Investigators facing a real mystery this morning at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. They're asking for help identifying a teenager who's on your screen who says he was abandoned at CLT. The 15-year-old boy was unable to give officers any personal information, the name of his guardian, or where he lives. That teen is now in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. Anyone with information about him or his guardian is asked to call 911.
A pair of parents in Durham are facing charges after police say a woman took abortion medication while she was 31 weeks pregnant. Investigators say the 18-year-old tried to kill her unborn child and left the baby in a toilet before calling 911. They say she took mifepristone and misoprostol in an attempt to terminate her pregnancy early, but that medication only caused her child to be born at 31 weeks with a weight under 5.5 pounds. The FDA has only approved the drugs for use up to 10 weeks of pregnancy. Now 18-year-old Saisha Johnson is charged with assault inflicting serious bodily injury on an unborn child and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. The child's father, 19-year-old Elijah Spate, is also charged with child abuse.
Two young people are not a danger to our community, and that it's important. They are very young, and that it's important that they be with their families and be able to defend themselves appropriately.
The defense argues North Carolina law protects pregnant women from being prosecuted if they're charged with assaulting their own unborn child. The defense says Johnson called 911 herself, and then first responders performed CPR on the child. According to search warrants, the child had a pulse and was given CPR and taken to Duke Medical for treatment. Well, North Carolina health officials say the state has its first human case of West Nile virus for the year. That patient contracted the mosquito-borne illness in Gaston County. Officials also say screening discovered someone donating blood in Mecklenburg County had the virus. Most people who get the virus do not experience symptoms. Some patients will develop a fever, head and body aches, and joint pain. A small number of infected people suffer a severe neurological illness from West Nile. There were 11 confirmed severe cases of West Nile in North Carolina last year.
The FDA has approved the first mRNA-based flu vaccine. The agency granted approval to Moderna's vaccine for adults 50 and older. The company says the new shot will probably be available in certain stores in the coming weeks. Medical experts have expressed hope that mRNA vaccines could make it easier for manufacturers to respond quicker to changes in the flu strains because they are faster to develop than traditional shots.
Well, Sysco, the nation's largest food distributor, will no longer buy lettuce from Mexico. This comes as federal health leaders investigate a multi-state cyclosporiasis outbreak. The current outbreak has been linked to iceberg lettuce sourced from central Mexico through Taylor Farms. Taylor Farms' U.S. business voluntarily recalled certain iceberg lettuce products sold under the Taylor Fresh Foods and Market-Side brands. The company does say that there haven't been any confirmed cases after a false positive was reported 2 weeks ago. There are recorded cases in almost every state with over 10,000 confirmed cases. The first recorded symptoms began on July 4th. Now in North Carolina, the number of cyclosporiasis cases has surged to more than 800. 33 hospitalizations have been reported since May. In Mecklenburg County, 43 cases are confirmed. A majority of the state's cases have been up in Wake County. Health officials advise washing fresh fruits and vegetables. And that may remove some of the parasite, but it does not guarantee it will be removed entirely.
Well, Charlotte is still in a rainy summer weather pattern. It's made a difference, though, in combating drought conditions locally. However, officials say more rain is needed to reduce water restrictions. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks shows us what's improved and why officials say they are still watching the forecast.
After nearly 7 inches of rainfall statewide last month, water levels at Freedom Park are rising back to normal. But officials say the outlook is still fluid. Lake levels, drought monitors, and stream flow will determine when water restrictions will ease.
The summer has been very rainy and has helped us out a lot. The lake levels are doing better. The drought monitor is doing better. The stream flow is where we really are looking for improvement.
Leaders of the Catawba Watery Water Management Group says that's their main area of focus right now. Officials say heavy rainstorms won't significantly improve the conditions due to how low the water levels have been in recent months, but we're getting there.
As it rains, the rain that falls into creek basins then refills the lakes in the Catawba River, and then that becomes our water supply. So we want to make sure that not only do we have a good lake level now, but that we have water refilling the lakes for the future.
Duke Energy reports Lake Norman's water levels are currently 2 feet below where we were this time last year, so the area is not completely out of stage 2. But regulators say the restrictions are making a difference, with the area meeting their goal of reducing water use by 10%. Leaders say that will help if the drought lasts longer than expected.
If you can imagine 1 million plus people in this area as our customer base, if everyone cuts it by a little bit, it can make a big difference. And that's what we've seen, is we've seen roughly a 10% reduction in water use compared to what it would have been if we weren't in restrictions.
Charlotte Water says most customers are following the rules, but repeat violators are still getting ticketed. And officials say every drop counts. Reporting in Charlotte, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
All right, who is hungry? Well, your favorite online food delivery service just got cleared for takeoff, literally. I'm May-Kay Beeler. Coming up, I'll tell you about its brand new certification dubbed DoorDash Air, and how soon it may be airlifting snacks to your backyard or front yard. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome back. DoorDash is taking off to new heights.
Like literally, the online food delivery service that already operates a network of human couriers, sidewalk robots, and limited fly and drop down from the sky service in select Charlotte neighborhoods is now a certified air carrier.
I like it. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler tells us what exactly this means when our cravings call for expedited air service directly to our front porch.
Yummy.
Yum.
Okay. Well, this week, it just happened. The Popular Home Delivery Service announced, it has received Federal Aviation Administration certification to operate commercial drone deliveries in the United States. It's called DoorDash Air, now an official air carrier designed for local commerce. Now, by earning an FAA Part 135 air carrier certificate, which sets a very high bar for safety, by the way, a DoorDash Air opens up new possibilities for local businesses. So in a nutshell, DoorDash now has the green light for its own in-house drone program. It means the company is blessed to build their own aircraft, custom designed drones, and assemble them primarily here in the United States. While the FAA certification has been granted, the DoorDash has not yet started that commercial service. The company is expected to launch this fall in select cities, but not yet disclosed.
Okay, so how is this different than the DoorDash drone delivery that we already have here? Because we do
Yeah,
have
because we already
drones
have
doing
it.
this, right? Yeah.
I thought, well, how is this different? So right now, DoorDash depends on a third party, a partnership, drone operators like Wing to deliver their goods from the sky. Wing is the global leader in residential drone delivery. Now, the new certification opens up more possibilities for DoorDash to expand and spread its wings in local commerce. Right now, Wing is working with DoorDash to fly in your orders in select Charlotte area neighborhoods, South Charlotte, Huntersville, Matthews, and Indian Trail. Wing delivers to homes from a drone nest, otherwise known as an active hub location, within a 4-mile radius of the restaurants. Now, delivery time, 10 to 30 minutes. Your items must meet a strict size and weight limitation, typically under 2.5 pounds. Good for light snacks, sandwiches, convenience items, single bag groceries, and drinks from participating restaurants and supermarkets.
Okay, I like it. I think it'd just be fun to see, right?
Exactly.
It's novel. So how does it work? Is there an action? And what I think everyone wants to know, does it cost more?
I would think so. I wondered that too, but right now they say no.
Okay.
Typically they waive any delivery fee, often for promotion. At the most, it could be like $2 or $3. Okay, we can do that. Now it remains to be seen what DoorDash Air, the air carrier, is going to charge. We'll find out probably this fall. Now, until then, if you want to find out if it delivers to your house, go to the DoorDash app to see if your neighborhood currently qualifies for the drone delivery. Once DoorDash Air is launched, more options will be made available.
Okay, in the meantime, for those of us that haven't used a drone service, what exactly does it involve? How does it all work, May-Kay, with Wing?
This is just so neat. So being a drone, it has to fly below 400 feet, and it's going to hover down to 23 feet above your house or whatever to lower the package gently on a tether. Now, there are weather restrictions. All right, so it can't be foggy. You can't have low clouds. Daylight hours only, because they have to see, right? It's got to be visual. They have to see. So good visibility, cannot fly in downpours. No thunderstorms, no lightning, because got to protect the electronics. But it can fly in light rain. And again, it can be no more than 2.5 pounds. So weather is an issue, and daylight hours only. I haven't tried it. I'm in Uptown. They don't do that in Uptown.
Right.
But just like the experience would be cool, right?
Oh, yeah. I would try it at least once. I don't think my neighborhood is in there. I think I'm a little bit too far. But I'm sure it'll be expanding, especially if they can do their own in-house drones, right? They don't have to work with that third party.
Yes.
You know, the sky, literally the limit. Not above 400 feet.
Not above 400 feet for drone operators. Yeah, pretty cool. Would you try it, John?
I would try it. I think it's interesting too, and I wonder what does a drone hub look like? Are there a bunch of drone pilots just sitting in a bunker?
And like ready to.
Yes, because we did a story on this before, and I covered it before. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of drones out in this area, and they've got like a trailer or something. They've got the drone operators. And again, it's only 4 miles. It has to be a line of sight. The way it can't be in a cloud, can't be bad weather. But this is kind of cool. Imagine what dogs in the neighborhood think.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. They just like that.
You're awake now.
That's it. That's all we got.
Calm down there, Sparky. It's okay. It's just the drone delivery giving my Jersey Mike slip. No need to worry. All right, May-Kay, thank you. 8:48 the time. Look, Andrew, the way we've been starting off some of the mornings, we wouldn't be able to have the drone delivery because we've had fog that's been present most of this week.
That's right. Yeah, we've had some fog. We've had a little bit of wet weather during the overnight hours. Drying out though a little bit this morning. Warm, humid. That's going to be kind of the main story today, along with some of those pop-up showers and storms as we head into the afternoon. Outside King Street in Boone, a little bit of sunshine trying to poke through some of those clouds here this morning. Pinpoint radar quiet across the Central Carolinas as we get things started. And then you see a little bit of cloud cover here and still getting a little bit of that southeasterly flow off the Atlantic Ocean, trying to bring us a little bit more clouds and some potential showers and storms this afternoon. 79 in Columbia, 82 in Wilmington, 73 in Atlanta, 73 in Knoxville, 73 in Nashville. Very, very popular temperature out there. Temperatures still trending above average here as we head towards the middle part of the month. So if you're waiting for a cool down, you're going to be waiting longer here across the region. Overall moisture set up, southwesterly flow through the central and southern mid-Atlantic states here, and that's also going to be the catalyst for more potential showers and storms. So we're going to be in kind of the go zone here for some of that wet weather, and also the humidity that we continue to have to battle here across the Carolinas. Temperatures as we head into the weekend start to move up into the low 90s. Some hit and miss showers and storms also possible across the region. Heading into your Thursday afternoon, we watch a little bit of shower and storm activity starting to flare up, especially as we head into the early evening hours on your Thursday. Overnight, we head into your Friday, partly cloudy skies to start. And then guess what? More showers and storms get going here as we head into the afternoon hours. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. 11 o'clock Saturday morning, we start off dry, and then we head into the middle part of the afternoon. We start watching those scattered showers and storms again here across the region. Some people could pick up a couple of inches of rain. You really see some of those downpours. Some localized street flooding could be possible. Others will not pick up all that much here. Very much feast or famine across the Carolinas. FC forecast for tomorrow should be in good shape, though, of course, like I've been saying all morning long, can't rule out that isolated shower or storm. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching the temperatures heading up into the low to mid 90s as we go into early next week. And you're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, after a well-deserved week off, Around the Track is back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa. Drivers will take on the fastest short track on the planet, starting with the ARCA Menards Series in the Junior and Company 150 at 5. Then on Saturday, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will race in the Hy-Vee Perks 250. Then Sunday, Cup drivers will race in the Iowa Corn 350 at 3:30. And we're going one-on-one with Tyler Reddick as he looks to reclaim the first overall seed in the chase. We're hearing from the Gillionaire as well, Todd Gilliland, on his $1 million in-season tournament triumph around the track, ATT, this Saturday, 11:30 on Queen City News. Well, most of us use AI almost every single day, but our company is using it to charge some people a little more. That's a question lawmakers are taking a closer look at in the latest artificial intelligence hearing on Capitol Hill. The concept is called AI surveillance pricing, and the theory is that companies are using our own personal data to charge some of us a little more just because they know that we'll pay for it. Some states are already putting protections in place, but most of the country has not, and that's where lawmakers want to step in.
Earlier this year, there was a disturbing incident that played out on Twitter, on X, that shed some light, I think, on how airlines are using surveillance pricing in real time. He had seen a $230 price increase in one day when he was booking travel for a funeral on JetBlue. $230 price increase. Now, here's the interesting thing. JetBlue's own corporate account helpfully responded to him and instructed him to clear the cache and the cookies or use an incognito window.
There you have it. Lawmakers say they have framework for legislation in place to protect consumers. All right, 8:55 the time. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Queen City News now, right after this.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say they are seeing a significant rise in e-bike crashes involving minors. In a video posted to X, the department says kids were the victims in up to 50% of the e-bike injuries from 2024 and 2025. Emergency rooms actually saw the number of cases triple. They say younger riders speeding through traffic, ignoring signals, and riding in unsafe areas is leading to that uptick in injuries. For a lot of students, college is about more than earning a degree. It's about landing a career. A new LinkedIn ranking highlights the schools giving graduates the strongest long-term career based on job placement, recruiter demand, and career advancement. 3 North Carolina schools made the list. Duke University coming in second overall, Forest University coming in at 24th, and UNC Chapel Hill debuted on the list at 45. Princeton claimed the top spot. Our last hour of Queen City News Now is straight ahead. Stay with us.
Queen City News starts now.
Good morning. Welcome into our final hour, as Andrew Brightman likes to call it, the Power Hour of Queen City News Now. Thanks for being here. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Amy Satowski. Jason Harper is off today.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman, because it's a trademark term. We're getting T-shirts and everything. guys.
Yeah.
Power Hour. I'm in for meteorologist Ted Phaeton, and we have got some more, very similar summer weather here across the Carolinas on our Thursday. Pop-up showers and storms again this afternoon. Warm, not crazy hot, humid.
Okay, so would you call this the doldrums of summer weather?
Yeah, that's a great way. Actually, Julian, that's a great way to describe it. Get a little gold star for you today. But yeah, that's a great way. Because that's what we're basically locked in. We're kind of, we're just waiting until we start getting those real cold fronts again when, rain and storms move through, and then afterwards actually kind of feels nice. We had a little taste of that the other week, but that was a rare cold front coming through. But we're not going to see one of those again until likely after Labor Day here. Now, as we get outside, looking towards Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, we got partly cloudy skies, a little bit of low cloud cover here this morning. We'll see some more scattered showers and storms again here across the Carolinas, and that typical summertime weekend weather on the way across the region with the hot, humid, and those PMs. Storm chances across the Carolinas. 76 degrees right now. Southwesterly winds about 3 to 5 miles an hour. 71 degrees is the dew point. It is soupy out there. Boone Camera, King Street, got a little bit of sunshine as well. A little bit cooler, more comfortable too. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here across the central Carolinas. We zoom out, not much going on across North and South Carolina. Drought monitor, we do have some abnormally dry conditions here. This is actually our latest drought monitor that just came in. Still seeing more and more improvement. Actually, Charlotte almost out of the official drought, because we've got moderate drought, and then this lowest here is actually just abnormally dry conditions. Notice the severe drought has gotten smaller here across the Sandhill, so still seeing more and more improvement. This is another good update here across the Carolinas. Airport delays taking to the friendly skies. Not seeing major issues with the hubs, but always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures right now, low to middle 70s, 75 in Concord. 81 in Sharon is the warm spot right now, and then upper 60s as we head on up into the higher elevation. Pinpoint next 12 hours here, we're going to be seeing temperatures push up towards the 90-degree mark this afternoon. I've got more on what you can expect coming up in just a few minutes. Julian?
All right, thank you, Andrew. Taking a look here at your pinpoint traffic right now. No major delays here, just kind of some slow areas that we're dealing with. Want to give you a look here at this stretch right here. Normally we see traffic 85 north building in this area. 85 southbound is you're pretty slow after Sam Wilson Road. You can kind of it's not really, you can't see it from our camera here at 85 at Sam Wilson, but right after this, as you're making your way, you can see it right here, the traffic moving towards you. You see how they're slowing down just a little bit there? They're slowing down because they're dealing with that traffic in that stretch. 85 at Cox Road, you can't see it other. So in between those two stretches, as you make your way out of Mecklenburg County towards Gaston County, that's where you're going to see that slowdown. Now, taking your way towards Uptown, as you get on 485 outer, we're dealing with the slowdown in that stretch. Overall, though, taking a look at some of our slow areas, Mooresville to 485, the only one still lingering with some delays from rush hour this morning. 77 north, as you get across the state line, things look pretty good too. Taking you to the state line there, things look good. Westinghouse looks good as well, so you can see traffic moving smoothly in that stretch. Another slow area that we had, no longer a concern. 485 inner right there near Providence as you work your way in again towards Pineville Matthews Road. No delays on that stretch either. Things look pretty good for the most part. If something major happens, we'll be sure to let you know. And real quick, let's give you a look at Independence Boulevard there. Things are good as well. Again, if something major happens, we'll let you know. QCnews.com for any traffic updates. Other than that, your traffic updates will start again tomorrow morning at 4:30.
Mecklenburg County commissioners are pushing back against state lawmakers looking to reclaim more than $60 million spent on the stalled I-77 Express Lane project.
Yeah, critics of the clawback effort say the state is trying to force its hand, while supporters say the highway is getting too congested to let another project simply fail.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live near Uptown with a look at how local representatives are really weighing that choice. Savannah?
Hey, Annie and Julian, there's a looming state deadline, and now local officials looking to decide either they support the I-77 expansion project, possibly with toll lines from here down to the state line, or risk having their taxpayers pay the state back millions. Now, Mecklenburg County officials are just the latest to pick up on this resurfaced debate. Earlier this week, we were hearing from Charlotte's Transportation Committee members as they said they either want to see more impact studies done about what possible expansion would look like, or more public feedback sessions. However, again, time is dwindling. Davidson town leaders say they continue to stand in opposition, while board members in Cornelius want to support the express lanes and avoid those fines. The Mecklenburg County commissioners, they're questioning if that clawback measure is legal.
So we always voted no. So there is no reversal by Mecklenburg County because this body, as their representative, I never voted yes. I always voted no. And so therefore, there is no universe under which it could possibly be appropriate for Mecklenburg County to have any liability under this law.
And the Mecklenburg County delegate, as well as delegates from Iredell County, Charlotte, Matthews, Pineville, 27 different members here of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization. They're going to meet to discuss this possible next steps coming up in a meeting next month, or later this month rather than next month. This will be in September. That's when we're going to hear from cities casting their official votes. We're going to keep you updated on all the discussions leading up to and the outcome eventually. Reporting live in Charlotte, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
All right, Savannah, thank you. A now former member of the Morrisville Police Department is accused of misusing the flock camera system. The chief says Elizabeth Snowman accessed the flock cameras 31 times in order to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. He says she did it both on and off duty. The chief also says there are other officers in the department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras. He says another arrest could be announced in the coming days. Still, the chief says that the positives of the cameras in assisting in police work outweigh the negatives.
People don't have an expectation of privacy in plates that really aren't owned by them or owned by the state anyway. But the question becomes what's being done with that data. So that's the rub here, right? It's not so much, they talk about the privacy issue, but listen, there's cameras everywhere. You drive by Ring doorbell cameras every day of your life, right? They're picking up those images. The problem becomes what do you do with what happens with the data that's collected? Or in this case, what are cops doing that shouldn't be cops in the first place doing with this stuff?
Now, courts have not found license plate readers to be unconstitutional, but there are legal cases pending.
But we don't want to wait for pending, Andy.
No.
We want to talk about right now, and that's why we have our chief legal analyst, Khalif Frodes, joining us to give us the answer on it. Khalif, one of the things that the chief said, which I like, I want to start there. What's your expectation of privacy when you're out in public in terms of these readers?
Zero.
Easy answer. I agree with the chief that their expectation of privacy on public roads are limited. Now, I disagree with his connection in relationship to flock cameras and Ring cameras because I think the custodial holder of those records are different. If you drive past a Ring camera that's down the street past Annie's house, guess what? She owns that. She can control that. She can monitor and make sure who gets in and out of that. Those flock cameras, they, as in law enforcement, are holding that, and that's why we're seeing these incidents where officers are accessing it to do a number of things that they shouldn't be doing, utilizing it for non-investigative purposes. But I would agree that your expectation of privacy, while organizations like the ACLU have attempted to try to file claims against institutions for using these, I think those arguments are going to fall flat on their face, that the court would say and have said repeatedly that if you believe you have an expectation to privacy on public property, you don't. And then they're saying they're categorizing this as warrantless searches, right, or warrantless monitoring and tracking. if an officer decides to follow you or track you, they're not going and seeking a warrant to do that. You're seeking a warrant to invade, I should say, to infringe on someone's constitutional rights to being searched or seized. Typically, that's their Fourth Amendment violations, but not to be watched. And if they were watching you in your home, maybe a little bit different. If they were trying to put some tracking device inside your house, even, entirely different. Courts have supported, in case law would to say they cannot do that. But to say that you can't, track the whereabouts, the digital footprint of a person that's on public streets, I just disagree with that argument. I would wholeheartedly agree with what the chief is saying.
Well, some people just don't like them in general, right? But the real issue here isn't that the cameras exist and that they collect your information. It's the information being accessed on the back half of that, right? So do we need to have stiffer penalties for officers who access that when they're not supposed to, even though there are ones that exist?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there are people that wholeheartedly disagree with the use of them, period, right? And then there are folks that are misusing them. And so to the folks that disagree with the use, I'd go with the original argument that the courts have supported the use of these types of things and upheld that you have limited to zero expectation of privacy on public roadways. In terms of the stiffer penalties, I think the process that we have in place is accurate, that if you are misusing government computers, and that's what this charge would be, it's a misdemeanor charge, and multiple times, and the type of opportunities that you do can elevate this to some type of felony charge. I don't think you want to have it stiffer than what they are now, because these are one-off type of scenarios. While there are cases that are happening in multiple jurisdictions across the country, what I can say is the overwhelming benefit of these type of programs outweigh the negative use. I've had multiple cases when I get my discovery that are connected to showing and listening to the how they get to the end result of a detective's investigation. When we followed them through Flock Cam, we were able to show that it went from one street to the next street to the next street. I mean, while I can tear apart their case on other ends, to be able to pinpoint and track where a person is and their location is extremely helpful. In missing persons cases, extremely helpful. So the benefits that these programs and systems like this bring to a law enforcement process are extremely helpful.
Do you think that these departments, and it's also going to be accessed by private homeowners associations, do you think they'll be able to shield themselves by saying it was the individual who accessed it improperly, or do they open themselves up to potential litigation because, hey, they were using it as an employee of your department? Yeah, I mean, definitely litigation, it would be there, but it's also, when I talk about this a number of times, when you try to bring some type of claim against a municipality, they're going to have some type of implied immunity, right? That's the first step. And then the other portion is you're looking for a respondeat superior. Can you hold the employer liable for the actions of their employee? Well, if that person is acting outside of the scope of their employment, no law enforcement agency wants you searching for the ex of your spouse that has no connection to an investigation. So they'd be able to distance themselves and shield themselves for that if they were using it off duty. Now, while using it on duty, that's a little bit trickier and murkier. But so the potential for lawsuits and risk is there, but again, I think it's outweighed by the overwhelming benefit that this program brings. The other portion I'd add is that this is not a public-owned program as well. This is private company, and so you have the misuse of it internally, but you also could have misuse of it by the companies that actually own the program.
Yeah. A lot of layers there, Khalif. Thank you.
All right, 9:12, let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman on your Thursday morning. Andrew, what can people expect as they start their day?
You can expect very similar weather. I mean, what you expected yesterday, that's what's on the way today here across the Carolinas. We got afternoon pop-up showers and storms out there. Temperatures in the upper 80s, around the 90-degree mark, more humidity. That summertime weekend weather continues out there across the region as well. Boone camera, we got it looking good here as we get up into the mountains. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions out there across the Carolinas, though we do expect showers and storms start flaring up after about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zooming out here across North and South Carolina, no major issues out there right now, though that might change later on today. Temperatures right now, middle 70s, 75 in Concord, 75 in Monroe, 74 in Charlotte, upper 60s here as we head up into the mountains. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, about 2 to 3 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Annie?
All right, Andrew, thank you. Some breaking news just into the newsroom. We're learning about the death of an inmate at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center. The sheriff's office says 33-year-old Dominique Chisholm was found unresponsive just before 10:30 last night. They say a detention officer called for medical assistance and life-saving measures were performed and continued until medic arrived at almost 11:45 p.m. Chisholm was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead at the scene at just after midnight. The Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office says it's cooperating with the State Bureau of Investigation, the death investigation, and the medical examiner as they determine a cause of death. Now, this is the second in-custody death this week. Sunday, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later pronounced dead at the hospital. His death also remains under investigation.
9 at 15, let's get over to Maycay.
All right, well, is ICE targeting airports? Well, according to reports, TSA is helping U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ramp up arrests. I'm Maycay Buehler. Coming up is CLT among the targeted airports. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Is U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement targeting airports? According to reports, the Transportation Security Administration is helping ICE ramp up arrests there.
Is Charlotte Douglas among them, though? Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Maycay Buehler reached out to insiders for answers. So, Maycay, what did you learn?
You know, I heard from a few concerned viewers, and they asked me, should they be worried? Most likely no, but you never know. But most likely no, because reports indicate larger hubs are being targeted, like Las Vegas, Denver, and Atlanta. But there are some things you should know in general. So maybe you've seen news reports and social media posts where angry fellow passengers have filmed disturbing arrest encounters at airports. Most arrests have occurred quietly. So ICE, as you know, is under pressure to deliver on President Trump's deportation agenda with a goal of around 3,000 arrests a day. So this week, the New York Times reported the Trump administration is arresting foreign citizens with expired U.S. visas, including spouses of Americans, as they travel through airports, noting enforcement actions in at least 15 airports in recent weeks. Now, there is an increasing number of arrests at domestic airports across the country, averaging 20 to 40 arrests per day. Forbes reports plainclothes agents are confronting travelers at check-in counters and boarding gates, targeting individuals who have overstayed their visa, including some people with pending legal status, marriage applications, green card or asylum, and adjustment of status applications. Yes, there is TSA collaboration and data sharing. The agency provides passenger manifest and travel data to help ICE flag non-citizen travelers at domestic check-in counters and departure gates. There is a memo of agreement between the TSA and ICE that does outline the terms, conditions, and safeguards under which ICE and TSA do share information. Now, in a statement, a DHS spokesperson told Forbes, quote, information sharing between ICE and TSA is essential in identifying who is attempting to travel in our country, including violent criminals, to keep our skies and our country safe, end quote. Now, according to Charlotte Douglas, regarding Charlotte Douglas, state immigration arrest tracking records indicate that at least 2 people have been arrested at CLT. Federal agencies have not released an official list of the airports that are being targeted. Well, yesterday I reached out to CLT Communications. In an email they said, quote, CLT does not have any information on this. Law enforcement at the local, state, and federal levels may conduct operations at the airport as necessary, end quote. I then reached out to CMPD. Their response email stated in part, quote, CMPD officers are not authorized to assist with ICE administrative warrant. CMPD does not participate in ICE or CBP operations, nor are we involved in the planning or execution of any federal immigration enforcement activities, end quote. I then reached out to ICE and TSA, awaiting a reply.
All right, May-Kay, thank you.
Time is 9:20. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be back with our Queen City News now, right after this.
All righty. Welcome back, everyone. Let's jump back into your forecast here on your Thursday. 76 degrees, warm, humid conditions out there across the Carolinas. Southwesterly winds about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s out there. Boone camera outside on King Street. A little bit of cloud cover here as we get things started, but otherwise nothing to worry about here as we switch on over to Pinpoint radar. As we zoom out, a little bit of scattered cloud cover here across the Central Carolinas. Otherwise, we're in good shape for now. Temperatures low to mid 70s for the most part across Southeast, though some pockets of 80s. We get towards Columbia, Savannah at 84 degrees right now. The overall moisture setup today, well, we got a southwesterly flow. We've got some scattered showers and storms that are going to be potentially developing here as we go throughout your Thursday. Rain chances after today, they are really going to be holding steady for the foreseeable future across the Carolinas with those pop-up showers and storms a mainstay in your forecast. Futurecast this afternoon, some of those scattered showers and storms trying to get going here across the Carolinas. This is 8 o'clock on your Thursday evening. Overnight as we head into your Friday, decent amount of cloud cover out there. And then as we head into the afternoon, some pop-up showers and storms. This is 4 o'clock on your Friday with a little bit of that storm activity starting to get going here across the region. And as we roll into your Saturday morning, a lot of cloud cover to get started. And then we start to see those showers and storms get going here as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. This is 7 o'clock on your Saturday. And then as we keep moving forward here, dry out, we do it all over again on your Sunday with more potential showers and storms on the way across the region. Every single day is almost the same. I feel like I'm trapped. I'm in the movie Groundhog Day right now talking about what we got to deal with every day. Pinpoint 7-day forecast as we get to your Friday. Should be in okay shape for the Charlotte FC match, though can't rule out a shower or storm. And as we head into early next week, seeing those temperatures heading up into the low to mid 90s. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, coming up on 9:30 here. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador. Jason Harper is off.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Bramer, and for meteorologist Ted Phaeton here, and talking more about the same weather day after day. Julian, and I can do it for 1 hour at noon.
But you know what?
6 is tough.
You know what, Andrew? We're getting this much needed moisture.
That's true.
Right? So we complained all summer about how dry it was.
Hey,
and now we're complaining about how much rain we're getting. Like, no one's ever happy with the weather.
That's
but
true.
this is positive. We just have to find joy when it's not raining.
Hey, that's why I love you. You see that glass? It looks
It's
half
so
full.
half
Yeah,
empty.
half full.
Or so half full.
No, Annie, wrong way. Wrong way, Annie.
So positive.
You were doing the half full.
Oh, boy.
So jumping into your forecast here this morning, you know what? I'm going to internalize that. What was Annie was saying? Glass half full approach out there is that we've been picking up the rainfall that we need. We showed you the drought monitor last half hour. More improvement here across the Carolinas from the scattered showers and storms. I just wish the humidity was a little bit lower, just a little bit lower out there across the region. Typical summertime or weekend weather here across the Carolinas as we get to your Saturday and Sunday, and going to be staying hot and humid out there as well, especially as we go into next week with temperatures pushing up into low to mid 90s. Boone cameras, we get up in the mountains, looking good there. Pinpoint radar currently, we've got dry conditions all across the central Carolinas. During the overnight hours, we did see a few scattered showers and storms out there, but not seeing that right now. Pinpoint radar currently as we get across North and South Carolinas. Big storm system off to our west. That's not going to be impacting us today. We are just going to be seeing maybe a few of those, again, scattered showers and storms starting to develop as we head into the afternoon. Zooming out all the way, 46 in Bozeman is actually one of the cool spots here across the lower 48 right now. Elsewhere, as we get into the southeast, temperatures right now in the middle 70s for the most part, pretty consistent from Detroit all the way down to Jackson here, as we're just kind of in those dog days of summer right now across the Carolinas. Temperatures generally in the middle 70s here as we get a little bit closer to home. 75 in Concord, 74 in Charlotte, 81 in Chirot, 80 in Rockingham. As we get up into the mountains, temperatures in the upper 60s here as we get towards places like Jefferson, which is the cool spot. Dragging those temperatures heading up into the mid to upper 80s this afternoon, along with those pop-up showers and storms. I've got more of my forecast, Julian, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Andrew. We do want to follow some breaking news out of Washington. A Senate committee has voted to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. This stems from Dr. Fauci's refusal to answer questions at a hearing last week about his handling of the COVID pandemic. Dr. Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 100 times during that hearing. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said the constitutional protection does not apply to Fauci because he already has protection from the pardon he received from former President Biden. That's why Paul says Fauci's refusal to answer questions was a violation of their subpoena. Now, the legal theory has been questioned by scholars. The pardon also does not protect Dr. Fauci from state-level prosecution or from investigations into any testimony that he did give that lawmakers believe was false. We'll continue to follow this story and bring the latest both here on air and online, QCnews.com. Well, there is increasing tension between the federal government and airlines over immigration.
And Iran says it is nearing a final agreement on the Strait of Hormuz.
Jane King, live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories. Jane, how are stocks doing today about a minute and a half into the trading day?
Hi, Julian and Annie. So the key word there is nearing, and I feel like we've been there pretty much this whole week. The Dow is positive 140 points or so higher. So at this rate, we could see more record highs today. Oil is also up a little bit too. I think Wall Street kind of growing a little impatient. They want to see a deal with Iran, and that's what the markets have been rallying on this week.
Well, Jane, a report says the airlines are starting to push back against ICE enforcement at airports.
So this is a report from the Wall Street Journal, and it reports there have been at least a half dozen encounters on Southwest flights in the past few weeks where ICE officers board a plane to make an immigration arrest but then have been rebuffed by the airline. Top ICE leaders have told officers they should attempt the arrest at the TSA checkpoints when possible, but they believe the directive hasn't been followed consistently at airports.
All right, Jane, young men who trade stocks daily, they actually feel like failures. What's the study behind that?
This is from the Institute for Family Studies, a pro-marriage think tank, and they found that 64% are demoralized. The findings were strikingly similar to outcomes among men who gamble. The struggles of young men generating some growing alarm. Among various groups, they warn that men are lagging in education and employment and could be possibly gambling with their financial health on sports and event betting platforms.
Boy, Jay, not too surprising there. I think day traders go through a lot of roller coasters, so that study makes sense. All right, thank you.
The toughest way to make a living.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Jane, thank you so much. We'll see you dark and early here tomorrow morning. Okay.
All right, getting to some more breaking news this morning. CMPD says it has now identified the teenager who says that he was abandoned at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The 15-year-old boy was unable to give officers any personal or identifying information. He was in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. No details on where the boy is now, his identity, or how it was determined. Also probably unlikely that we'll get any of that because he is a minor.
The man who represents much of western North Carolina in the U.S. House says his bid for re-election is now over. Congressman Chuck Edwards faced mounting calls to drop out after a House ethics investigation found he displayed inappropriate behavior towards at least 2 female staff members. Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber spoke with voters in Hendersonville about the scandal.
It's this extensive report from the House Ethics Committee that seemed to convince both voters here in Henderson County, as well as Chuck Edwards himself, that he should drop out of the race for North Carolina's 11th congressional district.
Obviously, the Ethics Committee found they were credible, and yeah, there's no place for that kind of behavior.
I'm really still researching it, but I'm leaning towards he probably should step out of the race.
Henderson County voters reacting Wednesday following this early morning post on X from U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards. Edwards writing in part, quote, "After much prayer and reflection, I've decided to withdraw from my re-election campaign." His announcement coming just days after the release of this report from the House Ethics Committee, accusing Edwards of giving 2 of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages in the middle of the night discussing personal and romantic thoughts. Edwards' office not providing additional comment on Wednesday, and no one was available for an interview at his district office in Hendersonville.
This is a stunner. We just haven't seen anything like this. Really North Carolina politics in a very long time.
Western Carolina professor Chris Cooper says now it's up to local Republican officials to find a replacement to face Democrat Jamie Ager in November.
Whoever enters this race is going to have a real fundraising deficit and perhaps a name recognition problem. One real benefit Chuck Edwards had, of course, was name recognition. Whoever it is not going to have that kind of recognition.
And party officials have about 10 days to consider a new appointment for this race. Because of that, Cooper expects to learn the name of the new candidate within the next week or so. Edwards, for his part, says he will serve out the remainder of his current term, set to expire in January. Reporting in Hendersonville, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues today. Polls are open now till 5 p.m. and then they will reopen at 8:30 a.m. Friday. Voters need a valid photo ID in order to cast their ballot. The winner will face off against Democratic nominee Dr. Annie Andrews in November's general election. The special primary to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham is next Tuesday, August 11th.
Well, the Israeli military says 2 of its soldiers have been killed in southern Lebanon. They're the first Israeli deaths since a June truce between Israel and Hezbollah. 4 other soldiers were also wounded. This comes as Lebanese and Israeli negotiators meet in Rome to discuss the next steps for that truce. It's in the final stage of drafting an agreement with Oman over the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump says a deal could be announced this week, but the agreement is likely contingent on the U.S. lifting its blockade on Iran's ports. The Trump administration previously ruled out any deal that would allow Iran to control the strait, but Iran has insisted on some control over the waterway, saying it will not go back to being an open international waterway as it was before the war. A fifth of the world's traded oil and natural gas passes through the strait, or at least it did before the war started. The closure of the waterway has driven up the price of fuel and basic goods.
The NTSB says it's investigating a loss of separation between the president's helicopter and a passenger plane leaving Reagan National Airport. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot explains what we've learned so far.
The FAA and the White House say the president was not in danger, but generally when Marine One takes off from the White House, takeoffs and landings are paused at Reagan National Airport. On Tuesday, that did not happen. Confusion as President Donald Trump's helicopter left the White House. The controller appeared caught off guard by the Marine One pilot.
Marine One, proceed as brief. Marine
Marine One, you said your proceedings brief?
The controller gave Marine One a warning about a plane taking off.
Got traffic rotating off runway 1, E170.
Air traffic control usually stops commercial flights from Reagan National Airport while Marine One is leaving. The FAA says a review shows a momentary loss of separation, but the airplane and Marine One were moving away from each other. Both the FAA and NTSB say they're investigating. President Trump got to Joint Base Andrews and boarded his flight to California. Ahead of the president's visit to his California golf course on Tuesday, authorities arrested a man on Sunday. They say he pretended to be part of the president's security detail and had a stash of illegal weapons in his car and his home. The president faced threats just this year. In May, Secret Service says a man fired a pistol less than a block from the perimeter of the White House. President Trump was inside. In April, prosecutors say someone fired at Secret Service outside the White House Correspondents' Dinner. President Trump was taken to safety. The U.S. Marine Corps says this was not a close call between Marine One and that passenger jet. But again, air traffic control, it's raising questions after that crash in January of 2025 between a passenger jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter. That crash ended up killing 67 people. Vinay Simlot, News Nation, Washington.
9:39 the time now. Lincolnton City Council members are considering a potential one-year moratorium on new data centers, but they want to hear from locals first. They'll hold a public hearing at tonight's meeting to consider the pause on accepting proposals for centers within city limits. The moratorium would allow officials to study data centers and the impacts they could have. That meeting begins at 6:30 tonight at City Hall. Meanwhile, in South Carolina, regulators are reviewing efforts to stop the development of a Spartanburg County data center. Members of the State Public Service Commission heard arguments this week on a proposed 450 megawatt center. Community groups say the facility should not move forward without formal regulatory oversight. They say the project requires a review of its energy use and potential environmental impacts. But developers say that they will generate their own power and that it will not have any public impact.
It's very obvious that they avoided a permitting process involving the Sitting Act, which if they had just done that on the front end, we wouldn't be here right now. It would have answered all the environmental concerns that all of these many neighbors have.
The Public Service Commission heard 4 hours of arguments, but they did not reach a decision.
All right, the unofficial start of football season is here, and the Panthers are helping to kick things off. We're checking in with the Panthers expert Sheena Quick, talking about how the team is getting ready for the Hall of Fame game later on tonight. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Well, the Panthers are already up in Canton, getting ready to hit the field for the first time. Meanwhile, football fans everywhere are counting down the minutes until the return of football.
Oh, the excitement is palpable. Panthers beat reporter for Fox Sports, Sheena Quick, joining us once again. It feels like it's been so long since we've had a football game here in Charlotte, trying to ride the high of that postseason. Before we kind of talk about the season ahead, talking about our first preseason game, we know it's going to be pretty vanilla. Who are you looking at, though, outside the starters, though, to kind of show what they're made of?
Actually, my eyes are going to be on Haynes King. I think that he's kind of flown a little bit under the radar. Kenny Pickett is on that first really early depth chart as QB2. I don't know if he stays there throughout the season. We'll only see Kenny for like a couple series tonight, so we'll see a lot of Haynes King. I expect a lot of running from Haynes King. That's what they brought him here for. He has legs. And I'm excited to see Will Lee and Lee Hunter, the two rookies that we'll see tonight in action. Will Lee's listed at CB3 on the depth chart. He certainly has not played like cornerback 3. He has played very well against, offensive rookie of the year, Tetairoa McMillan. He's matching up with Jimmy Horn. He's matching up with Jalen Coker, and he's doing a phenomenal job to be a rookie. So I'm really excited to see him in like live NFL action tonight.
This is a fun part where you get to see what actually translates from camp to the field. I'm also curious because we're going to see Brad Idzik start to call plays this year. What can we expect out of Brad? Because that was a lot for Dave to say, Brad, I'm going to trust you with play calling.
I think they're going to see more of the explosive down-the-field plays that Panthers fans have been begging for several years. I don't know why I have that feeling. I just feel like he's going to air it out. And that brings up another guy, Jimmy Horn. That kind of plays into his skill set, especially with Chris Brazzell going out for the season. Jimmy Horn is kind of one of those bubble players that, needs to make a statement. And like you said, it's time to see if it's going to translate from camp, and he's having a very good camp, to in-game action. And I feel like with Brad Idzik calling the plays, we're going to see more opportunities for him down the field and more opportunities for Bryce once the season starts to really show off that arm that he had at Alabama.
All right, so injuries, right? We've had a couple at camp. We had some right before camp. Do we need to freak out about this, or are we going to be okay?
I'm kind of teetering. The injury bug is kind of sweeping over the NFL. The Panthers just kind of got like a weak head start because they were in camp earlier. So to go down to 2 players for the season within the first week of training camp is a lot. But then you see the Falcons lost their edge rusher, Jalen Walker, ACL. So a lot of teams are getting bitten by the injury bug, and I think that that's going to come into play tonight as well, because we're looking at the offensive line, and now you're looking at depth. They're down Damian Lewis. Rob Hunt just got back to practice. Taylor Moton's out for an indefinite amount of time. Ickey's out. So I think that they will be very measured in that approach to make sure that they're kind of keeping guys safe. But injuries are unfortunately just a part of the game, and we're seeing it kind of sweep throughout the league right now.
All right, Sheena, it's been a while since we've had you on, and I think it's time that we bring back something that we used to do, a segment we like to call Sheena Says. Do we have the music ready? Andy, give me a thumbs up here, because I'm not getting my audio in. Do we have the music? We're ready to go?
Are we ready to go?
Oh, I love Sheena Says.
Let's see.
Yep, it's up.
Okay, all right, Sheena Says it's going to be a quick fire. Sheena, obviously we made the postseason last year. Will the Panthers win the division again? Sheena Says.
I say yes.
Okay.
I say yes. This is not a super strong division. I don't know why people are having the Panthers at 3. I don't even think the Bucs are going to be as good as people are saying they are. Okay. I don't think they were as good last season as people were saying they were. So I do think that this team is still flying under the radar for whatever reason, but I think they come out and repeat as NFC South champions.
Okay.
Strong season, a bit of a roller coaster one. Win, loss, all over the place. Record this season, Sheena Says.
Oh, man. I'm going to go 10-7.
Ooh, 10-7. Okay. Obviously, somebody who you've talked to extensively, XL, Xavier Legette. Does Xavier Legette have a bounce-back season, especially with the opportunity to win wide receiver 3? Sheena Says.
I say yes. There's a different sense of urgency. They've drafted wide receivers the last 2 seasons, and people were already penciling in Chris Brazzell. Everyone's saying this is a make-or-break season. He lost the weight. He's looking quicker. He's looking leaner. I wouldn't say he wasn't focused last year, but that sense of urgency is different when you get to years 3 and 4, and they're bringing other people in. They paid Jalen Coker, so I do think that he responds to the call because we know his personal story, and if he's nothing else, he's resilient, and I don't see him going down without a fight.
All right, a lot of big hopes for Bryce Young coming into his first season. Things kind of fell flat. We started to see flashes last year. We really saw him get fired up in the postseason. Sheena Says about Bryce this year.
I think that Bryce shakes off that slow start that we've seen the Panthers offense take the last couple of years, because he's been lights out the last, half of the season for the last 2 years. And I think that a big part of that is going to be Brad Idzik.
There it is. Sheena Quick, everybody, friend of the show back here. Love the segment, love the energy. Of course, we have football back tonight. You cannot ask for more. Sheena, thanks so much for being here. And Andrew, as we send things over to you in the Pinpoint Weather Center, obviously, you know what? It's muggy outside. Might not be a bad idea to go to a bar, watch the game, get a few adult bevies.
Adult bevies? Or just
say less.
I could just hang out with you, Julian.
Aw, you're always welcome to do that.
Talk sports and life together. Anyway, enough about my personal life. 76 degrees right now here across the Carolinas. We got southwesterly winds. Gotta have a little fun here right on Thursday. At about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points in the low to mid 70s. Got a lot of humidity out there. As Julian was talking about, that's a soupy start out there across the region. Boone camera. Looking good outside on King Street right now here as we get things rolling. Pinpoint radar, we got beautiful weather. If you don't mind the heat and humidity we keep talking about this morning, zooming out, partly cloudy skies here across the central Carolinas. Got a storm system off to our west, a little bit of strong storm activity rolling into western portions of Kentucky. Temperatures right now, middle 70s here in Charlotte. Elsewhere, we got 84 in Wilmington, 81 in Columbia, 81, 84 in Savannah, 77 in Knoxville. And temperatures, as we get towards the middle part of the month, we are going to be still staying above average out there across the region. Pollen forecast. Can't forget about the sniffling and sneezing out there. Still dealing with the grass pollen. Low to medium territory as we go throughout the end of the week and heading into the weekend. Futurecast in motion as we get into the afternoon hours. Some pop-up showers and storms out there across the region. This is 8 o'clock on your Thursday. Some more hit and miss storm activities. We roll into your Friday. Cloud cover here across the region, and then we see some hit and miss storms again flaring up here. It's rinse, repeat here across the Carolinas. Overnight into your Saturday morning. A lot of cloud cover to start, and wait for it. Yep, there it is. More showers and storms developing as we head throughout the afternoon hours here across the Carolinas. That scattered variety of the wet weather just continues unabated here across the Carolinas. How much rainfall are we talking about? Probably average it out around a half inch. There will be pockets of people picking up 1 to 2 inches of rainfall with these downpours, but really the area I'll be watching is up across the mountains. Still going to be beneficial, though we continue to make more and more dent in some of the drought conditions here across the central Carolinas. This is the latest drought monitor that came in earlier this morning. Sean FC forecast. We want to be heading over to the bank tomorrow. Should be in good shape. Partly cloudy skies. Might see, of course, though, that isolated shower or storm on your Friday evening. Heading to the beach this weekend, also could see that isolated shower or storm here a little bit more likely on Sunday versus Saturday. Pinpoint 7-day forecast tracking drier weather, but also hotter weather as we head into early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. And one final check in on your Pinpoint 7-day forecast here. More hit and miss showers and storms through the weekend, though. You guys do notice it gets a little bit drier, but the trade-off is it gets hotter.
Is it going to be as humid, though, Andrew? That's the question.
It'll be maybe ever so slightly less humid, but on balance, it's going to feel basically the same.
Oh, well,
Okay.
that's delightful.
I just try to keep it real.
Okay.
Guys. I do my best.
Thanks for that.
All right, let's talk about something that'll make you feel better. All right, after a well-deserved week off, Around the Track is back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa, Corn Nation over there. Drivers will take on the fastest short track on the planet, starting with the ARCA Menard Series in the Junior and Company 150 at 5. Then on Saturday, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series will race in the Hy-Vee Perks 250. Then Sunday, Cup drivers will race in the Iowa Corn 350 at 3:30. I wasn't lying when I was talking about it's corn country. As
You
a
said
Hawkeye,
Corn Nation, and I was going to say no one calls it that.
You call it corn country? You're the Iowa Hawkeye.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean,
call
they got to
it
give us
that.
something, right? What
Yeah,
is
we're
it, Hawkeye Nation?
Yeah, it's Hawkeye Nation.
No,
first
no
of all.
Cyclones.
No, absolutely not. It's the Hawkeye State. It literally says it at the airport, like
Okay.
when you go in there. The only airport in Iowa. No, I'm just kidding. Like the the one in Cedar Rapids. No one says corn country, but it is the heartland.
Making it a thing.
So it's fun to see. I do miss Hy-Vee, who sponsored.
What is so
that
great
race.
about Hy-Vee? Like, tell me
I
what
don't
you-
know, like maybe
bins, right?
The bins, like the bulk bins, and it wasn't like at every Hy-Vee, right? It's at normal grocery stores. Like
Mhm.
some are better than others,
Is it a
but
bougie Hy-Vee?
yeah, the bougie Hy-Vees
Yeah.
had really good bulk bins.
Oh, okay. All the stuff that you wanted to know but didn't know you needed. Let's go over to
You're welcome.
Liza Hot Check with Positively Charlotte. Liza, what do we have coming up?
I can tell you all the things that you don't need to know, but now you can as well.
There we go.
We're going to be talking a little bit today with Sweet Temptations. They're going to be making some lemonades in the house to help us cool down with all these high temps. And then also, That's Novel Books is coming in. They're going to give us some book recommendations for the month of August. We've also got Hop Fly in for National IPA Day, guys. So very exciting if you like IPAs. And then also, we are talking back to school shopping.
Oh.
Now, what was your favorite item to get when you guys were going back to school?
Clothes.
Clothes.
Clothes?
Shoot, well,
You liked doing the
sneakers.
clothes shopping.
Sneakers. It was
Ooh,
all about
yeah.
the sneakers,
You
first
guys-
day of
For
sneakers.
sure, for
That
sure.
was the big one. Liza, how about you?
You know, honestly, I like the school supplies.
I
I
was-
loved getting my school supplies.
I was all about getting the graphing calculator.
Why?
Of course
I
you
said
were.
that in my head. I'm like, I'll bet you
Seriously,
Andrew liked his
that was
TI 89.
I know, when I
That's
got
so
it, I
true.
was like, I was hype. I'm
Yeah.
There it is.
But with the shoes too, I feel like you always had to walk around in the shoes.
Oh, I
You know, like, you
ran
put
through
them
the
on
store.
And you got to run through the store.
I ran through Macy's.
You got to test them
I
out
like
to see how
sprinted.
fast you are, right?
Of course, I had capture the flag to play, dodgeball. Like
All the games.
no one could catch me.
All it takes is one bad first day outfit to traumatize you for the rest of your life. And I think we're actually out of time, so I don't have to talk about my experience. Positively Charlotte comes up next. As for us, we're going to take a break. We'll see you dark and early tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. Your Pinpoint traffic starts at 4:30. Go out and enjoy this hot and humid Thursday.
Do it.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Happy Thursday to you, or should we say Hoppy Thursday? We're celebrating National IPA Day with Hopfly Brewing. See what surprises that they have in store. And our friends from Concord Mills want to make sure that your back to school season is taken care of in style. See what's on deck for the students in your life. And it's National Book Lovers Day coming up this weekend, and what better way to celebrate the voracious readers in our lives than with That's Novel Books with some book recs for the season. Thanks so much for joining us on your Thursday, and welcome to Positively Charlotte. We've almost made it to the weekend. It's Friday Junior, Friday Eve, and it's not too hot today, which is promising. You know, we're hoping for some nice weather for this weekend, especially just because so many fun things are coming up. But let's talk about something that's very exciting, coming from a person who lives here in the Carolinas. A Marvin Ridge High School student is one of 10 athletes announced as a finalist for the 2026 NFL Flag Football Players of the Year. Landry Johnson from Waxhaw competes for the Lady Outlaws. She is one of 5 girls named as a finalist for the award, along with 5 boys. Her Outlaws coaches say that the honor is well deserved, and Coach Carl said, "We feel there's no better person to represent the game than Landry. She consistently embodies the core values of NFL flag football through her respect for others, leadership, resilience, and commitment to her team. So she leads by example, competes with integrity, and inspires everyone around her, both on and off the field." In January, 1 boy and 1 girl will be announced as the winners. They'll be recognized during the week of Super Bowl 61, and the NFL says each finalist was evaluated for NFL's core values: respect, integrity, responsibility to team, and resiliency, both on and off the field. So we're rooting for you, Landry. You got this. What an honor already. Congratulations to her. Well, keeping on with talking sports, the David and Nicole Tepper Foundation, along with the Carolina Panthers, are helping support students in the Carolinas. Charlotte nonprofit Classroom Central says that this year's Backpacks and Basics campaign will be their largest to date, thanks to increased support. The foundation and the Panthers funded backpacks and school supplies for 45,000 students this school year, and officials say that it's a 17% increase over the last year. This year, the campaign will be providing filled backpacks to every economically disadvantaged elementary student in 6 school districts in the Charlotte region. So, a great cause there. Classroom Central is always giving back in so many great ways. So we love that, you know, they're teaming up with them. This is awesome. And continuing with some Charlotte news, the Charlotte Hornets and Bank of America once again joined forces to give back for their annual Day of Service. This year's event centered on expanding access to essential resources for Charlotte residents experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. And yesterday's volunteers included Hornets players and North Carolina natives Kobe White and Grant Williams. Shelly Kayette Weston, the president of business operations for the Hornets, says, "For us, we feel like it's really special because they're not asking for handouts. It's for us an opportunity to say, you know what, we have an opportunity and a platform to help uplift you and your family and the entire community. So we think it's important to take that responsibility on." This marks 11 years of the Hornets giving back to the community, and we're so excited that they're still giving back to our Queen City. Again, you know, we've got these big teams that want to contribute to Charlotte, and so I think it's always really fun to see. And switching gears now to some more local news. If you're a fan of film photography, you've no doubt heard of Biggs Camera, a Charlotte institution dedicated to the craft of physical image creation. We are incredibly saddened to share the news of the owner Steve Biggs passing. Originally opened in 1959 by Steve's father, Neil, Biggs Camera was known as Hi-Fi Camera Center, and Neil passed in 2020, and the community was just as devastated then as they are today. Here at Positively Charlotte, we believe in the creative potential of every person and want to express our condolences to the Biggs Camera family. And if you'd like to send your well wishes along, you can contact them at Biggs Camera on Instagram. And if you have an extra roll of film laying around, why not go out there and take a few pictures for Steve? Well, let's continue on with some North Carolina news. North Carolina native Mr. Beast is granting some wishes to some very special children in the U.S. The popular YouTuber and philanthropist is granting wishes to 100 children with life-threatening illnesses with the help of Toby's Dream Foundation. Angela Bowen has the heartwarming story.
You never think it's going to happen to you or your family or someone you love, let alone your child. I think it hit his community even pretty hard, having this really strong, dominant athlete and figure that got knocked down by cancer.
Laura Matella got emotional talking about the sudden diagnosis of a rare cancer that changed her son Harley's life starting in January. His family says the high school junior lives and breathes baseball. In fact, they're proud to say he's recognized as one of the top 10 high school baseball players in Virginia. But suddenly, this seemingly healthy teen was diagnosed with a rare cancer, and it all started when his leg went numb.
It's been pretty hard. I mean, probably the biggest thing was not being able to play baseball.
Harley had to undergo multiple surgeries and several rounds of chemotherapy, all which seemed to be successful. His mom says he's now in observation mode. In June, the day before surgery, Harley got to meet Mr. Beast at the American Dream Mall in New Jersey. It was all a surprise to the 17-year-old.
We had to put blindfolds on, and then took our blindfolds off, and then we saw Mr. Beast, and I didn't even know what to say. I was just pretty starstruck.
But it didn't stop there. With the help from the Hampton Roads-based Toby's Dream Foundation, Harley was gifted tickets to the upcoming World Series. And while Harley's wish is still in the works, other local wishes have already been completed with the help of Mr. Beast. And that included sending 2 Hampton Roads children to North Carolina for a gaming day with Mr. Beast.
My appreciation for what he has done for not only our kids, but kids from other organizations, it's beyond words.
The North Lake Mall is getting a makeover. On Saturday, a ribbon-cutting ceremony will celebrate the grand opening of a new Belk Market location. It represents the department store's first market concept in the city where Belk was founded. And North Lake's Belk Market is designed to give shoppers a mix of their favorite brands, exclusive new arrivals, and more. And Belk says that the market is in a more convenient, easy-to-navigate space, so the store will feature a mix of unique products across men's, women's, and kids' apparel, as well as shoes, handbags, accessories, home decor, and more. So it'll be in the same location as the exiting North Lake store, taking up the top floor starting at 10 a.m. And actually beginning at 10 a.m., Belk will host a day of celebrations, including special in-store giveaways, an appearance from the Panthers Top Cats cheerleaders, exclusive deals, complimentary treats, and a special giveaway for the first 100 shoppers. So very exciting. We always love to hear about some new developments. And apparently Gen Z applicants are showing up to job interviews with their parents. Hiring managers say a growing number of moms and dads are getting involved in their adult children's job searches. Some are going as far as applying for jobs on their child's behalf. Other parents call and ask why their child didn't get the job. One expert says that helicopter parents didn't seem to understand the job market as very different than when they first entered the workforce. Gen X had an abundance of jobs during the .com boom, but Gen Z has fewer choices with the introduction of AI, so employers have more candidates to choose from. As a member of the Gen Z generation, I have never once heard of anyone's parents doing this. Never. So I think that this might be a very select few, but whoever is doing that, maybe we let go of the reins, but I, again, don't think that this is happening particularly often. But don't go anywhere. We are getting hoppy with Hopfly right after the break, celebrating National IPA Day, so stick around. And a relic that you'll need to see to believe how Duncan somehow ended up in a museum. And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Pretty busy down there on the roads, but it seems to be inching along. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Today is the perfect day to crack a cold one because it's National IPA Day. And we brought in Hopfly to help us celebrate. Mikey Foster is here to give us a little taste of you got some IPAs here for us today. But before we get into this, what is the difference between an IPA and a regular typical beer?
So an IPA is usually going to be hoppier. It's going to be a little higher in ABV. Obviously, it's going to be a little more expensive because of that. So when most people think of like a beer-flavored beer, they're thinking of a lager about 4%. These usually come in higher, about 6%, 6 to 7. I have one that's 9%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to me about these different ones. First of all, you have these cans are adorable, but what are the different ones that you guys have? I know you guys just recently released a new one too.
Yes, so I brought Beach Beer, which is a little thinner. It's 5%. It's obviously made for the beach. You can drink it when it's hot outside, when it's cold outside. It's going to be a little fruitier. I brought Endless Rain, which is our year-round hazy IPA. That one is built to be competitive in our local market because we have so many breweries.
Sure.
I brought Socialite, which is kind of the same deal, but it's a West Coast IPA. So it's going to be a little hoppier. You kind of got to know about IPAs to really enjoy that one. And then I brought Trail Magic, which is our 9% triple IPA, which I preach to our bartenders. If you see somebody drinking multiples of these, they
wrap
should
it up.
probably leave or get therapy.
You know what? They need to get the boot.
Yeah.
So also, when you're brewing these, because you guys are brewing this in-house, so what is the process like for brewing an IPA?
Well, for one, we use a lot of the local malts, and we get hops from all over the country, but it's really like hopping additions. Like if you can get the sugars to get your ABV up, and then your hopping additions for dry hopping. A lot of these don't have bittering hops, so it's comes to really using a lot of hops from all over the country, and then hop products like flowables and stuff like that.
But there's so much science that goes into brewing beer.
Absolutely.
It's kind of shocking to me, but also what kind of pairs well? What kinds of food would pair well with an IPA specifically?
Well, these IPAs are all American IPAs, so literally any bar you go to, chicken wings, burgers, tacos. When you start getting into the other ones, it can change up a little bit, but spicy foods, Mexican, Chinese, really whatever you want, IPAs usually pair well with it.
Okay, so can we talk about what the Charlotte obsession is with breweries? Why do you think it is that we have so many? Because I know you said it's very competitive here.
It is. So I think a lot of people saw the money boom aspect of it originally, and that's kind of tapering off a little bit, but the craft beer thing started, you know, OMB was one of the first ones. People saw that there was a market for it. Other people from around the country saw it. Other people here saw it. They decided to go different routes. Like when Sugar Creek started, they were Belgian breweries. When I was at Wooden Robot, we were the only ones doing sour beers. So you had different breweries doing different styles and getting better at them, basically.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, but also something that's very interesting is you guys are opening a third location now, right?
We are. Yeah, we're opening up in Asheville. I can't give away the date, but it is coming soon.
Very soon.
It is probably going to be our lager house for the most part.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Wow. So also, you know, when people are coming in, you have some different seasonal drinks, of course. Which one is your seasonal right now? Is it?
Our seasonal right now would be Beach Beer.
Okay, amazing. What else should people be looking for when they come in aside from your IPAs? Because I know you guys have some other ones that are just for the summer.
So people really know us for our blender series. That's our fruited sours. So like right now we have key lime pie, we have blueberry cobbler. Those are the kind of beers that we're known for. And then once people have those and like them, they get into this. And then once they do this, they're like, oh, Hopfly has great beer. Then the nerds start coming out and the lagers. Then we do, you know, smoked Marzens. We do decoctions on our lagers. And that's why Asheville is going to be great because it's a smaller system.
Sure.
So we got really lager nerdy in the last couple of years. So.
I love it. Well, they've got tons of options, especially if you want to go visit them for National IPA Day. You got to do it. We've got the information right there on your screen, their address. Check out more information on their website or give them a call. Mikey, thank you so much for coming in today, and cheers. Happy National IPA Day to you.
Thank you.
Well, in move-making and money-making news, Universal has become the first studio to cross the $4 billion mark at box offices worldwide. It's easy to see why in just 3 weeks, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is nearing $1 billion in box office receipts. And the movie hasn't even hit the silver screens in China, Japan, or Korea. So this is the first time since 2023 that Universal has reached the $4 billion milestone. And the 5th time it has crossed this mark in the studio's history. So Christopher Nolan is really, we're talking about an incredibly successful film. I think that this is going to be a new classic for so many people, but really fun to see its success in real time. Well, the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston has priceless pieces from around the world. It also has a paper coffee cup from Dunkin' Donuts on display. It's part of a new exhibit called Something's Brewing. It traces the economic and social impact of tea, coffee, and chocolate in Massachusetts. The exhibit features hammered silver teapots and polished oak serving trays, and the trays are said to be hundreds of years old. But then there's a paper coffee cup from Dunkin'. Dunkin' opened its first location in the town of Quincy, Massachusetts in 1950. And you know what? I will say, in Massachusetts and Boston specifically, this is a valid thing to have in a museum. Like, Dunkin' is not only a national treasure, but it's also specifically for Massachusetts. It's a big deal. But I love that they just have that in there with all the polished silver and the aged oak. That's so funny. Well, scientists say that they are certain part of a SpaceX rocket crashed into the moon today. No one saw the school bus-sized piece of space litter plow into the moon at 5,400 miles per hour, but a telescope in Chile identified a debris plume rising from the crash. We won't get visual confirmation until next week, but SpaceX launched the rocket last year with a pair of lunar landers. The company says solar activity and gravity accidentally put it on track to hit the moon. Wow. I mean, that's some pretty crazy news from the solar system. Well, a steakhouse in Florida is switching up the dress code for an unconventional dining experience. On the first Monday of every month, people can purchase tickets for a fully naked dinner. Wow, okay, nude dining. I guess that's our next thing. It is legal since the staff will be fully clothed. The chef and owner of Class Soiree Steakhouse came up with the nude dining experience to attract new business and attention. Tickets are $250 for men, $150 for women, and $300 for couples. That's so funny that women get $100 off. That is so funny. Ladies' night, but the restaurant is expecting 20 people for their next nude dinner. So clearly people are interested. I think that I don't know if this would be for me, but I'm excited for those who are going. That's too funny. All right, well, coming up after the break, the date night idea that'll find you the bar partner of your dreams. That's coming up next. And here's a live look at Bank of America Stadium. You're watching Positively Charlotte and taking a live look at Uptown. We'll be right back. Nothing is quite as refreshing as a lemonade on a hot summer day. And as a sweet treat fiend, I am always looking for my next dessert. And Deborah and Dennis from Sweet Temptations are here. And you guys are going to be making us one of your lemonades, right?
Yes,
I'm
we
so
are.
excited.
So are
Okay.
we.
How do we start? Because I know that you make your lemonade from scratch.
I sure do. So this is how we start.
Okay.
I grab a lemonade.
All right.
A lemon.
Lemons into lemonade, yes. Let's do it, okay. So we've got our regular old lemons.
Yep, so you grab a lemon.
Okay, lovely, and I'm gonna swap positions with you. But you guys have so many different flavors, so tell me about the different kinds of seasonal drinks that you guys have.
Right, so we start off with a few seasonal drinks. We are getting ready for our apple cider lemonade coming up in the season. For the fall, we do peach mango as our top seller right now. A lot of people love peach mango, pineapple, pina colada. So
A pina colada anything is gonna be great for me. So you muddle the sugar and the lemons, right?
Yes, I do. And what's different about our lemonades is that we use organic raw cane sugar for our lemonades.
Oh, I love
yes.
that. That's fantastic.
So no granulated sugar for our lemonades to make it as hydrating as possible in this heat.
I know, especially with all the heat that's been going on. But so you guys were telling me that you guys typically do desserts, but actually you started doing lemonade because you wanted people to have something that's refreshing for the summertime, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So we started off as a bakery. So I love baking. I've been baking since I was 7 years old.
Aww.
So we would do cakes, cookies, which is our main item that we sell is gourmet style cookies, brownies, brookies, donuts, you name it.
Girl, you're speaking my language.
But yeah, so we decided, all right, once it slows down in the summer months, that we wanted to offer something else, and lemonades was that offer. And I still got to be creative and switch up the drinks like I do my desserts.
Man, I know, and I know you guys were telling me that this summer you guys had a creamsicle lemonade, so you're always coming up with these different flavor combos. So what are we adding into this one?
So this one, I'm doing my most popular for the entire summer. We made over 300 of these.
Dang.
It is the Island Escape. So this
okay, I'll swap with you so you can get all your flavors in there. So what goes into this?
This one has guava, passion fruit, and mango.
Oh, yum. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's get into it. So guava, passion fruit, mango. How do you guys make sure that, these different flavors are good flavor combos?
Feedback.
Yeah.
Feedback and testing. A lot of testing. My daughter, she's very honest.
Exactly.
So,
you know your kids are always going to be. They'll be upfront.
Correct. Very, very upfront. So normally we'll make the ones that we want to try or the ones that she would like to try, and then she tastes it and let me know, Mommy, no,
she said,
or yes.
Yeah, exactly. But this one is a yes, yes, yes.
This one is a yes, yes, yes. This is one of my favorite ones that we came up with.
So excited. Okay, so then we got our ice in there, right?
Yeah.
Got to keep it cool, of course. But really, I mean, especially when you are making lemonade from scratch and in a way that is, pretty simple. It's really, coming down to it. It's just water, lemon, and sugar. Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, that's amazing. There's no other additional things that you got to add in there.
Absolutely
but,
not.
You know what I love is that you guys do add some extras.
I do.
We've got some little treats. I went and I got a lemonade from them a couple months ago, and they gave it to me with this little cup of treats on top. So that's something that I feel like also sets you guys apart, right?
Yeah. So what our thought was is what would I like in a drink when I'm going to a fair or a place, and I'm like, I would like a topping on top.
Yes.
And that actually gives people a reason to like, where you get that from?
Yes.
I got it from such and such.
That's right.
That's how we came up with that.
Exactly.
And it make it fun. I like everything customizable for my customers, so I can engage with them and get to know them. So that's the reason why we did the customization for the toppings.
Very smart.
And we have different color straws as well, which they get to pick their own color
Oh my
straw.
gosh, wait, I love that. But also, you know what? When you got the thick straw, that's when you know something's good.
Correct.
You know something's real good. But so you brought some peach rings today.
Yes, I did.
Okay, what other offerings do you guys have? I know when I went to you guys, I got some nerd clusters, which I know the kids love, and I myself love.
Yeah, so we have peach rings, nerd clusters, Sour Patch Kids, gummy worms, and now we're offering fresh fruit for the rest of the summer.
Ooh, oh my gosh, wait, so fun. I mean, as if you couldn't make it any more refreshing. I love it. Okay, so you guys are at the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market, correct? Okay, can I try this?
You sure
I'm
can.
so excited. Okay, so while I'm drinking this, tell me a little bit about where people can find you and learn more information.
Okay, you can find us at the Charlotte Regional Farmers Market every Saturday and Sunday. We do a lot of different random pop-ups throughout Charlotte, so make sure you follow us on our social media, and you'll be able to find us in other locations.
I'm telling y'all, you need this. Especially on a hot day, you really need this. This is so good. Guys, thank you so much. We so appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you. We appreciate you as well.
Well, if you're single and looking to meet someone, try Trivia Night. According to a recent study, Trivia Nights have experienced a 400% increase in popularity, and that makes it the leading activity among singles. Not only that, it's an in-person event, so that keeps you off the apps and interacting with people face-to-face. Bonus, you can also weed out the know-it-alls and find someone who knows just the right amount of pointless knowledge. This is so funny. I started doing this when I lived in Ohio, and it was right when I had just graduated from college and all this stuff, and I was like, I just want to meet people and I want to know people. And so I think that the way that most people do this is they take either like a friend group or you bring work friends and you go and you do trivia. And so I think it's actually a very good way to either get to know people for friends or to kind of get to know somebody who you might want to date. So I think that seems fun. This is a good idea. I didn't even think about it as a date option. Very smart. Well, coming up, everything that you need for back to school season right in one spot. We are talking with Concord Mills about everything school shopping right after the break. And you're looking live over Independence Boulevard. We will be right back on your Friday Junior. Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. Where has summer gone? It's nearly back to school season, and no matter what grade your student is going into, there's plenty of shopping that needs to be done. Sarah Skyer with Concord Mills is here to show us some of the spots that you can swing by to get your student ready for the school year. And you've brought us something to deck us out from head to toe.
Yes.
I'm very excited about this.
Some of our new stores that we have, so I'm very excited to showcase them. So back to school shopping, because I know it's right around the corner.
Seriously.
If it's not this week.
Then it's, I mean, seriously, I can't believe that summer is already gone. But something that's very exciting is the fact that we now have a rally house. So I'm so hyped about this, because this is a place where you can go and get all the different merch for your teams, right?
Yeah, so the local teams, the collegiate teams, or even the pro teams. So here, I was a Niner, so I'm showcasing some UNC Charlotte apparel. Of course, we have our famous Hornets, and then let's not forget about the hockey team. Of course. So it was some great things that they have there. Not only North Carolina teams, they have some South Carolina, so for the Clemson fans, you can get some things there as well.
Very fun. I know, and like I'm sorry, I just need to hold up this adorable little Canes jersey. It's the cutest thing. Look at, they're so tiny. I love it. It's adorable. So fun. But you know, when people are wanting, of course, merch for back to school season, their games, they can go here. But then what's our next spot that we have?
Our next spot is JD Sports. So they open kind of right near the dining pavilion. What I like about them is they have the athletic apparel, men's, women's, kids, so you can get the whole family in. They also have here, we're just showcasing some True Religion apparel. So whether you have your athletic teams, True Religion, or Ed Hardy, they have those as well. And of course, who doesn't need a new Awala bottle? So you need that to match the outfit as well. So JD Sports located right by the dining pavilion.
But the Awala water bottle, I'm serious. This is, you know, we always talk about how we as Americans have to have our brand new water bottle for what, and it's a new brand every single season. But the Awala, I mean, it's fun and it's functional too. Like, it's really nice.
You can drop it and it's okay.
Exactly. You can drop it and it's perfectly fine. But this spot, this is really cool of being able to buy and sell. Tell me about this one.
Request Boutique. So they have a couple different locations within Charlotte. We're so excited they opened back up in Concord Mills. So what you can do here is we have some limited edition shoes that we're showcasing, but you can buy, sell, and resell shoes there, and they also have apparel. So it's a great place if you want to get that limited edition and really show off for the first day of school.
I love it. But these kicks are really cool. I mean, like, we got Air Jordans. Look at the different kind of details, like just along the back. Let me show you the back of this one. This is really fun too. Like the Air Jordan right there. But you know, with people also wanting to get those kind of different unique pieces, especially with kids going back to high school, to college, you know, what do you recommend when people are coming in? You know, what should we be keeping our eyes out for? What are the biggest trends right now for back to school season?
So a lot of the trends that we're seeing, you can get some of those staple pieces, you know, whether it's a school uniform or you can just really dress it up, really customize it, you know, wear it with a belt, wear it with a jacket, jewelry, everything like that. So we have, it's a one-stop shop at Concord Mills.
Yeah.
So depending on if you're shopping for the young ones, the older ones, or even the work apparel, it's definitely a place for everybody to go.
I love it. Well, so if people are wanting to come and visit you guys, these are of course your new stores. So where can they find you guys and where can they find more information?
Sure, go to concordmills.com and you can see all of the different stores we have there. But before you go, sign up for our loyalty program. It's right on, called Simon Plus. Get your offers, get your rewards, and save some money along the way.
Very smart. Sarah, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. A happy back to school season to you.
You too.
And switching gears now, celebrity blogger Perez Hilton is hospitalized after fans reported disturbing behavior during a live stream. Perez was bleeding and appeared to be self-harming live on TikTok, and emergency responders went to his home in Miami after multiple calls from fans. Hilton was taken to the hospital where he's receiving medical care, and we hope that he has a speedy recovery and wish him the best at this time. So if you are in need of help, please call 988 because tomorrow needs you. And a century-old theater in Los Angeles upgraded its movie system to 70mm, a wide, high-resolution format just for the premiere of The Odyssey. The $500,000 upgrade was a good bet because the Alex Theater became the highest-grossing theater in the country for showing the mythical epic on that film format. Now, on top of that, The Odyssey was the first new movie that the theater had screened in 35 years. The last time it played a new film was 1991 for Terminator 2, Judgment Day in 1991. Now, The 900-seat theater is showing The Odyssey to sold-out audiences 3 times a day. It's extending the movie run by 2 weeks. I mean, this makes sense because if you're going to make any accommodations for a movie, The Odyssey is the one to do it for. This clearly really paid off for them. And in today's entertainment report, Old Navy dropped a new star-studded campaign for its fall collection. Plus, Netflix drops the trailer for the upcoming 3rd season of Tyler Perry's Beauty in Black. Melvin Robert has the details.
Old Navy just dropped a new campaign for its fall collection, and it is star-studded.
Some people spend a fortune chasing the perfect jeans.
Cut!
Cardi, what's the problem?
How is anybody supposed to see how good I look if I'm sitting in this car?
Cardi, no.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Damn, girl, those jeans are custom.
So major, right?
Cardi, yeah, they look great. I agree, but can we just lock in for a little bit? Thank you.
I got this. I see you, baby. Shake it and dance. Yes. All right, cut.
Cardi.
Run it back.
Oh my God.
Ooh, I like that. It's all about the volume, girl. It's all about the volume. Run harder. This is Old Navy. You're giving me a run for my money.
This view always took my breath away. No, come back. I'm talking about this view right here. It's Old Navy, baby.
Yes, that is rapper Cardi B running the show there, along with creators Quinlan Blackwell, Haley Bailey, and Wisdom K. Reality star Brooks Nader and model Paloma El Ceser also appear in the ad. Old Navy says that the jeans start at just $22. And we have a brand new trailer to share with you. It just dropped from my guilty pleasure show, Beauty in Black, and we're getting a look at season 3.
They right there watching us, trying to figure out which one of us is the weak link.
When I became a part of this family, Olivia told me to run. I should have listened.
Can't believe it. You got him.
We're better together.
You can only trust someone as far as you can truly see them.
I own the club.
Which makes you my new partner.
Honey, I'm the only drama queen in this family.
If you leave me in here, I'm going nuclear.
You are not the sister I know.
No, I am the sister that had to learn how to survive.
When it all comes down, it's going to come down hard.
Ooh, of course, they're bringing the heat and all that drama. Season 3 of Tyler Perry's Beauty in Black hits Netflix on August 27th. In Hollywood, with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
And right after the break, we're hanging out with That's Novel Books in honor of the upcoming National Book Lovers Day. So stick around to hear what book recommendations that she has for you. And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's looking gorgeous and sunny out there. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Whether you are a book nerd or trying to get back into reading, this Sunday is the perfect day to grab a new novel because it's Book Lovers Day. So whether it's fiction or self-help, there is bound to be something to spark your interest. And Alyssa Pressler with That's Novel Books is here to show us some of her picks for the upcoming month. I'm always trying to read another book, another one. So tell me, what did you bring for us today? Because there's so many options.
Well, I wanted to go with real fall vibes, and I love books because I think there's a lot that can fall into that, from cozy fall romance to kind of back to school and then getting into thrillers. So we can kind of talk about them as we go through.
Perfect. Okay, let's start with our cozy fall.
Yeah, so these are a couple.
Oh, uh-oh. You know what? They just got really excited. The books were really excited.
So these are a couple that actually came out last year. They're kind of cozy fall romances, so think very nostalgic. This one specifically is set in the 90s, and I've heard it compared to like reading Gilmore Girls almost.
Fun.
So very cozy, low stakes, but set during that fall crunchy leaf time that everybody loves.
Love it.
Yeah.
And then it's different this time. This one, what's that one about?
So that one is a second chance romance. It's two roommates who are back in New York around fall time together after their friendship kind of fell apart, and they get a second chance to kind of connect and maybe fall in love again.
Do you read all these books?
I do not. Well,
I was
they're all
just
on
about
my
to
list. They are all on my list, but I haven't gotten to those ones just
Okay.
yet.
How many books have you read this year?
So far, I think I'm at 58.
Wow. All right. Well, let's
I read
add
a
some more to the
lot.
list. What
Yes.
else do we have here?
So then it's back to school time, so I like to also throw in some books that are set at school. True Biz is actually our August book club pick, so if you're interested, you can meet with us the last Thursday of the month to discuss it. But it is set at a school for the deaf. So super interesting concept, but has that school time vibe. And then if you look over here, you've got a Place Here Too, which is a collection of romance stories set at Black HBCUs, all edited by Ebony Liddell. So kind of set in that school system.
Wow.
And then as we keep moving along, we're still set in school, but we're moving more into dark academia. So think mysterious vibes, think a little bit darker, a little bit moodier.
Yeah.
We've got Calabasas, which is where students at a university essentially enter the circles of hell to solve a mystery and maybe find love. And then
Real dark academia. We
Real
love
dark,
it.
exactly. And then Enigma is similar, set at a dark university, dark academia vibes, but this one is definitely a little sexier, a little smuttier. So if you like something that has a little bit of spice to it, this is a good one.
Very fun. Okay, now you've got a couple more for us here.
Yes.
So what are these?
So down here, we're getting a little bit more into the spookier vibes. We have some paranormal romances. So those are going to feature maybe some serial killers or some vampires, stuff like that, getting into those Halloween kind of vibes and storytelling. And down here, we have a couple of our latest new releases in the thriller genre. We've got Signed Copies of the Unknown by Riley Sager, which actually just came out yesterday and is said to be a very popular one this year.
Lovely.
And then Black Girls Don't Cry. So these are going to have more of that suspense to them.
Also, what would you say for people who are incredibly indecisive like myself? What is an option where you can just like blindly go pick up a book?
We have our blind dates with used books at That's Novel.
So
These are
fun.
$8 each. They're wrapped. You just get to choose based on kind of what we say is a Tinder profile's worth of information on it. So you get to read the rating and then a little bit of info, and then you pick it up without knowing what is inside, which is so fun.
Because I do honestly, with books, sometimes I will judge a book by its cover because the covers are so cute, you know?
Yeah, you might
So
pick
true.
something you never would have looked at otherwise.
Yes, exactly. But if you want to check them out, they are also having Silent Book Club tonight at 6 p.m. So you can go read for an hour and then go shop at the store a little bit afterwards. Alyssa, thank you so much. We so appreciate you coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, it's our pleasure. Last month, we showed you a hip new fashion line from Disney's, and now it is Pringles' turn. So the brand Black Paris and Pringles teamed up for a limited time collection. So it features hoodies, a baseball jacket, a collectible Pringles can display, and a charm. Items range in price from $35 to $375, and the sweatshirt costs $160. The t-shirt is $80. and it launches tomorrow. So the first 2,000 U.S. orders get a free exclusive Pringles can. And while this is starting to feel like the clothing choices in a certain Mike Judge film, we are very interested to see how the public responds to this announcement. Let us know if you would wear this Pringle lines, if this Pringle line would be something that you would be interested in getting. Let us know on our socials. But this is kind of fun. I really do. You know what? I love something that really capitalizes on a product that people like. Because like, I know for me and my family, we love Diet Coke. So if Diet Coke came out with a bunch of, like a big line of merch, I would be all over that. You know, so I think that if you've got somebody in your life who really, really loves Pringles, send this to them. Let them know. Well, remember the name Pinky Chisen-Lu Young, because if you don't know her, you will soon. The Charlotte 49ers golfer has been taking over the golf world one tournament at a time, even catching the attention of golf legend Annika Sorenstam. Pinky has quickly established herself as a rising star in the sport, but her journey wasn't a conventional one. And as our Gia Lancey tells us, it won't be over anytime soon.
Pitsanolo, Thailand to Charlotte, North Carolina. And now off to the U.S. Women's Amateur. Golf's been a part of Pinky's world for practically her entire life.
I started when I was like 3 years old and 8 months, around that. And it got serious when I was 6 years old, but before that it was just playing and hanging around with my dad.
Although her family is over 8,000 miles away in Thailand, she's adopted quite the American family here in the Queen City. Not only her 49ers teammates, but also several from the Rocky River Golf Club that support her every step of the way.
In every way, everyone is very supportive. Obviously, the team is like family for me. I can count on them every time. And I have good friends here. Also, Gilbert and Marlene, they're like I'm like adopted. So they're very nice to me. I go over to their house sometimes. We go to get Thai food sometimes, which is really nice.
In mid-July, after shooting a 64 in the qualifier, Pinky punched her ticket to the USGA Women's Amateur Championship. Now she's heading back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, ranked 65th in the amateur ranks. From breaking Charlotte 49ers program records to getting national recognition to qualifying for the USGA Women's Am. Pinky aims to bring back some hardware to the Queen City and keep improving every time she steps onto the links.
I want to win the tournament, and I believe that that's everyone's goal too. People will remember the winner for like a month, but people will remember how you treat them for their whole life. So my goal is also to love the course and to be, like having sportsmanship and everything.
And there she goes, positive Pinky. Her infectious, joyful attitude is what makes Pinky who she is, and it reflects on the links. Despite having a killer golf game, she stays grateful for even being able to be there.
Before, I would think that I need to do well in this tournament. I need to do this, I need to do this. But I changed it to I get to do this, which is so nice.
She heads into her junior season at Charlotte, coming off an impressive sophomore year, winning 4 tournaments, including the 2026 American Athletic Conference Championship. But her eyes go far beyond college athletics.
I would love to turn pro in the LPGA Tour. That would be my biggest goal. I would also love to qualify for the US Open next year.
Well, such a sweet story there, but there's more positivity coming up very soon, including an important lesson in perseverance. We will be right back after this short break. Thanks so much for spending an hour of your Thursday with us here on Positively Charlotte. Researchers in South Korea have created contact lenses that can repair themselves. The picture on the left shows scratches on a contact lens. On the right is the same lens, but the scratch is almost gone. The lens fixed itself after an hour of exposure to sunlight. This new hydrogel makes the lens more durable and gives it an antibacterial coating. The lens can fix multiple scratches before it would have to be replaced, and this actually could reduce waste and lower replacement costs for millions of contact lens users, which I think is incredible. That's fantastic. Anytime that we can reduce some waste, I think is perfect. Well, a clothing company is releasing an odor control shirt that they say that you can wear for a month long without washing. Now, I don't know if we should be doing that, but hey, you can. American brand Hercleon took 10 years to develop this shirt. The company claims that the shirt will remain smell-free without washing for at least 30 days, even if you wear it to work out or take it on long trips. Developers say that there are 7 odor-fighting elements woven directly into the shirt's fabric, and the company has raised more than $274,000 in a crowdfunding campaign. Each shirt costs $79. Just because you can not wash it for 30 days doesn't mean you should. I don't know if we should do that to the people around us, even if allegedly you don't have, there's not a smell, who knows. All right, well, switching gears now, most birds have the option of flying to those hard to reach places, but not, of course, the ostrich. Still, at least one of the flightless giants at Milwaukee County Zoo has plenty of spring in its step to compensate. The Milwaukee Zoo has posted this video of the determined bird jumping up to reach some succulent leaves hanging over its head. And what did the zoo have to say about it? When there's a will, there's a way. Ain't that the truth? I love that. That is adorable. It's so fun watching this. That's so cute. All right, well, since it's a Thursday, I've got a true or false for you. Your left and your right nostrils take turns breathing. Do you think this is true or false? It's actually true. So every few hours, they switch roles in an unconscious process called the nasal cycle. At any given time, one nostril is more open and allows greater airflow than the other. So try breathing in through your nose, and I feel like you'll probably feel it. So, you know, if you want to learn some more fun facts and news that you can or can't use, we'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place at 10 a.m. Thank you so much for spending a bit of your day with us here on Positively Charlotte. We hope to see you tomorrow.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. Today, I'm very excited about our two guests because it's a husband and wife duo. And what better way to get everything out of the way than have Tiffany Sears as your real estate agent and Mark Sears as your mortgage loan officer. Welcome, guys.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
I love it. When I first called you, Tiffany, I mean, I felt like I could have talked to you all day long.
All day. I had such a good time.
Yeah. And then you say, well, that question, the journalist in me always just keeps asking questions.
Sure.
But the real estate agent in me is like, oh, wait, that's a lending question. You can't answer that. And you said, but my husband could. I said, come again.
How about that? How about that?
So welcome to the show. Tiffany, you are what's called a unicorn.
Oh, gosh. I am.
Why do you say, oh, gosh? Does everyone say that to you?
I hear it a lot, but I am very proud to be a Charlotte native. Born and raised here, met my husband here, had our kids here, work, building a business here. So I just very grateful and thankful that I have that opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, there are very few people, it's so transient. There are very few people who grew up here or maybe stay here. I mean, a lot of people are moving here. 130, 140 people a day are moving here. That's great opportunity.
I love it.
for you. So how would you describe, Tiffany, how Charlotte has changed over the years? And it's obviously a lot.
I would say from just geographic, landscape, visual, it's changed a lot. We have seen just a tremendous amount of growth. New areas are popping up, lots of excitement over places like the River District and the Iron District. Like we're seeing all of that. It's happening. But Charlotte still feels like a small town pretending to be a big city. And I'm okay with that. We've got all the stuff, all the things that you could possibly want and need out of a big city, but it still has that small town, cozy vibe to it that I think a lot of people are looking for when they're looking for their next home.
You almost sound like the now former Charlotte mayor in the
God.
but in the airport when you'd arrive to CLT and it would always be Vi Lyles who would say, Charlotte, it's a big city with a small town feel. It's like all I hear now. But that's what you described. I mean, that's Charlotte.
Yeah.
And we had a bit of a unique experience and perspective on that because we moved away for 10 years in 2004 and came back in 2014.
Totally different place.
So we've known two Charlottes essentially. And,
Three
and
for
it's-
me.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And three for you. And it's still evolving in what we think is a very positive.
So where'd you move to or where'd you move back from?
A very small town in Delaware. We moved to Middletown, Delaware, which was the middle town between Dover and Wilmington.
Okay.
When we moved there were 7,700 people?
Somewhere thereabouts.
And when we left, I think it was closer to 40,000. So there was a lot of growth there, but there's no place like home. I mean, there's just, when we got the opportunity to relocate somewhere, Charlotte was the immediate first choice.
Have both of you always been in real estate in some way, shape, or form?
No.
That would also be another form of unicorn.
Yeah, true.
It would be. No, we've both had careers prior to this, and I think I can speak for both of us, or at least for me. I know that I wish I had gotten into this 25 years ago.
Easily.
I had a corporate career in lending and in B2B sales prior to retiring and taking this on full time a couple of years ago. And it's been a good platform. The corporate career is a good platform for showing me how I want to run and approach this mortgage business. And Tiffany's had her.
Oh, yeah. My background's in education. So I have a.
You're still doing it in
I am, which
just
is
a different
what
way.
I love. I mean, I have a bachelor's degree in elementary education, a master's degree in school leadership, but I own a real estate firm. And being able to take my background in content creation, curriculum building, education, and be able to transfer that to helping the consumer that's just the best feeling ever because I get to take what I actually went to school for and translate that into what people need and that support and understanding of how this market works.
When I called you to see if you wanted to come on Turnkey, a lot of times I'll ask whoever I'm on the phone with, is there a topic or something that's happening that you feel like needs to be addressed? You immediately said yes. Let's talk new builds.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's a great topic because we've got the new housing law that just passed that investors are shifting their focus.
Yes.
Those institutional investors are shifting their focus to new builds because they're not going to be able to buy
Correct.
homes for rent. And so we're seeing that, is going to grow, but we're also seeing a lot more new builds here in Charlotte
yes.
because we have a housing supply issue. But there's a little tiny element of new builds that I think people don't know about. And I'd love to hear you say it and see if you're thinking the same thing I am.
I'm thinking that you're thinking townhomes. The amount
Townhomes.
of townhomes that we are seeing every single day pop up.
Mhm.
Now, is that what you were thinking?
No, but you're right.
Oh.
Two things can be right at the same
They
time.
can. That's
I would love to talk about townhomes. I would also like to later visit the idea that buyers have in their head of, I'm going to go this on my own.
Oh, yes.
Because there's already a real estate agent when I walk in the front office who's going to walk me through everything. Why would I have another real estate agent?
Why do I need to pay someone else
to do
when
this?
representation is already on
Right.
site?
And I think that's the
But you don't.
the misunderstanding for most folks is that they don't understand or know that the person that's in there, and it's a lovely individual that's in the
Right.
model home. They're lovely. They all have a real estate license. They know all the laws, regulations, everything, but they work for the builder. So their main goal is to make sure that the fiduciary responsibility that they have is towards their employer,
Mhm.
and that's the builder. As a consumer, you need representation.
Why?
Why would you?
Why?
Well, because my fiduciary responsibility lies with you, the client. My job is to make sure that I am looking out for your best interest, that I'm explaining the contract to you appropriately and in a way that you can understand. I'm explaining
It's a lot of paperwork.
It's a lot of
A lot of
paperwork.
paperwork. And it's the single largest purchase
Oh,
that
yes.
most people are going to make.
Mhm.
So you deserve to have representation at the
Absolutely.
table that is there advocating
For you.
Let's talk about the commission. A lot of people think, okay, well, I can save. I don't have a real estate agent. I can save a little bit of money.
Sure.
That's a common misconception.
Correct.
Because a lot of times, well, all the time, the builder bakes in that whatever they're offering, 2.5%, 3%, 2%, whatever it is,
Sure.
that's baked into the price that they're going to give you for that particular house.
It's already established.
They're not going to rebate that back.
They're not
even
giving
if you
that.
ask.
Exactly. That is seriously one of the things I think people walk in and they're like, oh, well, just give me that 2.5% toward, off my purchase price of my home. And that's not how it works. The builder has already decided how much they're willing to pay a buyer agent. It's already been determined. If anything, they don't have to, but they've already made that decision. So when you walk in there without an agent, they are not obligated
That's
to do
more money in their
anything.
pocket.
It's more money in their pocket. They're not spending that. So being able to know that you're going to get that representation, someone's going to be able to look out for you, and potentially the builder's going to cover the cost of that commission is a win-win in my opinion. And you've got someone that understands the process. Builders are not necessarily willing to negotiate, but a good realtor can get them to do some things, like maybe a move-in package or getting your earnest money reduced or maybe split up if it's a larger amount. So there are things that we can...
The price of the lot.
Lot premiums are a whole different thing because people don't even understand that there are some builders, especially on the ground up, that you have to pay for the lot and then the house. And that's something that we can absolutely negotiate.
And let's not forget about the mortgage opportunities as well, because builders often have their own in-house lenders. And without representation, I think consumers can believe that they must pursue financing options with the builder's lender.
It usually looks more attractive.
It typically does look more attractive.
Go on, Mark.
But we would advise anyone to give yourself options, to give yourself leverage by looking at more than one lender.
Oh, absolutely. And with most builders, you need to be pre-approved up front anytime we're going to submit a contract. So whether that is with the builder's lender or independently. I personally like my clients to get, I hate to say a generic pre-approval, but one from...
It travels.
One that's going to travel from builder to builder, because we're not taking Taylor Morrison to D.R. Horton, and D.R. Horton's approval is not going to Pulte. Those are not happening. So if you want to start with a generic or, one single separate third-party approval, then we can go and shop around and see.
Right.
And then we're going to compare apples to apples.
Well, and acting like you're not like absolutely in love and dead set on the home might help with the negotiations as well. And
That does help.
Yeah.
That does help.
Yeah.
But it's hard to separate that emotional pull of a new home to what really needs to be an analytical decision as well.
And it also will depend on how many lots they have left, where they are in the quarter, because if it's the end of the quarter, builders are really trying to get a big push to get those homes off of their books.
Right.
So
Especially at the end of the year.
End of the year,
Particularly.
you're definitely going to have a better shot if you're planning and strategic about it.
Okay. So let's talk about townhomes.
Okay. There's a bunch of them.
What were you going to say? Okay. So the saturation is where we're going with this?
Well, and partly because you can get 20 townhomes on an acre.
Density.
Density.
I mean, and that's a real, I don't know if concern is the right word, but a real obstacle that Charlotte's trying to tackle is the density.
Yes. So when you're thinking a builder's mindset on what their ROI, their return on investment is going to be, townhomes will bring them more than potentially 4 single-family homes, if we're thinking a quarter acre for that particular lot. So why not? If they're going to be able to put more money in their pocket, building townhomes is probably the best way to go. We just have a lot of them, and that is causing some concern for folks that are listing their townhomes because they're competing against a lot of folks that are looking for new construction.
I've run into this with clients of mine. I've had to tell them you might need to bring some money to the table. I know you've been paying down your mortgage throughout the years.
And that's a hard conversation to have.
It is. It is. People have a lot to choose from, and then it's weighing your options and trying to figure out what the next best decision is.
Sure.
Is if it's right to move, if
Right.
you need to rent it out, all of that.
What's the strategy behind it?
Right.
So whenever I sit down with a client, my first conversation with them is, okay, what's our end goal?
Mm-hmm.
What are we trying to do here? Are we looking to buy a home that we're going to live in for 12, 15, 20 years? Or are we buying a home that's going to be 3, 4 that we're going to turn into an investment property? What's the strategy going to be?
Right.
Because that helps us figure out how we're going to shop.
I
And
think
then-
that recenters people as well because the average length of time in a home for most folks is 5 to 7 years or somewhere here.
10 was what I read recently
Was it right?
about just in
Isn't it
terms
10?
of the average of how long people how long they get through their mortgage. essentially.
right.
But I think you're right. I think a lot of people think, okay, is this our 5-year plan, 10-year
Right.
plan, 15-year plan?
Right.
It's never like, unless they're at an age where they know they're in their forever home.
Right.
And even that changes.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Because forever is not really forever
Yeah,
in a lot of
right.
cases.
Right. And as life events happen, then needs change
Mhm.
from a housing perspective as well. You may need to upsize, you may need to downsize, whatever the case may be. And those things impact the timing.
Employment, are you being relocated?
Right.
You bought this home thinking you're going to be in it forever, but now, like, oh no, your job says you're going to go work somewhere else. So we got to figure out what to do with your house.
So on the mindset of trying to figure out if you are pursuing a townhome, because there's a lot of great aspects to them. They're affordable. They're a
Absolutely.
great way for someone to literally get their foot in the door. in housing.
Amenities,
Mm-hmm.
stuff to do.
Yeah.
So it's a huge draw, and I certainly understand why someone would be compelled to pursue that. But I think from both the lending and mortgage side of things, Tiffany, we just try to create options for people to say, okay, so yes, if you're at a entry level position for purchasing a home, yes, they're a townhome, but Charlotte also has condominiums. Charlotte also has existing single family homes that perhaps we can talk about a renovation loan to make this standalone single family home what you want and need at this time. So it's about creating that leverage for customers to make them comfortable by that decision process.
And I don't know if this is still going on, but I know at one point at least Charlotte was offering, some cash to help with ADUs,
Oh,
which
yes.
is like a separate
Yes.
mother-in-law
Grant.
suite. Because they want, obviously going back to the density issue, they want people to be able to take
Right.
advantage of the land that they have.
And there's some caveats to that because, qualification number one, you've
Right.
got to be in a community that's going to allow
That will
you
allow
to
it.
do that.
Mhm.
So those are things that would have to be considered. But I think that when we're thinking, what are we going to do long term? How does that look for you? And it's individualized. What is right for me may not be right for you or you. So
Might not be right for the HOA.
oh.
If you want to rent it out
Right.
and they've got a 30% cap
It's a
for
no-go.
rentals and there's already a waiting list, you might be forced to sell.
That's
with
always a conversation. And when people are like, I do not want to live in a neighborhood with an HOA, I'm like, well, you do realize that HOA is the homeowners association. So that's you.
Right.
So show up to the meetings.
Get on the board.
Get on the board.
If
make
you want
those
control,
decisions.
get on the board. Yeah.
Exactly. So it doesn't necessarily have to be as bad as people think. And there are communities out there that don't have an HOA now that are actually considering it because they want to maintain the property value of their neighborhood. So it can change.
Right. HOA, you have no control over, people keeping their landscaping looking nice. It doesn't need to look like, that you've got more money than you know what to do with,
Right.
but you take care of what you have. And not everyone has that mindset.
Right.
And you want to live next to a neighbor who likes to take care of their house as well.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
so there are positives to HOAs. There are also negatives that people love to talk about as well.
Absolutely.
you living in Charlotte for so long, I think you realize just the affordability issue that we're trying to currently deal with in the area. So, and this goes beyond Charlotte, right? This isn't just a Charlotte problem.
Nationwide.
This is a nationwide problem. The cost of building isn't going down, right? Houses are getting smaller because the builders are trying to work with what they've got, still offer low, as low prices as they can. But there are programs, down payment assistance is where I'm going with this, Mark, maybe more appropriate for you, because can't ask the real estate agent.
I have my thoughts, but go.
So down payment assistance, free money?
No such thing as free money, but programs that are of immense benefit to both buyers and to builders and anyone really who is interested in real estate transactions. Tiffany mentioned her educational background. My undergraduate degree is in finance and my master's is in public policy. So down payment assistance, I would argue, is a topic that works from a public-private partnership perspective. You don't hear much of a political uproar over down payment assistance, over state or local entity awarding grants or incentives for individuals to purchase a home. So it's very good, and it's very good policy. It's positive from that regard. Is it free? Absolutely not. There are trade-offs that have to have a trusted advisor at the table with you discuss so that you can make sure that a consumer is informed decision when they sign on the dotted line.
What would be an example of some of those trade-offs, just to give people an idea of maybe what they could expect?
So the things that would most immediately jump out is the repayment terms of any type of grant or incentive that's tendered.
Mm-hmm.
And by that, I mean, if it's a state or local grant, which again, they can be very positive for customers,
Mm-hmm.
but there can be a repayment period of anywhere from 15 to 30 years. 15 to 30 years. And we just said that average person is going to stay in the home anywhere from 5 to 10,
Right.
depending on which data set that we look at. So we want to make sure that when someone is in a home, that they're aware of that repayment period, first of all, right?
Mhm.
That if you refinance the home, that grant may become due and payable
Mm-hmm.
at that point. If you move, if you transfer on job, as Tiffany mentioned, that may become due and payable. There are grants out there that are not associated with government entities that are forgivable at signing, right? Could cover a full 3.5% down payment for an FHA loan, and it's forgivable at signing.
But is there a but?
A caveat, a caveat, or however.
That's the journalist talking.
Or however.
But
the interest rate for most, not all, most down payment assistance programs are typically going to be higher than they are for a consumer who is
Mhm.
not using down payment
so
assistance.
there's a trade-off, and it's all about calculating, right? So if you get
Right.
help for the down payment, but your interest rate is higher, then all of a
Right.
sudden your monthly payment is going to be higher. So maybe then you shop for a home that's a little less expensive, and you don't get one with the garage. Instead, you get
That's the
something with a
opposite.
parking spot, and there are trade-offs that you'll have
Right.
to make on your end to make it work. But
Right.
it's all about calculating the math and making it work
Right.
for yourself.
Right.
And
That's
location
exactly
can also be a concern.
It can.
Some of those programs are geographic
Right,
specific.
right.
So you want to make sure that when you're looking at any sort of assistance program, that you're looking at every single point to it.
Right.
And I do want to point out that I think there is a misconception that down payment assistance is only for lower price point homes.
I've seen some in
That's
Dilworth.
change.
I've seen some down payment assistance programs that have homes that qualify in Dilworth. Some
over
some-
700.
Yeah, I mean, so like you just have to do your homework and find
Right.
out what might qualify.
Exactly.
$700,000, $800,000. I don't know what the current maximums are. But I recall when we looked at it a couple of years ago, we were both kind of shocked
Right.
at how high the number can be.
I have a listing now in Huntersville that is $770, and it qualifies for down payment assistance.
Right.
I mean, that's great because buying a home isn't cheap, and you know there are closing costs involved and all of that stuff, and it adds up very quickly.
Every little bit.
And then all of a sudden you're like, I can't pay for movers.
It's like, where's the furniture coming
No
from?
furniture. You don't need to furnish every room right out of the gate. I think that's another misconception is people think they have to fill their house all of a sudden and
Instantly.
I mean, it drove my husband nuts, but we didn't have a dining room table for like a year.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone sort of mentally wants to move into a model home, right?
Mhm.
Where it's turnkey. See where that?
Hey, Mark gets extra points on that one.
Where it's turnkey, everything is in place. But the reality is that it takes some time.
Yeah.
It takes some time.
Okay, real quick. We only have a couple. Well, we're almost out of time. But I do want to get, Mark, your opinion on the current rate environment.
Sure.
And, you know, pull out your crystal ball and let us know where it's headed.
Yeah. So
Yes,
so
please.
interestingly, so the markets closed on Friday, and I think we were on the FHA loan, we were around 6.3%.
Mhm.
Conventional was around 6.8, and VA was around 6.3. So VA and FHA usually run in tandem. Markets open today. It's a little bit stable. We've been running, geopolitical events impact mortgage rates, right? It's no longer just watching the 10-year treasury yield.
Yeah.
It's no longer that. Geopolitical events 100% affected. So we are from news cycle to news cycle looking at rates.
Mhm.
We have been able to get customers closed in the fives. We've got some quotes out right now in the high fours. So it all depends on the customer, the transaction, and
If they want to buy down their rate.
yeah, that's certainly available.
that's
We're doing 1-0 buy downs, 2-0 buy downs, or 2-1 buy downs, I should say. So, just presenting people with options that matches their budget, they're comfortable.
Okay. Appreciate it. Did I miss anything?
Oh, that's a very good conversation.
We could keep.
I know.
Yeah.
I want to keep going. I want. You know what?
I
That
think I
that
came
just
up with
means
3
you'll
more
have to come back.
We'd love
We'd
that.
love
So sorry to deliver that bad news to you, Bob. You'll have to come back and be on our show.
It's a pleasure.
Tiffany and Mark, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone else out there who watched this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, is the drought almost over? There are signs that the drought could be coming to an end, and it's coming from the Climate Prediction Center. We check in with our friends at the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration to find out just how quick this drought could be done in the Carolinas. Plus, the tropics continue to be tame and quiet. We'll talk about if there's any sign the tropics could heat up here soon. Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, and it all starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Thanks so much for joining us. Join us on YouTube as well. Our Queen City News YouTube page, we post a lot of clips from our 3 p.m. newscast where we're talking about national headlines and also some of our local news headlines as well. And we do have a lot of cool originals on Queen City News Plus. If you want to go to the Roku app, you can get a bunch of different originals there. And also, you can watch the full episodes of Pinpoint Weather University on there too. We talk weather and climate every single week, weekly, with a new episode dropping every Wednesday. And we also post some of our highlights from the show on YouTube. But on this show, we're going to be talking about the drought. The drought has been a big topic here in the Carolinas over the last several months. We have seen historic drought over the Carolinas, water restrictions. It got a little worrisome there a little earlier in the year when we went dry during the spring months when we tend to see rain. I mean, we've seen scenes like this over the Carolinas, a lot of dry soil and grass dying, wildfires, things like that. So luckily for us, there might be some good news in sight. We could be very close to ending this drought here in the Carolinas. Look at how far we've overcome the drought so far. 2 months ago, extreme and exceptional drought, level 4 out of 5 and level 5 out of 5 drought in really late May, early June. We had those mandatory water restrictions come into play. And now looking at your current map, we've seen significant improvement. Matter of fact, you look at Rock Hill, Chester, and Lancaster, they're just abnormally dry now. Most of the area under level 2 out of 5 and level 3 out of 5 drought. We still have a ways to go. But luckily, we might have an expert that's got good news for us. His name's Brad Pugh. He is a meteorologist with the National Weather Service. And Brad, this is probably the best conversation I think I've had with him met here in a while. We might be out of the drought here soon, the Carolinas. Talk about the new drought outlook you guys have released at the Climate Prediction Center and why you guys think the drought might be nearing a close here locally.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. Yeah, as you showed there, I guess start with kind of the drought momentum since the spring. And the good news is that the drought peaked back in May when more than 80% of South Carolina was designated with extreme or that D3, 3 out of 5 drought levels. And D3 covered nearly 2/3 of the state of North Carolina. Currently, we're seeing the most intense drought conditions affecting eastern South Carolina. And during the past month, the greater Charlotte area has had improving drought conditions. And even in the last week, we've seen many spots pick up as much as 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. So, we're heading in the right direction here. We expect improvement or an end to the drought during the next few months. And it could come in the next month, even if we have enough rainfall. So, yeah, what's driving the improvement recently has just been a wetter summertime pattern. We've had some cold fronts shifting south across the eastern U.S., providing beneficial precipitation. But as we go deeper into the fall season, that will be driven by El Nino with above normal precipitation. So as you can see there in the, there's the El Nino pattern, which favors wetness throughout the southern tier of the country, including the Carolinas. So we're expecting a continuation of drought improvement over the next 1 to 3 months and likely an end to this drought throughout the Carolinas.
Yeah, and I was just showing that drought outlook map. This is the map that was released by the Climate Prediction Center by you guys earlier this week. And you see this map here. And when I saw it, I was like, yes, this is awesome. So removal likely by the end of October. You see those darker brown shades. Those are the areas that likely have the drought removed by the end of October. Some of those lighter shades, that's where the drought's going to be improving by the end of October. So at least everybody's seeing improvement. And I want to point out our friends over Rock Hill, Lancaster, and Chester, you guys are going to be fine. The only reason you don't have anything there is because you're just abnormally dry. You're technically not in the drought conditions right now. So you can consider yourself basically by the end of October, you'll be out of the drought too. But I wanted to point out, Brad, you mentioned that there's a chance that we get out of this drought earlier than the end of October. This drought could be over by late August, if not September, based on the current trends we've been having here lately with the weather.
Yeah, that's correct. If we see enough precipitation over the next several weeks, then the drought could end prior to the end of October. But we're very confident, though, as you head deeper into the fall, that any remaining drought does come to an end for much of the Carolinas later this fall.
And then what are some of the weather features we've seen? I know El Nino was one of them, but even this week, I mean, it has just been a dreary and wet week here in the Carolinas. What are some of the features we've been tracking here locally that's creating this big change in rain for us?
Yeah, there's a few factors. We've had uh, mid-level low pressure over the eastern parts of North America that's provided kind of a favorable pattern for your summertime afternoon and evening thunderstorms. Yeah, there you go. See that trough of low pressure there over the Appalachians. Bermuda High offshore, providing a very humid air mass. So any of these thunderstorms that do develop during the afternoon and evening are capable of producing some very heavy rainfall. And that rainfall does certainly help with to ease drought conditions.
Now, one thing we were looking at here locally, we were talking about the fall months. We get more fronts around here, but as we get towards the fall, we tend to get more tropical moisture from potential tropical systems. This year, with El Nino getting stronger, we've got that southern track of the jet stream that is going to be a little bit more activated, as you mentioned earlier, producing more rain. But it isn't like tropical systems will be as likely for the Carolinas this fall. I mean, not saying it's off the table, but with El Nino, it looks like that could be a little lesser of a threat for us this year.
Yeah, that's correct. Most of the improvement, drought improvement we're expecting over the next few months, that's mostly driven by El Nino as we go deeper into the fall and towards the winter. Yep.
Man, with this El Nino being so strong, what leads to that more rain over the southern U.S.? I think a lot of folks get confused with it. We see the El Nino map there. Why does the southern jet stream just get so much stronger and produce so much more rain for the south?
Yeah, that's the subtropical jet there is more enhanced. You have more enhanced moisture with any mid-latitude storm that tracks across the southern half of the country there. So yeah, that's a typical response that we see during El Nino.
And what can we expect for the rest of August? You think we're going to be continuing this wet pattern here in the Carolinas?
Yeah, it looks like over the next week, probably kind of close to average. And our week 2 forecast, which covers, August 12th through the 18th. Looking at, there you go.
Pull it up for you there.
August 13th through the 19th. So we're showing a small lean towards above normal precipitation. So kind of this, hit and miss variety of afternoon and evening convection, but where it does occur, it will likely be on the heavier side.
All right, Brad. Thank you so much for all the good news you're giving us today. Again, this has been a drought we've been under for the last several months. We've had the water restrictions. A lot of folks just want to get out and enjoy the lake, and the lakes have been lower than normal, but we have seen some rises in the lakes. Our stream flows are already improving, and as you mentioned, there's a chance this drought doesn't even make it to the end of October, but at least by the end of October, it sounds like some good news could be in sight. Any message to our viewers that might be watching just in general about later this year with El Nino? Is there any concerns that you guys have about it when it comes down to its strength later this year? Anything we should be worried about locally here in the Carolinas, or is it just something we'll just have to deal with? And is this kind of a typical pattern we should be getting ready for later this year?
Yeah, no, just as we go into the winter, it would favor a wet winter there for the Carolinas. So good news as far as drought goes, certainly.
Now we say wet winter. I know a lot of folks in the Carolinas, man. We just had our biggest snowstorm in like 20 years over our past winter. Are we looking at more of like a wet and mild winter, or would you say like maybe snow is a possibility? What are your thoughts on that? I know it's early.
Yeah, that's always difficult to answer this far out.
Yeah.
But you do have the above normal precipitation, so you just have to time it well with some periods of cold temperatures as well.
Man, it's so hard to do in the Carolinas. We get the perfect setup once every like 3 or 4 years, and we happen to get the slam dunk this year here in the Carolinas with the ice storm in January and then the big snowstorm right after it. So we'll see if it happens again. I'm a big snow lover. I grew up here in the Carolinas. We didn't get a whole lot when I was a kid. So anytime we get the chance, we get to join our friends up in the Northeast a little bit with some snow, we'll take it. Brad, thanks for coming on the show with us today, talking us through this drought, and appreciate all the good news you could give us there at NOAA.
All right. Yep. Good talking to you, Brandon.
All right, coming up in just a little bit, we're going to be talking more about the tropics. I'll talk more about the tropics with you and let you know how it's getting a little bit more quiet this year in just a bit. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always a big welcome to our YouTube viewers too. I did want to go a little over some more of the rainfall that we have seen here lately. I mean, it has just been a deluge of rain, it feels like, over the Carolinas after what was months of dryness here. We had that late July setup where we had that stalled boundary set up over the Carolinas, and then we had Tropical Storm Bertha sending moisture our way from the Gulf, and the Gulf moisture was already moving in anyway, but then you had moisture being accelerated into the area, all because of Tropical Storm Bertha that was just swirling out there in the Gulf. And that was interacting with that stalled boundary. So that led to some big time rains last week. And we talked about that with the North Carolina Climate Office, Assistant Climate Director here in North Carolina, Corey Davis. He chatted with us about that and talked to us about all the rainy features and all the historic rains we saw in late July too. So this stalled boundary, that was one setup. I want to talk about another setup that we're seeing for this week that's producing all the rain. It's this cutoff low pressure center. You see that area of low pressure that's just sitting over the eastern U.S.? It's cut off from the jet stream. The jet stream's farther north. That jet stream is unfortunately away from the area of low pressure. So that area of low pressure, it's like kind of caught out in its own world. It's waiting to be picked up by the jet stream again. And it just meanders over the eastern U.S. And that's what's producing days of rainfall here in the Carolinas, at least daily scattered storm chances. And we have that surge of moisture. You just heard Brad talk about it here over our last segment. He was talking about that surge of moisture continuing to build into the Carolinas, leading to those daily storm chances. Now, I want to mention a cutoff low is really hard to forecast. I just showed you this graphic. Again, the area of low pressure, it's cut off from the main flow of the jet stream, which is farther north. An area of low pressure is hard to track when it's not being driven by anything. Models don't do a very good job forecasting it. Meteorologists don't do a very good job forecasting it either because we don't have our resources to go off of. There's an old saying, very old saying, it's cut off low, weatherman's woe. And the big reason for that is because it's a woe for us. It's hard to forecast out of the eastern U.S. And again, you can see that surge of moisture that continues to build in from the Gulf, producing our stormy conditions. Something else, during the month of August actually tends to be our wettest month of the year. The big reason why, one, the tropics heat up. I mentioned it with Brad Pugh, with NOAA with our last segment. And, you know, tropics aren't expected to be as hot this year. The big reason why is because of El Nino. We're going to get into that in our next segment, but tropical systems will be less likely across the eastern U.S. and really across the U.S. at all this year because the Atlantic Basin is just taken down by a lot of wind shear. We're going to talk about that in the next segment, plus more fronts. And I mentioned more fronts on air, and I can't remember who it was that actually asked me, but one of our anchors asked me, why do we get more fronts later in the year versus now, or versus earlier in the year or during the summer? And the big reason is because of temperature gradients. as your temperatures change across the country as we get later in the year. Some temperatures are colder, while other areas of the country are warmer as we get more into the fall and winter months. And that allows fronts to drive from west to east because they're driving themselves off of temperature gradients. So when there's not a big change in temperature, it's hard for the fronts to go anywhere. It's hard for the fronts to make it to the Carolinas, which is why summer tends to be some of the driest parts of the year here in the Carolinas. So I want to point out here, Brad Pugh was just talking about, he gave us a good explanation of what's happening. So we've already received a lot of rainfall here in the Carolinas recently over the last couple of months, and even May too. May was a soaker for us here in the Carolinas. But as we closed May, we started to get dry and hot again, which allowed some of the drought to come back. So this is the drought outlook that was released from the Climate Prediction Center earlier this week. This goes through the end of October. You see some of those darker browns there? That is a sign that the drought will be removed for our area by the end of October. But as you just heard from Brad from National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, he just said that it could be earlier than that. We could see the drought end as early as August in some areas. And matter of fact, when you look a little bit closer on this map, you look at Rock Hill, Chester, Lancaster, notice how there's no shade there. That's because Rock Hill, Chester, and Lancaster are technically already out of the drought. So York County, parts of York, Chester, and Lancaster County down in South Carolina, congratulations, you've defeated the drought. It's over for your area. Charlotte, Concord, Gastonia, Rock Hill, Lancaster, Hickory, Statesville, Salisbury, Shelby, Morganton. Don't want to leave anybody out. We'll be out of the drought by the end of October, if not earlier than that. And then the mountains, Albemarle, Monroe, down towards the Sand Hills where you see some of these lighter shades. That is just a sign that the drought is going to improve over the next couple of months, if not be removed. So this is excellent news for us here in the Carolinas. This has been a drought we have been dealing with for the last several months, and now we have this light at the end of the tunnel. We're already seeing some of the water restrictions turn more voluntary, which is where we started things. So in some cases in life, it's not good to go back to where you started. If you're just now running a marathon or practicing or training for a marathon, and you start with a mile pace at like 10 or 11 minutes, and you want to get it down to 8 minutes, and then you go out 2 months later and you're at 11 or 12 minutes again, you don't want to go back to where you started in that case. I know I'm rambling, but look, this case, we want to go back to where we started, right? We want to go back to the saturated ground, the grass growing, our gardens doing well, and our crops doing well as well. And that's going to be a big driver for why I think a lot of folks are going to be excited to hear this news when this drops on YouTube and on Queen City News Plus here soon. El Nino is another driver for the reason this drought is going to end very soon. El Nino is continuing to strengthen over the Pacific. We've got warm ocean water, and that is going to lead to a more active southern branch of the jet stream. Just as Brad mentioned, you can see the rain, the rainy conditions that will be likely for the Carolinas because we'll have more areas of low pressure tracking over us. There's the moisture feed. You're going to have your tracks of low pressure tracking possibly up the coast, producing more of a wetter Carolinas for us, and could even be a wetter winter. Something we'll look forward to as we get later into the year. It'll just really be dependent on how strong this El Nino gets, and it looks like it's going to be a very strong one. And you look at precipitation outlook through the middle of August, we're going to be seeing those wetter than normal conditions popping up over the Carolinas, but probably more closer to normal during the mid-August months, which is good. We still want to be normal. It doesn't matter if we're above average. We want to be normal. If not above average, we'll take it. And then the Ohio Valley dealing with those wetter than normal conditions. We mentioned El Nino. It's a big factor in bringing us more rain to the Carolinas later this year, but it's also a big factor in why the tropics are slow. We're going to talk about why that is coming up next on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. Let's talk about the tropics. But before we talk about the tropics, we got to talk about just how close we are to fall. Fall is 48 days away, folks. 48 days away. Starbucks just announced that August 25th, the pumpkin spice lattes will be back in action. If you're a pumpkin spice latte person like myself, with that nice, refreshing pumpkin taste, a little bit of cold brew, it's almost here. August 25th, Starbucks pumpkin spice lattes. And the reason I'm bringing fall up, being 48 days away, it starts September 22nd, is because whenever we start getting into the fall months, we start thinking about the tropics. The tropics start to heat up as we get closer to the end of the year. You look at your activity in the Atlantic Basin. This is a tropical climate outlook here. I'm going to make it full screen for you. This is a look at the named storm activity. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring that back in here just so you can see the x-axis. So the x-axis is showing you the months, and the y-axis is showing you how active it is during that given time. So September 10th, that is the date where we expect the most activity in the Atlantic Basin each year. That's when we generally see the most activity. But August 1st, which we've now passed, you zoom in close, I'm kind of circling it here. August 1st, here we go. Notice how activity starts to gradually come up through the month of August. So August is really the driver to the peak of the season in September. Because as we get towards the end of September and into early October, we start seeing activity come down. So really August, that's the driver to the peak of hurricane season. And then we start to come down a bit towards early October. But I don't think that's going to be the case this year. The big reason why, El Nino. Yeah, pinch me if you've heard that before. I'd probably have pinches all over my skin at this point. We talked about El Nino a lot on the show, but there's no hurricanes for now. High wind shear is limiting that. Now, high wind shear, what happens with high wind shear is that this keeps warm, moist air from rising. It prevents updrafts. So again, when you have wind shear and you have strong winds aloft, that prevents the warm, moist air from getting up into the atmosphere and making these big, tall thunderstorms for the hurricanes to form, develop, and get powerful. And then also there's another factor to this. El Nino increases wind shear. So wind shear is already out there in the Atlantic Basin, throughout the year. It usually is pretty strong in the summer months in the Atlantic Basin, which is why sometimes in the Atlantic Basin, we don't necessarily get a whole lot of activity in the summer. Not just because the water's a little bit cooler, but it's because you have a lot of wind shear. But something else I want to mention too, Saharan dust. We get that a little bit too. Saharan dust is out there in the Atlantic, and dry air, that is another thing that suppresses hurricanes. Let's look at the active wind shear. This is as of Wednesday, 11 o'clock in the morning, August 5th. We are in August now. You look at the wind shear, very high wind shear out there in the Atlantic Basin. I mean, it's kind of hard to find a spot where there's not. We've got lower wind shear as you're getting a little bit farther south, but man, as you get towards the coast of Africa, this is where our waves need to start forming, right? If we're going to get tropical systems, this is where you're going to start getting your action, and there's a lot of shear right there too. Now, we can get tropical systems to form off of areas of low pressure that stall out over parts of the country, but I'm just not feeling that this year, especially with the wind shear. Now, I want to point out, although there's not any tropical systems expected over the next 7 days, that doesn't mean that we can't see anything, right? Like, next 7 days, we'll be fine. Through August 12th, no tropical systems. But I want to point out, and I've said it on this show before, it only takes one tropical system for an active hurricane season. Now, we've seen 2 this year. Were they very strong? No. Did they cause a lot of significant impacts? Not really. I mean, Bertha didn't really do anything. As a matter of fact, there were people at the beach out there on the coast just taking in some of the stronger gusts, and that was about it. We actually had a more active week that week than Bertha did because we had that stalled boundary over our region. We saw more rain than our friends along the south, and they were dealing with a tropical storm, right? But I don't think tropical systems are going to be very prevalent for much of the rest of the year. Now, that is again saying that one tropical system, one strong hurricane making landfall somewhere could change that. It could change the game because one landfalling hurricane can cause major impacts, and that can, cause deaths, houses to be destroyed, things like that. So that's why I never want you to shy away from the Atlantic hurricane season. And that's why I never want you to be like, oh, it's over. Hurricane season's over. I still want you to keep your guard up, but I also want you to realize that there's a good chance this year that hurricane season could be a dud. But there's also a chance that we start getting less wind shear in parts of the Atlantic, and maybe that opens up the gap for some of these tropical systems to start forming. Now, I did have a graphic. I'm having a hard time finding it, but I was wanting to show you the average start date of hurricane season. But typically, as we get towards the summer months, we tend to start seeing hurricane season pick up a bit. And again, towards the fall months, we tend to start seeing hurricane season pick up again. But I'm having a hard time finding that graphic, so I'm not going to put that in the show today. But again, the average storm date for hurricane season, here it is right here. Found it. Finally found it. So here's the average storm dates here. Again, we've been pretty much spot on so far this hurricane season. The average storm date for storm number 1 is June 20th. We saw it on June 17th with Arthur. July 17th is the average storm date for storm number 2. We got it this year, July 19th, and that was with Bertha. So June 17th, July 19th, our first and second named storm this year, right when we should see them. And then August 3rd, that is when we see our third named storm, typically August 15th or 4th, August 22nd or 5th. So notice how the dates start getting closer together, a sign that we're getting more towards the peak of hurricane season. We'll continue to watch it for you. Again, we watch the tropics. We've seen impacts from it, especially with Helene a couple years ago. So never want to let our guard down. But again, there's a good chance that hurricane season doesn't impact us this year, but something we'll watch out for, especially if El Nino loses its grip and wind shear starts to calm down in parts of the Atlantic. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson. As always, thanks for tuning in to Pinpoint Weather University. Take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this earth together. Y'all be safe.
A local police officer is in hot water for improperly using the flock camera system. Why authorities are still defending their use despite the most recent cases. Andrew?
And we are tracking another warm and humid day with a couple of showers and storms mixed in. I've got the latest on the Pinpoint forecast at noon.
It's a bird, it's a plane, or is it just lunch? The online food delivery service airlifting food to your front yard. Good afternoon, I'm Savannah Rudisell in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
We begin this afternoon with a live look around at some of the partly cloudy skies that we are seeing all across the Queen City. Sun shining just a little bit brighter than we've seen it popping out the past couple days, but it doesn't mean we're necessarily out of the summer pattern of afternoon storms just yet. So I want to get on over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, tracking some hit and miss showers. This pattern, you say not even going to be over today. We're getting into this weekend too.
Yeah, that's right. As we head into the weekend here, it's just the same pattern basically every day out there across the Carolinas with the warmth, the humidity, those feels like temperatures moving up, and then also those pop-up showers and storms across the Carolinas. We got that summertime weekend weather ahead, which means also hot and humid weather is also down the road here as we head into early next week. Boom camera right now outside, looking good here as we get outside on King Street in good condition there. A little bit on the warm and humid side, but not as warm as humid as what we're seeing here in Charlotte. Pinpoint radar, it is quiet currently. Once we get after about 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon, should start to see a few more showers and storms pop up across the region. Across North and South Carolina, not much going on currently, but that will change. Temperatures in the low 80s right now, though Sherrod, a bit of an outlier here already at the 90-degree mark. I've got more on what you can expect with your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Savannah?
Authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center this week. The sheriff's office says Dominique Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. The Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office says it's cooperating with the State Bureau of Investigation. No word on the inmate's cause of death. This is the second in-custody death that's happened this week. Last weekend, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later died at the hospital. His death also remains under investigation. CMPD says it's now identified a teenager who says he was abandoned at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. The 15-year-old boy was initially unable to give officers any personal or identifying information. He had been in the custody of Mecklenburg County Social Services. There's no details now on where the boy is, his identity, or how officers determined who he was. A Mooresville police officer is accused of improperly accessing the controversial Flock license plate reader system to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Investigators say Officer Elizabeth Snowman did it 31 times. Still, the town's police chief is defending the use of that technology while also acknowledging that the abuses can happen. Snowman's arrest is the second time in a week an area police officer has been accused of misusing Flock. Queen City News reporter David Schuman has the details.
We have the safeguards that we thought were enough. Clearly they're not.
Mooresville Police Chief Ron Camperciani announced Wednesday one of his officers, Elizabeth Snowman, was charged with a misdemeanor for illegally accessing the department's Flock license plate reader system. He says Snowman went into the surveillance database 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Still, Camperciani says he believes the benefits of the cameras, like help in finding stolen vehicles and missing persons, outweigh their issues.
It's been a game changer for us, what we've been able to accomplish here. But it all goes up in smoke when you have cops like this violating the systems.
Many people feel the cameras are an invasion of privacy. A federal judge this year found them to be constitutional, but there are other cases pending, and the legal question is not yet fully settled.
We would take the position that it does pose some quite significant constitutional concerns, as you can indiscriminately sort of track a person's whereabouts without warrant.
Camperciani says his officers now have to input a case number to access Flock data, a tweak that comes as he says he's investigating at least 3 more officers for possible violations and charges.
We could be back here in a couple days, to be quite honest with you.
Snowman is out of jail on a $5,000 bond. Queen City News wasn't able to reach her for comment. In Mooresville, David Schuman, Queen City News.
We spoke with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, about the expectation of privacy compared to what's actually legal. Here's what he had to say.
If you believe you have an expectation to privacy on public property, you don't. And then they're saying they're categorizing this as warrantless searches, right? Or warrantless monitoring and tracking. If an officer decides to follow you or track you, they're not going and seeking a warrant to do that. You're seeking a warrant to invade, I should say, to infringe on someone's constitutional rights to being searched or seized. But to say that you can't, track the whereabouts, the digital footprint of a person that's on public streets, I just disagree with that argument. I would wholeheartedly agree with what the chief is saying.
Just last week, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer Seth Elliott was arrested on a charge of illegally accessing a Flock camera. Investigators say he tipped off a drug dealer about a vehicle undercover deputies were using in a Watauga County case. Elliott is on unpaid administrative leave. He's due back in court August 27th. Mecklenburg County leaders are pushing back against North Carolina lawmakers who want them to reverse their opposition of the I-77 toll lane project. North Carolina's budget requires local communities to repay more than $60 million to the state. That money was already spent on the planning and design phase of the I-77 South Express lanes. The repayment would be nullified if communities vote to support the project by the end of September. Now, county commissioners have long opposed the I-77 expansion project, and they'll challenge the legality of the funding clawback requirement.
I believe that this legislation potentially illegally takes away the authority of the MPO to make transportation decisions for this community. And I believe that it may be a violation against bills of attainder in that it specifically targets Mecklenburg County. And I question the $60 million penalty that it seeks to impose as a number that may be inflated or wrong.
The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization took back its support for the I-77 project in May. The panel will reconsider the decision coming up in a meeting next month. Lincolnton City Council members are considering a potential 1-year moratorium on new data centers, but they want to hear from locals first. They'll hold a public hearing tonight at their meeting to consider the pause on accepting new proposals for centers within the city limits. This one-year moratorium would allow for officials to study data centers and their potential impacts they could have on communities. That meeting begins at 6:30. Want to bring you a live look now at the nation's capital, and a Senate committee is recommending Dr. Anthony Fauci be held in contempt of Congress. As Trevor Shirley reports, it comes after Fauci refused to answer lawmakers' questions last week.
On this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 5, and the motion is agreed to.
This morning, the Senate Homeland Security Committee decided along party lines to recommend contempt of Congress charges for Dr. Anthony Fauci after he refused to answer the committee's questions during a hearing last week on the origins of COVID-19.
We are voting on whether a witness who has received the benefit of a sweeping federal pardon can be ordered by this committee to answer questions and then defy that order without consequence.
In 2025, Dr. Fauci was given a full preemptive pardon by former President Joe Biden during the final hours of his presidency. Last week, Dr. Fauci repeatedly invoked his right against self-incrimination when subpoenaed.
I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
Republicans, including committee chairman Senator Rand Paul, say Dr. Fauci can't have it both ways, claim presidential pardon protections, and still refuse to answer their questions.
Seeking the truth is not a witch hunt. Accountability is not vengeance.
Democrats panned the hearing and the contempt vote as a politically motivated farce.
This investigation has been one-sided from the beginning.
Senator Paul says he'll now refer today's vote to the Department of Justice, but Democrats say that skips over a required step, letting the full Senate approve the contempt of Congress vote before it's sent to DOJ.
It does not strengthen congressional oversight. It makes our work to conduct oversight more challenging and less likely to withstand scrutiny.
Closer to home, Gaston County school leaders are getting ready for the start of the new school year. Today, educators are sharing a little bit about how they're preparing for students' arrival. Officials are also given a sneak peek at some of the new buses in the district and renovations to Forest Views High School's football stadium. This comes as the school has experienced a few changes ahead of the new year. Assistant principal and a handful of teachers are leaving. And officials say they are still hopeful about the success of the new school year and ask parents to help ease this transition back to class.
Be involved with your kids, check in on them, ask them what they're learning, because I can guarantee even teenagers in high school, they want to share things with their parents. So just asking simple questions such as, what'd you do today in civics? It can really get the conversation going.
The first day of school begins August 12th in Gaston County. Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools begin August 25th, and we've got a full list of all the back-to-school dates on our website right now on QCnews.com. Well, the Panthers are already up in Canton, getting ready to hit the field for the Hall of Fame game. Tonight's matchup against the Cardinals will allow Carolina's coaching staff to get their first look at some of the guys fighting for roster spots. We spoke with Panthers beat reporter for Fox Sports, Sheena Quick, about some of the main storylines you'll want to keep an eye on.
Actually, my eyes are going to be on Haynes King. I think that he's kind of flown a little bit under the radar. Kenny Pickett is on that first really early depth chart as QB2. I don't know if he stays there throughout the season. We'll only see Kenny for like a couple of series tonight, so we'll see a lot of Haynes King. I expect a lot of running from Haynes King. That's what they brought him here for. He has legs. And I'm excited to see Will Lee and Lee Hunter, the two rookies that we'll see tonight in action. Will Lee's listed at CB3 on the depth chart. He certainly has not played like cornerback 3. He has played very well against, offensive rookie of the year, Tetairoa McMillan. He's matching up with Jimmy Horn. He's matching up with Jalen Coker, and he's doing a phenomenal job to be a rookie. So I'm really excited to see him in like live NFL action tonight.
And tonight's game gets underway at 8 o'clock. Of course, we'll have much more from the matchup tonight on Carolina Sports Live at 11. Still ahead, ICE operations return to Charlotte, but this time they're joined by a special response team. The latest in the effort to remove people in the country illegally who the government deems dangerous. Plus, a heated debate over the future of a juvenile jail in Mecklenburg County. The dispute putting millions of dollars in funding at stake. And your favorite online food delivery service just got cleared for takeoff. A new look at the brand new certification dubbed DoorDash Air and how soon it may be airlifting snacks to your front yard. Andrew?
Well, the air is a little heavy again today with all the humidity we've been seeing. Savannah, I'll be talking more about that, along with how much we're going to be heating up as we head into your weekend with my Pinpoint forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored, most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. DoorDash is taking off to new horizons. The online food delivery service that already operates a network of human couriers, sidewalk robots, and limited fly-in drop-down service from the sky in select Charlotte neighborhoods is now a certified air carrier. So that means we got to bring in our chief transportation correspondent and pilot, May-Kay Beeler, talking a little bit about what happens here when our cravings are now able to be fulfilled in a couple different new ways here. When can we expect to see this kind of service?
Okay, so the popular home delivery service just announced it has received Federal Aviation Administration certification to operate commercial drone deliveries in the U.S. It's called DoorDash Air, and it's now an official air carrier designed for local commerce. So by earning an FAA Part 135 air carrier certificate, which by the way sets a really high bar for safety, DoorDash Air opens up new possibilities for local businesses. In a nutshell, DoorDash now has the green light for its own in-house drone program, meaning the company is blessed to build their own aircraft, custom designed drones, and assemble them primarily here in the United States. While the FAA certification has been granted just this week, we're hearing about it, DoorDash has not yet started commercial service. The company is expected to launch this fall in select cities, not yet disclosed.
So how is this different from some of the other drone services that we've already seen? Again, very select here in Charlotte, but some of our Charlotte neighbors have this.
Yes, so we already have DoorDash with drones, but this is different. So right now, DoorDash depends on a collaboration and partnership with a third-party drone operator like Wing to deliver their goods from the sky. Wing happens to be the global leader in residential drone delivery. Now, this new certification opens up more possibilities for DoorDash to expand and spread its wings in local commerce. Well, right now, Wing is working with DoorDash to fly in your favorite orders in certain select Charlotte area neighborhoods, South Charlotte, Huntersville, Matthews, and Indian Trail. It's very limited. Wing delivers to homes from a drone nest or an active hub location only within 4-mile radius. So delivery time, 10 to 30 minutes. Items must meet strict size and weight limitations, typically under 2.5 pounds. It's good for light snacks, small meals, sandwiches, convenience items, single bag groceries, and drinks from participating restaurants and supermarkets.
Yeah, we're not getting the full feast here on the
No.
drone. Going to take a little
No,
bit
no,
longer to come, of course. Now, is this going to be extra? I mean, we're not tipping our drivers here, so is there an extra cost associated?
I would think there would be. I haven't tried this yet, because I'm in Uptown. They don't do it in Uptown. Typically, there's no charge. It's a promotional no charge fee, or it might be as much as $3.
Okay.
$2, yeah.
Sure, all just depends. In the meantime, for those of us who aren't in any of the areas with the drone services yet here, what kind of restrictions do you have around these drone services, especially when it comes to making deliveries?
Right, so the weather is a big deal. So the deliveries can only happen in daytime hours. The drones fly below 400 feet, so they have to descend to about 23 feet above your house to lower the package on a tether. Weather restrictions can't be in thunderstorms, no heavy rain, no strong winds, no clouds, no fog, but light rain is okay. So coming maybe this fall, we're not sure. Limited DoorDash now, but perhaps in the fall they've got their own drones. They will expand delivery, hopefully to more parts of Charlotte.
Interesting to see.
Yes.
All right, May-Kay, thank you.
Yummy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, it might be a good day for a DoorDash drone delivery today, but in other parts, Andrew, maybe not so much. We might have a rain that's a little bit heavier than what those drones want to put up with.
Yeah, in some parts of the Carolinas, we might see that this afternoon here. That's kind of the nature of our pattern right now with these scattered showers and storms we still have to contend with. Savannah, it's 82 degrees right now here across the region. Temperatures at, winds out of the west-southwest about 5 to 7 miles an hour. Dew points in the lower 70s here. It's humid, it's muggy, it's soupy. All of those adjectives out there is a great way to describe what we're dealing with. Boone camera outside on King Street, a little bit more sunshine, also a little bit more comfortable as well as we head up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar. Beautiful weather, at least if you don't mind the humidity we're dealing with here as we zoom out. Still got a little bit of this onshore flow here, some cloud cover trying to work its way out of the south and east, and kind of this confluence is going to give us a little bit more pop-up shower and storm activity this afternoon. Temperatures currently low 80s here in Charlotte, 84 in Wilmington, 86 in Columbia. So temperatures a lot of low to mid 80s out there. It's not crazy hot, it's just those dew points in the low 70s. It feels tropical out there for sure. Weekend forecast, could see some pop-up storms both Saturday and Sunday, but these aren't going to be washout days here. In fact, I wouldn't even cancel any plans. Just make sure if you are going to be outside, you dress comfortably, loose-fitting clothing to deal with just not the heat, the humidity out there here across the Carolinas. Futurecast this evening, pop-up showers and storms trying to get going here as we get to 8 o'clock on your Thursday. Overnight heading into your Friday. We've got a lot of cloud cover here across the region as we head into the afternoon, seeing a few more scattered showers and storms developing across the region here. Just a very similar pattern, day after day after day here across the Carolinas. Sometimes you can almost forget what day it is when you're looking at Futurecast as we get into the afternoon. 11 o'clock Saturday morning, temperatures in the middle 80s, trying to heat up into the low 90s. And after 2 o'clock, once again, you see some of those pop-up showers and storms developing here across the region. The stagnant pattern that we are stuck in across the region. Once again, it's a similar story here on your Sunday. As we go into next week, though, the rain chances should start to come down a little bit. This is kind of an averaged out forecast. There'll be pockets of people picking up 2 inches of rain, and then there'll be pockets of where people don't really pick up anything. That's going to be the nature of the storm activity over the next few days. But whatever rainfall we get is still beneficial. This is our latest drought monitor. Conditions continue to improve here when it comes to drought conditions across the Central Carolinas. In fact, the yellow, this bright yellow, that's just abnormally dry conditions. That's actually some places actually getting out of the drought. Then you see the tan color. Those are moderate drought conditions. Also, the severe drought continuing to shrink as well. So all around good news there. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Looking good, looking okay for the Charlotte FC match tomorrow night. I'll be talking more about that coming up in a few minutes. And then we see temperatures in the low to mid 90s early next week.
Thank you, Andrew. A multi-state cyclosporiasis outbreak still under investigation. The move from the nation's largest food distributor to stop the spread. Plus, a North Carolina-based product back on grocery store shelves after nearly a year away. The new owners of Neeson's Sausage and their plans for the future. You're watching Queen City News. Got a live look here over Gaston County for you. Queen City News will be right back after this. The United States is suspending government operations in one Mexican state, and it could impact what you see in grocery stores. Officials say the move is due to a threat to U.S. interests from the Michoacan, Mexico's main avocado exporting state. The temporary halt affects Department of Agriculture inspectors who certify avocado shipments to the U.S. The U.S. Embassy didn't specify the nature of the security threat, but Mexican officials called the suspension a preventative measure following recent arrests linked to extortion. They say they're working in coordination with U.S. officials to try to get the operations back to normal as soon as possible. Sysco, the nation's largest food distributor, will no longer buy lettuce from Mexico. This comes as federal health leaders investigate a multi-state cyclosporiasis outbreak. The current outbreak has been linked to iceberg lettuce, sourced from central Mexico through Taylor Farms. There are recorded cases now in almost every U.S. state, with more than 10,000 confirmed cases nationwide. The first recorded symptoms began on July 4th. Now, in North Carolina, the number of cyclosporiasis cases has surged to more than 800. 33 hospitalizations have been reported since May. Now, in Mecklenburg County, 43 cases are confirmed. The majority of the state's cases, though, are in Wake County. Health officials say washing fresh fruits and vegetables may remove some of the parasite, but doesn't guarantee it'll be removed entirely. Nice's Country Sausage will be back in North Carolina Food Lions later this month. The business was purchased by a Raleigh-based brand back in June, and they made the announcement on Tuesday. Now, only the Nice's regular country sausage, hot country sausage, and extra sage country sausage will return. A notice of suspension was issued by the USDA in September of 2025, which shut down a specific production line. Managers of local grocery stores are happy to hear the products are coming back, but are unsure how exactly they'll stock the shelves.
So if I were to sell it, I would have to go through another distribution company to get it. Before, they would just come in, we'd tell them what we wanted, they would fill our counters up. So now we would have to kind of know exactly how much we want, and we heard that it was going to be frozen.
The Jesse Jones Company says they're changing product packaging for food safety, but they plan to keep the original recipe. The Department of Homeland Security now held in contempt, why the agency is accused of ignoring a judge's orders. You're watching Queen City News. Time is 12:27. Live look here over Monroe. We'll be right back after this quick break. Authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center this week. The sheriff's office says Dominique Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. No word on the inmate's cause of death. This is the second in-custody death just this week. And now, former member of the Mooresville Police Department is accused of misusing the flock camera system. The chief says Elizabeth Snowman accessed the flock cameras 31 times in order to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. The chief also says there are other officers in his department currently being investigated for misuse of the cameras. Tonight is the unofficial kickoff to the NFL season as the Carolina Panthers face the Arizona Cardinals in the annual Hall of Fame game. It's the team's first time back since the inaugural season in 1995. Former Panthers Luke Kuechly will be inducted into the Hall of Fame this year. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock inside Tom Benson Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. But a little bit closer to home, want to start things out here at our 12:30 half hour with a live look over Independence Boulevard. We got partly cloudy skies sitting there over uptown, and nice sight to see here as we can kind of getting out of some storms that have been tailing us around for the early part of this week, Andrew, but no, they're not too gone. Not too far anyway.
No, yeah, they're not too far, and probably might see a few more pop up here as we head throughout the afternoon hours across the Carolinas. It's just that pattern we're in right now across the region. 82 degrees, winds out of the west-southwest at 5 miles an hour, dew points in the lower 70s. And pinpoint radar right now already starting to see a couple of showers starting to pop up across the western part of the state. And we'll see more and more of this going on here as we get a little bit later on in the day across the Carolinas. So you can already see some of these showers and storms across the low country of South Carolina right now. We'll see more try to pop up here as we go throughout the rest of your Thursday. Airport delays. Quick check-in on some of the hubs. Phoenix, San Francisco, Seattle, up at O'Hare, seeing some moderate delays down in Miami, but overall not any major problem spots right now, but always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures low to mid 80s right now, pushing up closer to the 90-degree mark as we get towards the late afternoon. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Savannah?
Thanks, Andrew. We're now getting an inside look at how ICE officers are meeting their goals. Allie Bradley shares her experience after participating in an exclusive ride-along with a team in Charlotte.
And News Nation was there exclusively as ICE officers made an early morning arrest. The individual actually had an Interpol red notice out of Ecuador for rape of a child. ICE established that Johnny Alfredo Astembe Chileno was a target. Once he came out of the residence, officers on the Special Response Team, which is essentially like a SWAT arm of the agency, they closed in and made the arrest without incident. Hours later, they were on to their next target for the day. ICE was waiting on him to come out of the house to make sure that they could arrest him because he had kids inside, but the opportunity never presented itself. So teams closed in once again, announced their presence, showing the warrant to the people inside the residence. But when they refused to come out, SRT busted down the door with a battering ram. 25-year-old Gilmore Adonis Maris Reyes from Honduras had an active federal warrant for felony reentry, dismissed criminal charges for assault by pointing a gun in possession of cocaine, and he also had a criminal warrant for DUI.
We're very much dialed in to these specific individuals, and we're willing to put in whatever time, whatever work we have to do to safely get the job done. We're not going to go away. In this instance, we had a criminal arrest warrant for this individual, and We try to mitigate as many risks as we possibly can, right? We don't want to necessarily go into the house where that's his safe space. We know there's children. We're trying to let him come out where we can safely take him into custody.
Kemmerling also saying that their biggest challenge right now is the lack of detention space in North and South Carolina. He says everyone they arrest has to be transported to South Georgia. This, as the administration says, they're not rushing to build new detention centers. Instead, they're expanding the use of existing state and county facilities. And when it comes to airport arrests, Kemmerling says the airport is certainly not off limits for these officers. They'll use information from TSA or other agencies to establish a person is a target. They will then take that lead and find out their whereabouts and the timing that coincides in order to make the apprehension at the airport.
If we had received intel that they're going to be transiting or departing the airport, then absolutely we would move to make an arrest. And I mean, that's something that the agency has always done. When we develop lead sources and you know that somebody's going to be at a specific time and place, you're kind of given an opportunity and you have to take that.
And that was Allie Bradley reporting. When it comes to body-worn cameras, officials say all officers in Charlotte will have them by the end of the week. They say whenever a traffic stop is conducted, at least one of the officers must be equipped with a camera. 2 men illegally in the country have been sentenced for trafficking fentanyl in Charlotte. Court documents show back in January of 2025, Alexander Villatoro Arita sold fentanyl to someone cooperating with law enforcement. He was later arrested along with Oliver Amadoro Calderon. Investigators say they found close to a pound of fentanyl, guns, and more than $30,000 in cash in the men's hotel room. A judge sentenced Amador Calderon to 14 years and Villatoro Arita to 10 years. The pair are sent to be deported to Honduras after their sentences. A federal judge is holding the Department of Homeland Security in contempt. The agency is accused of dragging their feet on a judge's order to release the cell phone messages of more than 800 immigration agents. Court documents show DHS was ordered to provide the data back in January following several immigration raids in Los Angeles last year. The ACLU hopes the evidence will support racial profiling allegations against immigration officers during that time. A judge has since issued a $500 daily fine until DHS produces the phones. And Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rones joins us now here. Now, Khalif, again, this contempt case, typically it's a lot of lay people will just associate contempt with an outburst in the court. But it's really just anything that stops the court proceedings. Right?
It is. You have a number of contempt proceedings that can occur. And the first one, as you mentioned, like in the movies, if you keep talking back, I'll hold you in contempt, right? Mm-hmm. That will be if a judge is unable to continue during their process, to continue their proceedings without interruption. They can hold you in contempt, and those contempt can be monetary. There can be jail time. It's a number of things that can go there. But a contempt to follow an order is different. I clerked for a number of judges, and my judges would always say, I only speak through my orders. I may say a number of things in court, but what my orders say, the physical papers that I write, are the most important portion that an attorney and a person should follow. So if I as the judge order you to do something, it shouldn't be ambiguous. It shouldn't be any type of confusion. You should say, I can look at the order, go down to the page that gives me instructions, and then do it. In this case, the judge ordered that they turn over more than 800 immigration agents' cell phone communications. Pretty crystal clear. However, what we recognize is that hasn't happened. And so now the judge is trying to figure out why.
And so far, we haven't necessarily seen a time associated with this or with the judge's order at so much. And DHS's defense is saying, well, we have been working on it. But according to the last time they were showing up in court, said they had about working at a pace of getting data from about 3 phones every 2 weeks, meaning getting 800 phones and their data from it would take about 4 years.
Yep, about 4 years. That's about as much time as they need, and the judge didn't buy that argument at all. The judge goes back and says you had plenty of time to turn over the cell phones, ultimately holding them in contempt. And so once you're held in contempt, there'll be something called a show cause hearing. And at that show cause hearing, there will be evidence presented. And so it's not like reasonable doubt, which is the highest standard. It's a lower standard. It's clear and convincing evidence needs to be shown that they failed to do something. Once they do that, because that will be what's brought by ACLU. They're saying, hey, we have clear and convincing evidence that they failed to comply with your order, Judge. Now the burden shifts to DHS. DHS has to turn around to the court and say, okay, we have a reason. We have an answer. The judge says, you failed to do so, meaning you failed to provide an answer as to why you have failed to comply with my order. And because of that, I'm going to hold you in contempt. This $500 per day reoccurring will continue. Those are the types of things where, again, judges speak through their orders. If you don't follow our orders, our rule of law won't work.
And $500 a day, that's no small sum, especially they've already paid about $3,500 so far just in what they've had since this order's come down now. At this point, if you're suing the Department of Homeland Security, is that taxpayer money then that is going to those fines?
It is absolutely taxpayer dollars. Remember, DHS isn't selling products out there. They're not some type of cash revenue generating agency. Their charge is to defend and to protect this country, right? And so if you're doing that, it isn't to pay in fines that are levied against you. And so, yeah, it boils down to you and I's taxpayer dollars when a fine like this is levied against an organization that's a part of our government. And so the goal would be for them to fulfill and comply with the judge's order. I mean, that paying those fees, that $3,500 is great, but these fees will continue until you turn over the documents.
All right, interesting to see once they come out. Khalif, thank you very much. A disagreement could thwart plans to reopen Jail North for juvenile detainees. Children's Alliance Advocacy Director Frank Crawford is calling on local leaders to reach an agreement or risk losing millions to fully renovate and reopen the facility back for kids. Sheriff Gary McFadden plans to partially reopen the jail later this month to help with capacity issues at the main jail in Uptown. However, the problem is McFadden wants to operate the facility, but Crawford says they would have to lease it to the state.
We want to run it. Allow us to run it. You have the $38 million. You don't have to lease it. You don't have to worry about it. Provide us the funding, we will build it and run it.
One of the problems with the numbers he's giving is that the state and the county are not going to agree to pay $18 million a year for a juvenile detention center here.
The main detention center is currently over capacity by nearly 300 inmates. They'd be transferred to Jail North soon, but McFadden says he doesn't want this to hamper discussions for juvenile housing. McFadden is asking for 120 days to find a path forward. Gaston County Police are connecting with people in the community. They were out mingling in Dallas yesterday for National Night Out. There were activities including Touch a Truck for the kids, a canine demonstration, giveaways, and games.
It's absolutely important for us to engage with the community and have them be able to come and put a face to who's serving them and come into their homes, because I don't want people running from me in their time of need. If I've got a missing kid, I don't want them to be afraid that the police are coming and they're going to be in trouble. No, I need them to run to me. I need them to lean on us so that we can help them better and serve our community.
The Hickory Police Department also held its National Night Out event Wednesday in conjunction with the Crawdads baseball team.
I never in a million years would have thought that I would be where I am today, and it's all thanks to social media.
She's turned motherhood into entertainment for people around the world. Live followers can't get enough of what this North Carolina mom is whipping up in her kitchen. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be back after this. A North Carolina mom with a house full of kids never thought she'd be taking social media by storm. Yet, as Natalie Wilson shows us, she's amassed more than 1 million followers on TikTok just by living her real life, doing what she calls mom stuff.
At her Mount Airy home, surrounded by several acres of land and stunning views, work-from-home mom Jessie Avalos is in the kitchen.
I'm gonna turn my camera on as well.
To bring her beloved fans from around the world the content
Y'all have been asking, let's make the viral yogurt cheesecake again.
They can't seem to get enough of.
I don't film for the camera's just there.
She never sought out to be a social media star.
If you told me this would be my life 3 years ago, I would have laughed at you.
It was more curiosity that led her to do some research.
I seen a young mom, she was a teen mom, and she was cooking dinner for her family every single night on social media. And I'm like, is she just like doing this for fun, or is there money behind this? And I'm, the good old Google, can you make money on social media? And I went on a deep dive, and yes, you can make money on social media.
So about 2 years ago, Jessie decided to give it a shot.
My husband, he was like, don't get your hopes up. So many people try to do social media. I'm like, give me just like a month, and if it takes off, it takes off. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And it did.
She was on to something with her content branded under the name Mama J. Ray for what she calls
real life mom stuff and cooking. And cooking is a loose term. You know, we're not chef style cooking over here. We're cooking for lots of kids style cooking.
Yes.
Easy, simple. We're going to put this in the microwave and melt it down.
Jessie has 1.2 million followers on TikTok, close to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, 799,000 followers on Facebook, and close to 500,000 on Instagram.
It definitely doesn't happen overnight. It's consistency, showing up every single day, engaging with every platform. You can't just post and not talk to anybody. I get comments all the time. I love that you actually talk to us. I love that you engage with us.
Needless to say, that kind of platform,
it's absolutely changed our life.
As entertaining and relatable as Jessie is, social media has become more than that. It has allowed her to give her family the things that weren't easy to come by growing up.
Social media, my followers who show up for me every single day, the brands who choose to work with me. Sorry, I am getting a little emotional, but coming from somebody who grew up on the, just the poorest side of poor. We didn't have a lot of things. My mom was a single mom. We had lots of kids in our household too, and my mom worked really hard and she did the best she could, but we didn't have a lot.
She's thankful that part of her story is different now, and it's not lost on her how the viewers have helped make that happen.
I get messages every single day that my video is uplifting, or that they were having a bad day and my video put a smile on their face. And I don't think I fully grasped that me sharing my simple little life and cooking videos could have that effect on another person.
One thing she doesn't want to change is continuing to embrace her small town roots of keeping things real.
Sorry, we lick our fingers over here.
And simple.
Show up as yourself, be consistent, and don't give up. Yeah. There she is, the viral yogurt Biscoff cheesecake.
Not gonna lie, that looks really good. Good for a nice little afternoon snack here, Andrew. Maybe something to take out kind of on the patio if we can see, get a little outside time here before it gets too rainy.
I don't know how much outside time I want. It's too humid.
Too humid still. I know
can't
that
do it.
moisture is still sticking around, whether it's actually falling or just sticking to your skin in the air.
It just 72 is just, it's not good. There's no other way to describe it. That is tropical. When we are in the middle part of the day, we can see this sometimes during the morning, and then the dew points come down at the end of the afternoon. When it's 72 at 12:49 here, it is miserable. Even though the temperature is not that hot. Thankfully, we're not in the low 90s, but 82, not all 82s are the same. If the dew point was 52, it'd feel delightful outside, but it still feels pretty miserable because of that very elevated humidity. Up in Boone, King Street here, a little more comfortable across the higher elevations. Already starting to see a couple of showers pop up on pinpoint radar here off to our north and west as we zoom out. Seeing a few scattered clouds out there. Might see a couple of isolated showers and storms moving in as we head throughout the afternoon into the evening hours here. Temperatures, a lot of low, mid, and upper 80s out there across the Central Carolinas. 88 in Raleigh, 88 in Florence, 88 in Columbia, low to mid 80s elsewhere here across the region. The overall moisture setup, well, we got that southwesterly flow into the Central Carolinas, going to be giving us that potential for wet weather as we head throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours. The Muggy meter, that world famous Muggy meter, pretty much holding steady, which means it's going to be feeling pretty close to tropical out there for the foreseeable future. Even with temperatures not crazy hot, even in some cases slightly below average, it's still feeling very uncomfortable out there. Futurecast this evening showing some of those scattered showers and storms across the region overnight. Heading into your Friday morning, mostly cloudy skies. And as we go into the afternoon, start to see more scattered showers and isolated thunderstorm developing here across the region overnight. Into your Saturday, a lot of cloud cover, and then we see clouds start to lift. And we see some of those hit and miss showers and storms developing as we head into your Saturday evening. Sunday morning, cloud cover to start. And guess what? Showers and storms start to flare up as we head into the afternoon, like clockwork across the Carolinas as we go through the next few days. How much rainfall are we talking about? Very much feast or famine. There'll be places that pick up maybe 1 to 2 inches of rain, and there'll be other places that see hardly anything. Like check out some of the differences between Lancaster and Salisbury. That's what I'm talking about, what we're going to be dealing with. Still seeing improving conditions. Latest drought monitor looking better and better here across the Central Carolinas. Head to the Charlotte FC match tomorrow night. Might see a couple of isolated showers and storms. Otherwise, though, should be in decent shape out there. Beach forecast this weekend. Isolated shower and storm going to be possible both days. As for the rest of today, scattered showers and storms ahead for the Carolinas as we head throughout the afternoon into the evening hours here. And overnight lows, upper 60s and low 70s out there, low to mid 60s. As you head on up into the mountains. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. So as we go into the weekend, still some hit and miss showers and storms possible every single day. But as we go into early next week, we start to see those storm chances come down, but the heat begin to move back up here across the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, here is a moment we know a lot of Charlotte FC fans have been waiting for quite some time, really since the contract was signed. We got former Premier League star Alan St. Maximin will train for the Crown for the very first time starting today. Now, the French forward got his visa situation all settled and arrived in the Queen City on Tuesday. Maxi signed a 3-year designated player contract with the club last month, which will run through the 2028-2029 MLS season. The addition comes as Charlotte took down Pumas 3-0 in their first match of the Leagues Cup. Now, the Crown did have some usual faces on the pitch, such as Ashley Westwood, Tim Ream, of course, but the offense kind of came from a variety of places Tuesday night. Bram Bronico got the party started with arguably one of the easiest goals he's had in his career. Then after that, and after all of the celebration, it was going to be Archie Goodwin finding the back of the net. He was able to put the Crown up 2-0 right there. While head coach Dean Smith was encouraged with what he saw, he knows his squad doesn't have much time to celebrate this shutout victory.
Very rare you enter a tournament so you have 3 home games with an opportunity to get through to a quarter-final. That's what we've been given. So I said go and make the most of it. We can be really good at home. And you know, last 2.5 years tells you how good we can be at home. And you know, I think it's great starting point tonight to put in the performance, get the results, and different players, putting in some performances.
Looking ahead, tomorrow night, the Crown takes on Atlas at the Bank at 7:30. Then Saturday, Charlotte FC will host Pachua. That match also set for 7:30. We've got time for one more quick break here before we give you another check of your pinpoint weather forecast. That's coming up.
Alrighty, one final check-in, your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking more hit and miss shower and storm activity right through the first half and potentially both days of your weekend. And as we go into early next week, the rain chances continue to come down, but then we get hotter and hotter here across the Carolinas.
Just can't find that relief. Again, if it's not the humidity, then it's the heat. Not the heat, gonna be the humidity, or a little bit of rain.
Don't remember.
So, well, thank you for reminding us, Andrew.
know, right?
Appreciate it. Thanks for joining us here at Queen City News at noon.
Welcome into another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski here. We're going to have some special guests joining us later on, but we're starting with a topic here that Andy and I were talking about this morning on the desk, and this is kind of the purpose of Morning Edition, to be able to have longer discussions about this. And that, of course, is the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. This is obviously heartbreaking. It's a tragic case here. It is going to be a long and probably pretty graphic trial, Annie, as we talk about it. We were kind of talking about what could happen, what she should be able to face criminally. Do you kind of want to give everybody an insight into what we were talking about this morning?
Yeah, for sure. So I listened to a podcast on this on the way in. I didn't get to finish it, but as a mom, and I think you don't even have to be a mom or a parent to find this case heartbreaking. 3 kids who were strangled with exercise bands, and then mom tries to kill herself but was unsuccessful. She's partially paralyzed now. But just listening to a podcast this morning talking about Lindsay asking for help, right? So her defense is saying she's not guilty because she was experiencing severe postpartum psychosis, which is very different than postpartum depression. It only happens in about 1 or 2 in every 1,000 women, and maybe even it could be a little bit more prevalent because of not really being honest about how you're feeling. That's a whole other topic. But basically, we started talking about this today of no one's saying, and she's not saying that she didn't do this, but her lawyers are saying this is a failure of the system. The system failed this woman. It is her doctor's fault for not doing something about this, right? So we talked about what criminal charges does she face. If you believe her postpartum psychosis defense, which there is lots of documentation that she was really struggling. She was on dozens of medications. She wasn't sleeping. She was having intrusive thoughts. She had suicidal thoughts, and she communicated this many times over to different therapists, doctors, her own husband, was even in a psychiatric facility prior to this January 2023 killing. So, obviously not having your children around and having the knowledge that you did that is more punishment than I think anyone could ever imagine, right? That you have to live with that. Your husband has to live with that. But I struggle with it because I feel like there needs to be some retribution
right
for the harm that was done. But at the same time, postpartum mood disorders, psychosis, anything like that is you are not aware of what you're doing. You are not in control of what you're doing. So how can you be held responsible for it? It's a really tough case, but more importantly, and I'll let you talk in 1 second, I think it just mostly highlights the difficulties and the little that we know about postpartum mood disorders and how sometimes no one says anything about it. Well, you don't have a choice. You just kind of keep momming. And that's it.
Before I get into like my thoughts on the matter, I kind of do want you to talk a little bit more about it because out of the two of us, you're the one who knows this much better than I do about the feelings immediately after childbirth and the months after that. We were just talking about it in here in the Blue Room. It's something that needs more discussion.
Yes.
Just how much of a mental hurdle it is to try to figure out what does life look like now with this tiny human that I've carried for the better part of the last year. How do I even think straight? And you've done a great piece on it. You can find it on our website, qcnews.com, some of the postpartum things that moms go through. But I mean, can you just speak a little bit about how the mindset shifts aside from any other psychological condition that you may be facing, just for you, what was that like?
It was, I mean, I consider myself a very happy-go-lucky person, pretty positive. And childbirth, it didn't go the way I had planned, right? So I had an unplanned C-section. Wasn't an emergency or anything, but I'm very much a person where I have plans in my head, and I've always been that way, and I get very upset when they do not go according to plan. Like I'm talking big things, right? So this was you know, we're only having one kid. This was my one shot, and it didn't end up the way I wanted to. So it was just shell shock from that. And I don't feel like I ever like truly recovered from it. So and it's just like you have this major surgery, and then you immediately are handed a child who you love immediately, but you have no idea how to care for them if you've never done this before, right? When it's your first. Doctors talk about the incredible hormone drop you go through, and this isn't unique to every person. I mean, it happens to all women, but how it manifests, I think, is different. So you have a massive hormone drop as if you were taking 200 birth control pills every day for X amount of time, and then you just stop cold turkey. Like, it's a lot.
Right. Yeah.
It's crazy. So the challenge is knowing what's kind of normal and, you know, maybe having some mood swings, and obviously you're adjusting to a new schedule and taking care of something else. But then there's the depression that can set in, or anxiety. And I feel like I did have touches of postpartum depression and anxiety. But you go into your 6-week appointment and you fill out a little survey, and that's up to you to like determine how you answer them. And I don't think that I came to like, none of the answers really felt like me. Because they weren't, I didn't feel drastically bad enough.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other long story. But then, you know, I have a very supportive partner at home. But then, you know, he has to go back to work, and then you have to figure out everything. And
you alone with your child.
With a child, and then when you have dogs and you still have other responsibilities, it can be a lot. I can't imagine being so disconnected from reality, right? How scary that must be. Like, I was afraid to leave the house because I was afraid she wasn't going to breathe in her car seat. Like, it was very, now looking back at it, I'm like, okay, you're being silly. Now I go to the grocery store, I do all these things, we travel, whatever. But at the time, it felt insurmountable. Things didn't really like excite me anymore. Like, even things that used to make me excited in the past, I just felt like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm like, what do I want to eat? I don't know. I just need to eat something, kind of a thing. So there's a lot there. So when you talk about psychosis in this Clancy case of, you know, she had said to her husband, or he had testified that afterwards in a phone call while she was in the hospital, she heard a voice saying like, this is your only chance. Only chance for what? I don't know. But it can be really scary, and you don't know what's real. And yeah, so I feel for her in that way. I can't even imagine carrying out that, but we don't know what her mindset was. And that just, I think this is really highlighting how little we know or focus. And you can ask a mom, like a new mom, how they're feeling, and they're going to tell you they're feeling fine. Like, what else are they going to tell you?
Right.
You just have to keep going no matter how you feel. Like this, you just have to. You don't have a choice.
I think what you said right there is kind of what we were talking about this morning, where I struggle with it, is that if you didn't know what you were doing in the moment, right? And that's what her team is claiming, is that because of the psychosis, like, she would have never done this. Lindsay would have never done this if she was in a normal state of mind. So when she was in the act of it, that's not her acting. And so can you punish somebody for something that they really had no control over? It was no fault of their own. Now, did she carry out the act? Yes. Does she know she carried out that? Yes, after the fact. But in the moment, did she know that? And my kind of thing was, hey, I feel like the guilt of knowing that you're the reason why your children are no longer here, to me, that's might be punishment enough. Maybe the if you want some sort of like, okay, you have to tack on a penalty, maybe community service, and she goes out and shares with other moms. It's okay to say I'm not okay. It's okay to seek help, but also speak out to the fact that if you feel like the doctors are overprescribing or underprescribing or not listening to you, to speak up. I hear so many times of being an advocate when you're in there and saying, if you don't feel like you're getting the right cocktail from doctors, say something, because they don't know what you don't tell them.
And she did, though. And that's where there's two separate civil suits of this separately from her husband and from her, of she, this isn't helping. And she also wasn't sleeping on top of
Yeah.
this. Was this because of the medication? So they gave her Zoloft, they gave her Klonopin, they gave her Xanax, Ativan. I don't know all the, the anxiety or
Right.
depression drugs, but there was a lot. And so then instead of saying, maybe we just take this one out and give it another one, I think that from what I understand, I could be wrong, it just like they kind of piled all these things on top of. So how do you even, so she did ask for help. And that's the thing.
Right.
I have no idea what's going to happen in the civil lawsuit but it does hinge on what the criminal side suggests.
A lot
Maybe?
to unpack, a trial that's not going to be going anywhere.
No.
And also, Annie, thank you for sharing your insight and being incredibly transparent
Of course.
with everybody here. All right, look, that's going to be the extent of what we talk about in terms of not so light-hearted stories here. We have other things coming up, including, yes, I teased it, some special guests here on Morning Edition. I'll give you a sneak peek. Whoa, you can't even see it.
Wait, zoom it out, zoom it out, zoom it out.
All right, Austin McCollum joining us on the other side of Morning Edition. We'll be right back. As I promised, it's not just Austin McCollum, the head of QCN Plus, but also we have the for meteorologist Brandon Lawson joining us here.
How did
to
I
talk.
find myself here?
This is how it happens. This is how it happens.
Shout out to Coach Joe Glass.
Is that
Yeah,
the creator of Law Dog?
That is who gave me that
incredible.
nickname. He's up at Hickory High School now.
Okay.
So
Shout out.
yeah, shout out to Coach Glass.
Does Coach Glass also teach?
He does. He teaches weight training.
He teaches
There we
weight
go.
training. Okay, so
Well, he coaches weight training.
coaches weight
Coaches,
training.
Ain't that a way to put it?
All right.
So Coach Glass probably didn't have to worry about this, but
Yeah.
one professor at Alcorn State he's worried about kids using AI. So what he did to trick the kids, and to catch them, I should say, is he gave out a midterm, and in the midterm, he put white text. Which
Online.
Said, online.
It has to be online. That's the only way this works.
Okay, online, and you can kind of understand how it would work, right? So he put a prompt in there to sneak in random digressions about Madagascar. Okay, the midterm was about the Industrial Revolution, and so the idea is if the white text, you wouldn't be able to see it if you're looking at the computer screen, but when you copy and paste the text, obviously AI can see all the text in there. So the students didn't proofread, and it was an alarming amount of students.
32 out of 35.
32 out of 35 failed.
Incredible.
This is really funny. This is some of the senses that he got when he when he looked at it. And he made it clear that that obviously Madagascar has nothing to do with the Industrial Revolution. Some of the sentences he got: Madagascar floats sideways through the afternoon. Madagascar purple bicycle whispers to the ceiling.
I love that one.
Whispers to the ceiling.
I should say he
man.
added it. He doesn't take any glory in catching the kids. In fact, he's upset that he caught so many. But guys, I mean, I think it's kind of a sign of the times. These are the tactics that they have to resort to catch people cheating.
It's going to go back to the handwritten test here soon. I mean, you don't really have a choice at this point. I mean, back when, at least when I was in school, 10 years ago in high school, 11 years ago, we were still doing handwritten stuff. Artificial intelligence wasn't a huge deal, so I didn't have to worry about putting things. Now, every once in a while, I'd go to Google, but it wasn't going to give me the high-tech answer that you get now, and it wouldn't be including Madagascar and the answer as well. So.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I mean-
just the evolution of it, because I mean, for us, it was don't copy and paste from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
You know, I got caught in middle school doing that from a history professor, and I learned a lesson. Man,
There
when you're like 14.
They're that hard in middle school.
But I mean, the same thing where the internet was becoming such a prevalent tool in, the early mid 2000s. And then if you're copying and pasting, they would run it through the programs that would say, well, this is obviously lifted from a site or a journal or a Wikipedia entry. And so you learn, like, treat it as a springboard, not your source of information.
Right.
And this is just kind of like the evolution to it. Because I'm sure you guys have seen the videos of people in college classes where they'll have they're in the the classroom for it, and they'll have their laptop out, and as they're doing it, they're just copying and pasting, or they use a tool that snips the question, and then it will spit out the answer for you.
Okay.
More predominant in like math or kind of straightforward classes like history, not so much English, things like that. But I mean, it is just kind of the evolution, because kids, we all know it. Sometimes you will find the easy way.
Of course. I can hear the librarians and all of my English teachers and history teachers. Wikipedia is not a source, and then you know how to cite what a reputable source is. I don't even know if they teach that anymore. I still think
I'm sure they have to, right?
important. But I think I didn't take any in college, right? This would have been the last time I was in education. I didn't have any online tests. Everything, maybe if I did, it was maybe multiple choice. Like there was no.
Did you take any online courses though?
Only one that was virtual.
Okay.
Like we met virtually, and then I think we had a paper as the final. It was like sports and media or something like that. Which was novel. It was like we're all so used to Zoom now and we freaking hate it. But then I was like, I get to sit in my room and do class. Like hell yeah. So but I digress. I never remember taking anything like that. But I mean, kudos to him for thinking of a way to catch them, right? Instead of like going through all the work. And again, it's not to like catch you, but it's more of like, okay, how do I change my system to make sure you're actually learning? Because or else what am I doing here? Like
Right. Are you shocked at all that none of them proofread the answer?
Yes.
That's what got me. It's like when I took tests, I would look through each answer and make sure, did I answer this right? I mean, I was always usually one of the last ones to turn in my paper, but I always wanted to go through the test once, maybe twice, just to make sure I put in the right answer that I was thinking for each question.
If you're gonna cheat, right? Cheat smart.
They're lazy cheaters.
They're lazy cheaters.
They are
cheat better.
And that's some artificial intelligence.
Don't cheat at all, kids. By the way,
but don't do it. But it's not even the response. Like you didn't proofread your response, but furthermore, you copied and pasted it, and so when you pasted it, in theory, it would have shown up when you highlighted it, right? Because if it's white, when you highlighted it, you would have seen something in white writing.
Yeah, I guess so.
To copy and paste it over. So
they're
that means
not paying attention. They're just doing
that's what I'm saying. Like
they're
you
doing
just
as
have no regard for it.
Yeah, they're just doing Control A, Control C, Control V. Give me the answer. And then copy and paste from there.
There we go.
What was the question again? Like, what was the?
It was like 3 different questions, right?
Something about the industrial. It's something about the Industrial Revolution.
Oh man.
And that's all it was.
But it was a hidden piece of text.
Yeah, well, I know that. Yeah, the Madagascar.
So,
I was just kind of curious, how simple was the question?
Like could you have done this? Could you have done it by yourself?
Did you really need artificial intelligence?
If you didn't study, you know what the Industrial Revolution is, and you can't write to something. I mean, sure, like I understand how it happens. It just man. And here's the thing too, right? We're talking about 32 out of 35. There's a chance that all 35, we were saying this morning on the morning show, there's a chance that all 35 use AI. Just 3 of them learn how to proofread.
Some of them proofread, and we're like, wait a minute, but then.
And those are going to be the movers and the shakers in
that's
the world.
right.
They're smart cheaters. That's the one.
Smart cheaters,
Be smart and proofread.
Don't leave Madagascar in the answer.
Obviously, we like to look back on ourselves with like rose-colored lenses and be like, oh, we would be perfect Monday morning quarterback it, but do you guys think that you guys would have used AI?
100%.
Yeah. Austin was so quick.
100%.
No.
If I was still in school, I'd use it. Absolutely.
Yeah. I would
Like
be
for a test?
I'd be cheating my buttocks off. I'm sure.
I don't know. I was so nervous and stuff to do that stuff. So I know.
I'm with Brandon.
I would have at least proofread. I definitely would have put
Madagascar. Here's what, I wouldn't have been an early adopter, but once I had talked to a few friends, I'm like, well, you're using AI, you're using it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to be the
I gotta compete.
Yeah.
I got it right. I'm going to use it because the other part of it too is like I don't want to be the only one who gets a bad grade because I didn't use AI. If everybody else is getting an AI, I'm going to look like a dummy, right? And you're competing. Here's the other thing too. You're competing with those kids for where you're going to go to college. So if their GPA, it's like, gosh, I'm going to go way into the weeds, but it's like baseball in the steroids era, right? If everybody else is juicing, you got to juice too. Otherwise, you're not going to make the money. That's what these kids are. They're Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa.
Where's my Barry Bonds? You know, it is kind of like, not to get all LinkedIn posty, but it is like, are you investing in yourself? Are you cheapening yourself by doing this? I mean, 100% use the tool, learn how to use it.
Right.
But be smarter.
Yeah, be smarter.
Cheat smarter.
For sure. What did Uncle Ben say to Peter Parker?
With great power comes great responsibility.
There it is. Think about it. All right, we'll be back with more Morning Edition right on the other side of this.
Welcome back to Morning Edition. I have some terms.
Oh.
And tell me if this jogs your memory a little bit. Are you ready?
Okay.
Let's go. What's that?
Top 8.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Profile songs.
Yes.
Yep. HTML.
Come on.
Bulletins.
Yeah.
Woo.
Okay.
PC for PC. PC for
Oh,
PC.
you on that one?
Yeah. No, I got it. Nope.
Sure you can get that one.
Is it comment for comment, right?
Yeah. Pick comment for pick comment.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was like personal.
Nah,
comment.
you
Okay.
comment. You got to boost them comments, dog.
You comment on my picture, I'll comment on your picture.
Yeah.
Say these terms.
Yeah.
Because if you're vibrating right now, your little millennial heart's open. It's because there are talks of reviving MySpace.
Come on now.
Bring it back.
So fun.
Okay. This is crazy to me. Did you guys, everybody here obviously all had MySpace?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay.
Very shortly, but I did.
This see to me like I don't know if you guys have logged on in recent years like just to check, but like it doesn't look like that anymore.
No.
What is it? Oh,
but
they
that was like the heyday of it. Yeah. I mean, this was before for kids. Like this was before Facebook. Like this was the first thing you had in terms of like social media networks to connect with your friends, and it caught on like wildfire.
MySpace crawled.
Oh.
So Facebook could run.
Yeah, 100%.
It was so much fun. So I haven't tried to log into this account since 2008, 2009.
Okay, sounds about right. Okay,
I was a freshman in college when I stopped using.
That was like when
MySpace.
Facebook took off.
Well, that was when I went on my official visit to Iowa when I was 17. This is important because it started as only a college thing, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't really a thing in my high school. And then
for Facebook, right?
for Facebook. So then when I went on my visit, everyone's like, friend me, and I'm like, MySpace, and they're like, no, Facebook. So then I think at that point they had
You
just
had an
allowed,
invite, right?
Well, I think it had just turned the corner where you could have a Facebook. I didn't have to have a college email address because it wasn't enrolled yet. But this was like everything. So I think it had just changed like to where it was open to everyone. So then I started, talking to teammates and roommates, whatever. So then MySpace kind of just like fell off.
I feel like MySpace is like that high school girlfriend who you're like, we're never gonna break up, Susie. Like, I will marry you. And then all of a sudden you get to college, like, oh, Facebook. Hello.
Hello. It's like that meme of like the guy walking with his girlfriend. And then,
and then like turning back and seeing, yeah.
I mean, but that's what it was like because MySpace.
literally.
I never thought the good days would end with MySpace, and then all of a sudden it was just like, oh yeah, I remember MySpace. Like, we don't really talk anymore. Oh.
I don't even know what she's doing.
Right. And apparently this is what MySpace is back.
I would love to be able to recover a bunch of my old photos.
Yes.
I was a scene kid
Oh,
during the
You were a
MySpace.
scene kid.
I was. I had long straight hair.
Of course you did. Did you have the rainbow bracelets?
I did a lot of them. No, I didn't go that far, but I was in a band, so I
Okay.
did like my personal page. I did my band's page.
Whoa,
You know, I was very much
pushing it.
I grew up in like rural North Carolina, so for me it was like, oh, I can connect with all these people. You know, nothing beats the thrill, and I mean nothing, of logging into MySpace and you see that list of notifications, Pix comment, bulletin, friend request, new message. It's like, oh, that's like the first dopamine hit.
Validation.
You know, now you get likes on your stories or whatever. It's like, no. You got to go back. That
Way
was
back.
where it began.
Okay.
Who-
So if
Does
that
it-
was the height of the dopamine, is there anything more crushing though than logging onto your friend's page and seeing you're no longer in the top 8 or the top 10 or top
That-
like
that
or
caused so
somebody
much beef.
or somebody who's like a new friend is like higher than you. It's like
You're like,
yeah.
It's like the equivalent now of like being unfollowed, right?
Oh,
Like, why'd you unfollow me
Right,
on
right,
Instagram
yeah.
or on TikTok? But that was like how ruthless. Like here's this platform. Rank your besties, and when one of them pisses you off, you just kick them.
I have a very distinct memory of a very close friend moving me. Like I think we were each other's like first or so,
Yeah.
and I think he had moved me, and like even as like a 14-year-old, it was like, oh, that hurt.
Yeah.
You gotta go listen to like some Taking Back Sunday and just work it out.
Yeah. Speaking of, do you all remember like what song you picked?
I remember
like your most recent one. Like which one stands
I
out?
know one of them was Mims. This is why I'm hot.
Oh,
It's okay.
I was on the side where you like proto hipster, where you're
Uh-huh.
like trying to do like band songs that like people
Okay.
weren't doing at the time.
Okay.
You're so hipster.
And then you would
so
know-
hipster.
you were.
Yeah, I mean, you try, and if you're trying, it's not gonna work.
Uh-huh.
But you know, trying to put up music that people hadn't put on their profiles
Okay.
before.
Mm,
Like,
you
your
had
friend
to be
was like-
different. You couldn't have what anyone else
Yeah,
had. You had to be that
exactly.
kid.
You know, it's like, oh yeah, we went to this show in Raleigh, and like this band, like it's really cool. They're called Foxy Shazam, and you know, this was but yeah, it was just a different time. It's a different breed of social media.
really
I mean,
is.
it is. They crawled. It's the precursor. But now everything is so visual and video based that
Uh-huh.
like MySpace, it's like this weird encapsulation of that burgeoning internet where it's your photos, but it's your writing and it's the
Yeah.
presentation of your like who among us, we all learned coding to
Yeah.
some degree,
Uh-huh.
early HTML to like
Gotta
make
close the
your
brackets.
profile. Yes. You like
And then you bring it up and it's like there's a giant missing space and you're
And
like,
you're like, oh, where did it go? And then you're like scrolling through and like getting closer and closer to the computer screen, and your parents are like, what the heck are you doing? And like, are you on that MySpace again?
Coding, mom.
Do you
Man,
remember?
I spent so little time on MySpace. I mean, I was so young.
Good
I was
for
like,
you. I
it's
just-
like my
that's the
early,
thing.
it was
It's
like
an
my
age thing.
early middle
Yeah.
school days.
Okay.
So like, I
No,
probably
man.
spent like the last year of MySpace, and then
Okay.
it was straight to Facebook.
All
So
right.
you know, but I do remember the songs,
did
and
you have?
I mean, I can't remember my song exactly, but I
Okay.
do remember like you picking the songs, and like I
Mhm.
do remember the top 8. You know, I remember the pictures and
The backgrounds.
I'm just
Little
right,
things
the
and then
backgrounds,
find your own
yeah.
backgrounds.
And I'm just like thinking about like just like what my account looked like. I was like so young. Like who are my top 8 friends back in the
Yeah.
day?
I wanna
Like
see.
am I still friends with them now? You know,
Probably
like,
not.
do you guys remember
Yeah.
what surveys did you guys have? I can't even remember what surveys I had.
Oh, so many. Like that was
Like,
and then you would post them for everyone to
yeah, you got to
see.
post your results. How you do?
Surveys are just like
What
answering the
celebrity are
questions,
you
like,
most likely to marry and stuff like
Yeah.
that?
It was
Oh.
wild.
Those
So
like obnoxious 100 question ones.
oh,
or
but I spent so much time doing it.
You know, but I think it kind of begs this questions. Like, I miss, or thought, not question. I miss the days when social media wasn't conflated with political opinions and
yeah.
all these divisive things. Like back then, like the craziest thing was like, yeah, are you my top friends or not?
Mhm.
What's my song gonna be? Right?
Yeah.
It didn't get all crazy. I
Tough
miss
decisions.
Oh no, there was stuff in there.
I was
right?
gonna-
I mean,
there was stuff.
but you okay, but it wasn't. I guess maybe because we weren't adults, so it didn't seem.
as
Oh.
bad.
Yeah.
Not-
or
was
or
you
that
around the
just
full
wasn't on your
island?
radar. Like, you
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Well, I
Yeah.
think for parents back then, that was like,
Did
you had
parents
your
use it?
kids? Well, like I know, but I remember my mom being very protective of me.
Yeah.
When I started it, because I think I was 14, so this was I think 03, 04.
Yeah.
And her being like, you need to be very careful because you know they're watching news stories about predators and everything,
course.
which I mean they existed on there, but
Yeah,
you know you need to be careful. I remember I put a
Okay.
Okay, Julian.
there was a like a Leonard Skinner lyric I put on one of mine And I remember very distinctly, it was from Tuesday's Gone with the Wind. You know, if I leave, I can't sing it because ASCAP will, or the AI bots will scrape our video and take us down, copyright strike us. But I put the lyrics up, and my mom comes to me and she's like, "Are you okay?
No.
Do you need to talk about anything?" I was like, "I'm fine.
It's
It's
just
just
a
a
lyric.
I just need to see moody and deep.
Yeah, right.
I need all of my
Mysterious.
friends to know that I'm brooding.
Yeah, no, only so like I mean, obviously it was a World Wide Web, and like yes, there were predators out there. And I'll just say, like, it just brings me to, I'm gonna leave you guys on this. Do you guys remember like Omegle?
Yeah,
It's not.
that's still around too.
Oh,
I was gonna
is
say
it really?
Photo Bucket's another one.
Omegle?
Bucket.
What was the other one like
Omegle?
Omegle? There was another one.
What is that?
It's a chat room one where
Chat
it's
roulette.
like chat roulette.
That's a, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
there's
Anyway.
some. That's a whole different topic. We'll bring Sharice in for that
We'll
one.
Nobody still has trial. Anyway, that is it for Morning Edition. We will catch you guys next time. As always, you get this Monday through Friday, 4 to 10 a.m.
I'm Queen City News Chief Business Correspondent Taylor Young, and you are watching Side Hustle, a show dedicated to learning about all the cool, interesting ways that people are making extra money. And when you think of TV shows and movies, your first thought might not be that this could be a side hustle, but not every shot involves a lead actor, and sometimes it takes a lot of people to fill the background of scenes. So that's why today we are talking about making a little extra as an extra. And this week, we're going to bring in our guest, Tom Raleigh. Tom, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Taylor.
So we were just kind of showing a clip of a trailer for Righteous Gemstones, and that is a series that you have actually been in as an extra. And before we even kind of get into what your experience is like on set, walk us through kind of how you got into doing this work. Is it something that you were always kind of drawn into?
Initially, I was just curious about the movie business in general and the mechanics of it, how they were made. I had transferred, or I had moved down to Charleston, South Carolina after retiring, and I was footloose and fancy free, if you will. And one day I tripped over a post on Facebook through a casting agency, and I thought, well, here we go. Here's my opening door. And through Tona Dahlquist casting, I simply submitted my name, and they asked for brief biographical background, a headshot, a full standing shot, any experience you might have had. That was my initial startup, and pretty soon, as I see a couple of clips you're showing there, I was fortunate enough to be in a few courtroom scenes of Mr. Mercedes, and that was a kickoff to my extra career.
Yeah. And you essentially kind of landed your first gig, I guess, it sounds like. Like right off the bat?
That was, I was pretty lucky to do that. It wasn't a featured extra, if you will, but just the fact that I was there out of curiosity, and to see yourself a year or two later on TV is kind of fun.
I bet. So you mentioned Righteous Gemstones. Let's kind of go through the impressive list of kind of all the shows and movies that you've been a part to. Righteous Gemstones, Mr. Mercedes, which is a drama series based on a Stephen King's novel, right. The Hunting Wives, and then an upcoming movie kind of featuring a famous boxer, Christy Martin, who's starring Sydney Sweeney and was partially shot right here in Charlotte. I feel like you're probably a man at the parties that everyone kind of wants to come and talk to and ask about this experience. How do you explain to people what this gig is like?
Well, it's funny that you ask. It's an awkward situation. You try to remain humble, of course. You know, not that this is any great feature role or anything, but it's fun, and everybody's curious, just like you are. How you get started in this? Generally, everybody asks how it happened. Just got your foot in the door. I consider myself pretty lucky, I guess. And having only done a relatively few extra stints at this point, I have been lucky in getting a little bit of notoriety.
Yeah, and you know, from our previous conversation, it sounds like every kind of job that you do or any kind of set that you're on, it's very different. Kind of walk me through the process of what an average day would be like as an extra on a set.
Well, the very first requirement is you have to be prepared to wait. You have to be patient. There is a lot of downtime. That was probably my biggest surprise. I have in the past in my professional career, I had an opportunity to take part in a couple of training films for the corporation, and that was sort of my introduction to production techniques. And I learned right away that's hurry up and wait. You'll get 30 seconds of a shot oftentimes takes hours and hours and hours for any number of different reasons. That's number one. Number two is, and you learn this pretty quickly, while you might be tempted to talk with the crew, the cameraman, the production assistants, anybody, it's best just to smile and nod and stay out of everybody's way. There are many people involved in the entire process that are always taking notes, seemingly, not literally on paper, but they're very alert. They watch. Time is money in this business. The next thing that becomes really apparent just after a few hours is you begin to understand why productions are so expensive. It takes a lot of people for a relatively small content that you ultimately see on the screen.
Has this kind of changed the way that you watch movies or television shows now that you have been kind of a part of this process? Are you kind of looking at the extras a little differently?
That's an excellent question. I can only speak for myself, of course. I view everything I watch now differently, having the experience of seeing the background. And the techniques and the methodology to everything. I find myself doing a very amateurish critique, if you will. It's truly interesting.
Okay, so, and I know sometimes, kind of going back to how many hours you're on set, sometimes you, from our previous conversation, you could be on set for hours and hours, maybe days worth. But that scene might not even make the final cut. What is that like?
That's absolutely true. As I shared with you in the previous conversations, I'll use Righteous Gemstones as an example. I was again fortunate enough to be asked to be in the Gemstones choir, and they placed. And there were about 100 people on either side of the stage. They had me pretty much, well, definitely in the front row, and there were a number of shots that came our way. The scene itself, one particular scene, took maybe 30 seconds on the actual viewing. It took 15 and a half hours to achieve that 30 seconds of song and dance, if you will. We had a little script. We didn't have a dance step, but we had kind of a swaying back and forth. There was choreography involved. A lot of us didn't know our left foot from our right foot.
So you have to be prepared for really anything to be thrown at you.
Pretty much you do.
Yeah.
If you're cast, quote unquote, in a spot that you know, or that they tell you in advance, you're going to be on camera in this. We're going to be focusing on this group of people. Then you're on the mark, and they kind of hold you to task.
Yeah. And I understand, there has been times where maybe the scene that you were in, it didn't make the cut. But there has been times where you have been pretty close to being up front and center with the main actors.
Certainly a very, very, again, another fortunate moment.
Yeah, the courthouse scene is kind of really sticking out to me.
Yeah, I think I stood out there more so because that particular scene in the courtroom was, the setting of the scene was, or the whole moment was, it was winter time in a courtroom in Ohio. And here I come traipsing in with a deep Carolina tan, and I thought for all the world, there's no way in the world they're going to let me sit in a spot, and it was kind of fun when it showed up on the big screen.
Well, on that note, we are going to take a really quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. So, Tom, we were just talking about what it was like with your experience on set. So, after everything is shot and kind of wrapped up, you know eventually this is going to air. What is it like when you kind of find out, okay, this is airing on this specific date? Do you have a watch party? Do you how do you go about that?
Most of the time, in my experience, my brief experience, you're not made aware of exactly when anything is going to be shown. Each of the productions that I've been involved with some have given notice, some haven't. I'll refer to The Hunting Wives. I did that about over a year and a half ago. And only recently, I became aware that it was just a production intended to go on Stars, and now it was bought by Netflix and appearing July 21st, which is certainly looking forward to. But up until that announcement just the other day, I had no idea when it was going to air. I haven't heard anything about Apopka. That's a future release. And The Righteous Gemstones, once the season started, of course, you knew every Monday night or Sunday night, whatever it was, what you were about to see.
Yeah. And were you tuning in for them?
Of course.
So let's kind of go back a little bit to how you kind of land these gigs. I understand that there are casting call groups on social media that can post upcoming gigs. But you have also kind of gotten to the point where you might get a phone call personally asking you to come. Talk about that.
From the casting agency, Tony Dahlquist is the only one I've been associated with so far. Obviously, they compile a database of 75-year-old males, 16-year-old and what have you, and all of your stats. From that, the director occasionally, and again, in my brief experience, the director occasionally says, I need a 40-year-old woman or a 75-year-old man. A few times I was contacted directly after building a small resume by the casting agency. Through text or a phone call, actually. I was on my way home from Asheville one afternoon and got a call from Tony Dahlquist and saying that the director wanted the agency to compile a list of about 10 75-year-old males for a particular role, and asked if I wanted my name thrown in the hat. And I said, yeah, please, absolutely. That was a production in Charlotte. And I reminded them that I live in Charleston, South Carolina, but I can travel if needed. So I was pretty surprised when they selected me just on pure logistics, because they termed it a featured role, featured extra, not a featured role. I got to be careful there. A featured extra. So you had to make a firm commitment that whenever needed, you'd be able to be there. You'd have advance notice, of course, but I had to give that assurance. And interesting thing. Part two of this is basically you have to sign or agree to, in that kind of a spot, an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. They don't want anything going out to the public before they start doing their promotions of it. They don't want any pictures going out before approval, if you will. I kind of want it there, but I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I know, for any side hustle that we talk about on this show, money is always involved. So talk about that. How do you get paid for being an extra? And is it a lot? Kind of put it into context.
Sure. The pay scale initially that I experienced was probably in the $12 to $15 an hour range. Everything pays you a minimum of 8 hours. After 8 hours, they allow for overtime, time and a half, that everybody's familiar with. There are some time constraints apparently related to the production crews, and you can't work more than 15 3/4 hours a day. And I have been on set at least half a dozen times now in different productions where I have worked very, very, very long days. The pay process, everybody signs into immediately, and it's always it's thorough, but it's prompt, and you get paid, I'll say, within days or a week of any given single day that you work. If you work 4 or 5 days in a row, of course, you don't get 4 or 5 checks. You get one lump check at the end of time. They're very efficient in that manner, very professional. As I say, pay scale seems to average around the $12 to $15 an hour. If you happen to be lucky, like I was with 1 or 2 spots, you get featured extra pay, a little bit more.
Yeah. And do you do this for the money, or do you do this? I don't know. I know you're retired. You love movies. You love the movie process. What was kind of the reason that got you into doing this?
Pure curiosity. I wanted to learn the process. I thought it would be intriguing. I was lucky, a word I seem to be using a lot today, but I was truly lucky. Over 50 years ago. Gives me a little pause when I say that. Holy cow. I was in a national commercial, couple of national commercials, and for the same product. And the money that I made at the time for a very, very, very small work was very nice.
Yeah.
I even had a script, my 1-word script. I won't say the product on the air because it's still out there today. But it was fun, and that's what made it.
Can you say what your line was?
My line, I had to study long and hard for this, and I was on the spot, and I was leaning on the side of a Corvette, and a very pretty girl next to me. And over the director's shoulder, I got my cue, and I looked right into the camera, and I went, Delco.
Nailed it. You still got it. Okay, so fast forward to today. You don't necessarily do this for the money, but this can be a really successful side hustle or potentially career. Could extra work be a career for someone?
If you really put your mind to it, I think you could. And I started to meet a few people along the way that, while maybe not making a career of it, did it pretty often. And they would, one fellow in particular lives in Florida. He would go to Atlanta, and he recommended to me, if I wanted to do any more, go to Atlanta. They have a lot of movie production and TV production out of there, with a couple of very active casting agencies. There's another area up in Wilmington, North Carolina. most people know of that through Outer Banks. I have met people that have done it. I would recommend, sitting here at the ripe old age of 75, if you're going to do it when you're younger. Don't do it when you're older. But you can. You can put some money in your pocket.
And they also need 75-year-old extras too.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I'm filling a slot.
All right, we're going to take one more quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Side Hustle. Tom, we've covered a lot of ground here. Do you have a favorite memory on set?
A funny one, certainly, if I may.
Yeah.
On the set of The Hunting Wives, I was put in the featured extra position of Taylor's husband, and Taylor's being played by Ally DeBerry. So in the production, in The Hunting Wives, I just basically I'm the rich old man, Texas oil billionaire, and I have this beautiful 30-year-old wife.
Was this when you were tan?
When I was
Walked
tan?
into set when you were tan?
Oh, I seem to always be tanner.
True. Is there anything that...
So a particular...
Yeah, I was going to say, is there anything that has surprised you in your years of doing this that you didn't realize was the case before you got into doing extra work?
Another excellent question, and I probably have to dwell on that a little bit. Probably not so surprised by, but I didn't think the behind the scenes work, for some reason, I don't know why I thought this, wouldn't. I was surprised by how involved it was. Involved not only with the number of people, but the sheer amount of equipment and the time it takes to put 30 seconds on a film.
So maybe a little bit more appreciation. I think we all should maybe have a little bit
Oh,
more
absolutely.
appreciation
Yeah.
for movies and what
Yeah.
goes into it. And really kind of my last question is for anyone who's watching this who might think to themselves, I love movies. I'd really maybe enjoy being an extra. What advice would you give to them either on how to get into it or, I don't know, a mindset on if they are kind of asked to be on set?
Sure. Stay alert to the postings online through social media, just as I did. Again, I'm not a professional in this area, but my personal recommendation would be you don't have to pay a casting agency to become an extra. There are plenty out there that are involved in the business that just compile your data based upon what you send to them. Take the next step, put yourself out there, and I can almost guarantee you'll get called. There are plenty of moments, plenty of shots out there that require hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. Take the step, go do it. You'll have fun.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Tom. Actually, before we end this, I have to ask if there is any movie, present or past, that you wish that you could have been an extra in and just witness. Do you have one?
Shawshank Redemption.
Okay. There we go. Maybe they'll make a remake someday and you can be a part of it. Well, thank you so much. That was our episode of Side Hustle. We'll see you next week.
Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live. It is 3 o'clock on your Thursday. We are joining you live for the Blue Room per usual, and we appreciate you making us a part of your day. I'm Morgan Francis. This is Brian Blakely. We have Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane and Austin McCollum, your usual group, holding down the fort here. We have a lot to get to, Brian, starting with this whole drama surrounding Dr. Anthony Fauci with his testimony, I guess, if you call it that. He pleaded the Fifth 111 times, and it's not sitting well with Republicans.
And because of that, the Senate committee here has voted to hold Dr. Fauci in contempt of Congress. It's over that refusal to answer questions in a hearing last week. The vote, contempt resolution, it came after Fauci invoked the Fifth, didn't want to answer questions for fear of incriminating himself, as what he said was he felt that they were out to get him, and specifically Senator Rand Paul, who has continued his ramps up on Dr. Fauci concerning, you remember Dr. Fauci was front and center for the COVID stuff back in 2020 and 2021.
Right, and they want to question him on his just everything surrounding COVID, because he had kept a journal which was on government computers, and it revealed that he was really kind of captivated by his own fame, while at the same time commenting on the rising number of cases, just conflicting information about what he was advising when it came to closing down schools and what he was telling people on the back end. So they wanted him to answer questions. The thing is, he's been pardoned by Biden from 2014 through January of 2025. And so it shields him from prosecution, but it doesn't shield him from making false statements in any sort of a hearing like the one that he was in, which is why his attorneys recommended that he plead the Fifth.
So there's a lot of questions about whether the legalities of that can go forward, as far as some Democrats are accusing Rand Paul and the Republicans of going after Fauci here. And Fauci's it says Fauci's attorney here, Shurtler here, he is saying, David Shurtler, he's saying that this is a vendetta against him. And he spent 50 years in public health trying to do good for everybody and has saved countless lives. And he's accused Rand Paul specifically, of abusing his power and trying to weaponize the Justice Department in his attacks against him.
Well, and Rand Paul wants to go straight to the Justice Department for this, bypassing the Senate, because he would need 60 votes to pass this resolution, and that's unlikely. So that's probably why he wants to go straight to the Justice Department, and then it would be up to the U.S. Attorney in Washington to decide whether to investigate or potentially attempt to prosecute Fauci for contempt.
So turning now to Iran, could this be over finally? We're seeing that it's in its final stages. Let me get my air quotes in here. As you can see the camera, as far as the deal to open up the Strait of Hormuz, and it's really a deal with Oman and not really including the U.S., except for the U.S. as part of the deal is they're supposed to stop their U.S. naval blockade of ships going through. But there are some really concerns here about this deal with Iran and Oman of opening up a very small corridor for ships to go through. And there's a lot of stipulations on this that have come out that are really causing some problems about going forward with this. It's also sent the oil markets spiking today.
Right. So they published this draft showing, it's pretty restrictive, the conditions for ship traffic. It would ban U.S. and Israeli ships from transiting the strait. That's not going to sit well with the U.S. Other nations that have harmed Iran would not be allowed to transit unless there's some sort of compensation that's paid. And then Tehran will impose penalties on violators equivalent to 20% of the value of cargo aboard the ship. So ship owners are outraged because they don't want to have to pay any sort of fees for using the strait, which was international. They didn't have to before. So the White House hasn't commented on this, newly released draft, nor has Oman. And we don't really know if President Trump is going to go with what they have
touting
put
here for the last couple of days that a possible deal could be in place, and then here's the devil in the details here. Whether we see what's happening going forward with Iran seemingly in control of the Strait of Hormuz when it comes to this whole situation with the war going on for now 6 months. Meanwhile, President Trump also making headlines here is denying that he confronted Pete Hegseth at the Department of Defense here over munitions, calling that 100% fake news.
Right. So this was reportedly at Camp David last week. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the report as well 100% fake news, saying she was at Camp David and that this literally never happened. You can read her full post on X. But there were these reports that, again, continued reports that the stockpile has been depleted in part, not entirely, but in part because of the war with Iran.
And particularly
specifically
those
long-range missiles. And the concern over that isn't the war that's happening now, but any potential future conflict with, let's say, China or North Korea, that they would need those long-range missiles.
Yeah, a lot of controversy swirling around that. And we do know that several Republican senators and also Democratic senators have been questioning about that. But President Trump has said, as far as the munitions go, he posted today that says, we're fine. We're doing well. We're manufacturing our long-range missiles. We've got other people that are sending us stuff, and that we shouldn't worry about this at all. But
the Washington Post, though, they're claiming that the shortages of missiles have influenced Trump's decision to stand down on some strikes that he had previously
strikes
said he
on
would
U.S.
make.
bases in over Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back here locally, flock cameras continue to make the headlines here. Yesterday, the Mooresville Police Department chief said that they fired Officer Elizabeth Snowman for accessing the flock database 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife. Those are the allegations.
Yeah, and that's pretty stunning to hear something like that, considering that officers with the flock cameras, and what they do is they get a license plate hit and they send it back and they're tracking that information. But to get in there, you have to have a legitimate reason for investigative purposes for a flock camera to be used in the first place. And then there are checks and balances here, which the checks and balances here alerted. There's these audits that they're happening,
Right.
and this audit here turned up the officer that is accused of accessing the flock database 31 times to track her boyfriend's ex-wife through this. And so there's a lot of ramifications for this, and certainly, and now she is certainly facing that from what happened. But also what the chief did today or yesterday was saying that there's possibly more that's happening there.
He kind of indicated there's going to be at least one more arrest. So I'm assuming this internal audit that they did, turned up more results than just this one woman, this one officer. But, this comes after CMPD had a similar issue where they arrested an officer for allegedly using flock to give a drug suspect a heads up on the vehicle that was going to be watching them for some sort of undercover vehicle for some sort of investigation. I thought this was interesting, though. Going back to Mooresville, the chief says that they've made some changes. He stands by flock. He says the benefits outweigh the risks.
No question, they've made a lot of arrests from using flock cameras.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think people who, families who have benefited from having a case closed for a family member because of flock cameras would stand by that statement. But he says that his officers are now going to be required to input a case number just to access the flock data, which I think, that could potentially help people who are looking to misuse the technology. But again, with this becoming it's such a new thing right now, I think we're seeing a lot of officers get in trouble for misusing the technology.
And the privacy concerns are the huge issue. We have talked to the ACLU. We're doing this as our story for On the Record coming up on Sunday. And I talked to City Councilwoman Dante Anderson, in charge of public safety, about the CMPD. They don't own the cameras, but the data, there's very specific things like what you're talking about with Mooresville. You have to, in order to access the data, you have to have a legitimate reason. And there's audits that happen throughout. So people are ensured the safety of that and also that information as well. So
that officer, by the way, Snowman, she's due back in court August 27th to face her charges, misdemeanor accessing computers. She was booked into that.
And more to come to see if anybody else gets arrested for accessing these computers inappropriately and also probably likely illegally. Well, North Carolina Port's IT system, they were hacked. According to officials, they say the breach happened on Tuesday, and it disrupted port operations at Wilmington, also in Morehead City, and right here in Charlotte.
So the North Carolina Ports is the authority that manages the state's 2 deep water ports, and then the inland one, which would be Charlotte. It said that they were subject of a cyber attack. It disrupted the operations. It did post a message on its website saying, due to a systems-wide outage, gates at the Port of Wilmington, Port of Morehead City, and the Charlotte Inland Port will be open at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, August 5th, and delays can be expected. But this is, they don't know who was behind this, the group of actors, as they call it, but a huge concern if it could disrupt, our ports in the area.
Yeah, and officials say that the breach has been contained and they're in the recovery process. What does that mean? You're paying a ransom? We don't know exactly what that is. They're trying to recover some of the data that was lost, that was hacked. So more to come out of that, but we've certainly seen the hackers ramping up. We've seen, obviously, with the water infrastructure, that was related to Iran. Not so sure exactly, like you were saying, the hackers are where they're coming from with this breach.
I mean, and the FBI and EPA just issued more warnings about this kind of stuff potentially happening, targeting infrastructure and water and wastewater systems. And then, as we mentioned on this show earlier this week, the Biden administration 2 years ago sent letters to governors warning this very same thing could happen. So we are seeing it happen, but it's on authorities to make sure that those systems are safeguarded against this.
Yeah.
Let's get out to Spokane, Washington, where they still continue to battle 3 fires in the area. They made the one arrest, 37-year-old Aaron Farinacci, for one of the fires. They're still trying to figure out the 2 other fires in the area, how those started. But they're not really lifting evacuations. People are getting frustrated. They want to go home and see their homes if they're still there. And but they're trying to push past some of the closures, and authorities are getting frustrated not only with that, but also the drones. Apparently, the FBI has come in to stop drones that are interrupting firefighters during these efforts.
People wanted to launch their own drones or some sort of companies to get their own footage out there. But the footage that you're looking at right now from either a helicopter that's going over the area, but the incredible video gives you a great idea of what's going on. Spokane Sheriff says that these evacuations, they're not going to be lifted for many, many, many days because of how intense these wildfires are. And they got 1,500 firefighters right now from 23 states that are helping fight these blazes. To date, now we had 700 structures that were burned yesterday. Now it's up to 846. We know 60,000, almost 70,000 people have been evacuated due to this. And a lot of it, as you look into here, it's these really dry, windy conditions that are fueling these wildfires that are making it very, very tough for the firefighters to do their job.
Yeah, I mean, and so President Trump approved the federal state of emergencies for Washington that they requested. Going back to the suspect, he's supposed to, enter a plea, I believe today, but it came out that he was contacted by law enforcement last summer for 2 other fires, but was never arrested. So we're learning more and more about the background of this guy every day. And just it comes with a lot of baggage, it sounds like. But again, these fires, I mean, they desperately need some rain out there.
Speaking of rain, we've had plenty of it around here. We did overnight as we take a live look outside, back toward our skyline from our tower cam here over our WJZY's Queen City News studios. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane tracking maybe more.
Yes, we have some more out there again today. And I want to talk about the drought situation around here, which, has been affecting us for so long now, but we continue to see some real good improvement because of these off and on waves of rain.
Yeah, the new drought
there it is
report came out today.
Yeah. So we've got more improvement. I put that in big letters there, all caps on the map, because I mean, look at that little yellow area. So those areas north and west of Charlotte, Gaston County, western Mecklenburg County, over a good part of our South Carolina communities, basically out of the drought. I mean, we still have what's considered abnormally dry conditions, the air quotes like Brian did earlier.
We got some air quotes from Tara.
All right,
today. I'm up next.
But level 1. So, and we still do have a little footprint there. You can see the darker orange places like Monroe, Wadesboro, and up into Stanley County of severe drought, level 3. Out of 5. But overall, yes, some good improvement. We have more showers and storms out there today, and some of those could turn severe before the evening's out with the damaging wind gust threat. You can see
water restrictions.
Yeah, right, in the Queen City, right? Yeah. So we'll see, if we see any changes in that anytime soon with things continuing to improve overall with drought. We've got, you can see some heavy rain, some strong storms lifting up toward Rock Hill and Fort Mill, Lancaster, South Carolina, the mountains seeing the majority of the activity as well. And level 1 out of 5 risk of severe storms, damaging wind gusts will continue to be the main threat here. And future radar shows a few more of those popping up, and even some of the areas across the Piedmont that are dry so far. It's possible later on this evening again, and even up until midnight or so, 1 o'clock in the morning, we could see some areas of heavy rain and storms breaking out. 87 degrees right now, pretty similar temperatures the past couple of days, where once you factor in the humidity, it's still so steamy outside. It feels more like as well into the 90s, even close to 100, back in the upper 80s to lower 90s as we head into the weekend. And notice how the chances of rain still do not disappear. So we're still just kind of generally under this unsettled pattern here after the showers and storms move out tonight. Back to some dry time early tomorrow. I know we have a lot going on tomorrow evening. Charlotte FC match, Charlotte Knights game uptown. Chance of rain, maybe an isolated storm. I'd say take the poncho just in case once again. So 60s and 70s tonight, back in the 80s to near 90 tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures do get a little bit hotter. Look at those low and mid 90s next week with some slightly lower rain chances, more sunshine. So temps will start to respond a little bit.
But, the rain chances back off, which is a good thing.
They do a little bit. Yeah. Get more dry time.
Appreciate it.
Hey, coming up, big story that's breaking today. Now former Miss North Carolina, Miss USA.
Stripped of her crown.
Stripped of her crown. We're going to have all the details for you about, and also who is going to be taking her place coming up when you're watching Queen City News Plus Live. Good afternoon, 3:20 right now on your Thursday. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live as we take a live look outside our Independence camera today, looking back toward the skyline there. You can see some clouds hanging over, possible rain tonight, diminishing into the weekend, which is good news for all those party goers and kids goers for activities and everything that we're going to be
Crazy
doing.
kids
Yeah, right.
out there partying away.
Crazy stuff. Take a look at this video, Morgan, that we have here. This is out
geez.
of Brisbane,
Right.
Australia, where this car goes airborne and just catapults into the air after it swerved to hit another vehicle.
There are multiple angles of this. I think the craziest angle is from inside the bus.
Yes.
It looks like the car goes, entirely through the bus. And just a miracle that, the bus driver and his wife didn't have any injuries. Driver of the car was taken to the hospital, treated for shock. But you can see at some point here, the driver of the car is helped out of their vehicle by the bus driver. So just the fact that no one died and everyone is okay is
That's
insane.
amazing. Yeah.
But obviously the driver of the car was cited
For
hitting the bus.
breach, as they call it in Australia. Yes.
Crazy.
SpaceX rocket hit the moon, and we got some video here to take a look at. Popular viral AI video here.
Oh, wait, no.
We
Before
have some true and false.
this,
on this one.
these are the true pictures.
This is the true
This is from
pictures.
Korea Space Agency.
Yes.
Yes. So this is, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it, Denuri. So this is basically it, goes around the moon and takes a bunch of pictures. So it observed this area 30 minutes before the collision, passed through that area, and then passed through again. And they kind of figured out where they thought that the Falcon 9 rocket was going to hit. And then they matched up spots that did match, rocks, craters, whatever, and then they looked for the new black spot, and so they were able to determine that these were, in fact, the correct before and after pictures.
And these are the true versions here.
On the flip
There's
side.
something on the flip side is correct.
Yes.
We have the fake video here that RT, Russian Today, posted that was really kind of hit, went
it's
viral.
just way too clear. It is way too clear. First of all, you're not going to be able to see it from Earth. And that is way too big of a crater for the
A
Falcon 9.
100-foot crater that just slammed in there at 7 times the speed of sound. RT released this AI-generated video, but a lot of people took it as real.
It got retweeted, viewed millions of times, thousands of retweets. I saw several accounts post this one yesterday, and I talked to you guys about this before the show. We put this in because this was so prevalent yesterday, relatively soon after NASA confirmed that the impact had happened. And so, it's just kind of like that modern world where I feel like we all should be a little cognizant of when we see things that seem a little too good to be true. You should question that.
It's really difficult nowadays because there's so much of it. Most of the stuff we watch on social media is AI generated. It's a lot of the content out there. And so when you see stuff
Not on
like
our
this, when
newscast.
it's time,
No.
not on
Unless
our
we tell
newscast,
you.
except for this, which
We
we're
will-
telling you about.
we will put the disclaimer in there.
But there's so much of it out there. It is tough for the
You
average
have to
consumer to
think about what you're
Yeah,
viewing, especially.
absolutely.
And a lot of people were like you and I. We were looking at that. We were saying, "Oh, wow,
That's
is really
crazy.
great video." But
So
it's not.
crazy, it's
RT
fake.
slapped a hand on the wrist to RT for putting out some more propaganda video.
This
yeah.
next one's crazy,
Yeah.
Brian. So we mentioned this before commercial break. Miss North Carolina, Brittany Bolton House, has been stripped of her crown. It came after she already won, and the Miss USA pageant is coming up on August 27th. But now the runner-up is going to take her place. We'll talk about her in a second, but there was there's controversy that came through that it was about old social media posts and some racist comments that she apparently made.
Yeah, Tom Brodeur, the chairman of Miss USA, said the organization does not tolerate racism, homophobia, transphobia, nor language that strips any person of their dignity. He didn't say specifically what it was, but that gives you a pretty good idea by that statement. And he said that Bolton House would issue her own statement on the matter soon. The question is, why wasn't this caught, scrubbed or whatever before the pageant? They didn't catch that, but now it's come to light by pageant officials, and they have stripped Bolton House of her official title of Miss North Carolina, leading to the new Miss North Carolina.
Mila Hadley. So she represented Charlotte in the 2026 Miss North Carolina USA competition and finished runner-up. But she most of her ties are in Georgia, the Atlanta area. She has like business affiliations in Georgia, so I'm not sure, how long she was in Charlotte or what her connection is to Charlotte. But she did get runner-up in the competition, so now she's going to take this woman's place. She said that the transition may look sudden, which is pretty obvious, but she had been preparing to compete at Miss USA since she first entered the organization. She's no rookie. She's been in pageants since she was like a kid.
And she will, August 27th, she will take the stage as Miss North Carolina.
All right, we have to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, a feel-good story to end your Thursday. More Queen City News Plus Live after this. Some crazy video out of Tucson, Arizona, where let's just actually pop up the video so you can see it. There's this guy walking into a restaurant. Someone's behind him, and this is a 70-year-old man. And look at this. Police say it's an attempted robbery. We don't know what happened.
Throws the man to the ground, yeah.
I mean, but then look at the two Good Samaritans. They defend this guy and get the suspect away from him. Not only that, but they were able to provide the police department with such great descriptions that they were able to track down the suspect.
Great job of these two Good Samaritans who jumped in. And it always makes you wonder, if you see something like this, how would you react?
Right.
Would you jump in to help somebody in a time of need, or would you just kind of look at it and see what happened here? I mean, we think back of a lot of things that we've seen on video, especially the past year, about what would we do, but there's two Good Samaritans, and they also help track down the suspect and put him into custody.
You just don't know what the suspect's going to do. And I think nowadays it could be a whole range. It could be nothing to pulling out a gun. And I think it gives a lot of people pause in those situations to confront someone and maybe just call 911 instead. But everyone's giving props to these two men for standing up.
Absolutely. Hopefully we give them props
suspect.
tonight to the Panthers, who take on the Arizona Cardinals in a Hall
wouldn't
of
that be
Fame
something?
game. And we'll have a lot of that tonight on CSL. Thanks for watching.
See ya.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCM Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're examining the most vexing of specimens, TV reporters. TV news. It's a team sport. Life of deadlines, discomfort, and occasional danger. Careful who you do it with. Not that news crews have a choice. Reporters and photogs are thrown together at random. It can all make for a very long day. And sometimes, you come away with a lifelong friend. And more work stories than anyone wants to hear. And joining us to discuss all that is an esteemed panel of broadcast journalists, some of whom I've known for an awful long time. Let's start on the very end with Queen City News business correspondent Taylor Young. Taylor, how you doing?
It is an honor to be here, Stuart.
Oh, I don't know about that. Joining us also is veteran photojournalist Terry Allen, who's been around more times than I can count. Terry, how you doing?
Doing great, man. It's great to be here. It's an honor for sure.
No, I don't know about the honor. But I'm honored for our third guest because he's a dear old friend of mine, and that is Fox 8 WGHP longtime reporter and morning anchor Shannon Smith. How you doing, Shannon?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking me to do this. It's great to be able to talk to y'all.
Well, I'm glad you were available because you're a perfect candidate, along with Terry and Taylor, to talk about news crews. You know, people watch TV news and they watch the product we put on the air, and they don't think much about those of us who do it, and that's just fine. But this small forum is where we can talk all about that. And like you guys, having spent a lifetime in cars I didn't own with people I barely knew at situations I didn't really want to be at, that kind of leaves a mark. Shannon, tell us, and we're just going to jump into the deep end. What do you hope for in a photojournalist when you're assigned one that day?
Well, that is a big question. I mainly do feature reporting now, so I've had the joy of being able to have the same photographer every day that I work. And when I don't get to work with him now, I am super spoiled because we have built this dynamic that we don't have to talk as much. We don't have to kind of tell each other, hey, do this, shoot this, this is what I'm thinking. All of those things. It's just natural. So now when I do have, Jeff has been on vacation for several days, and when I do have a photographer that I'm not used to, it's like being a new kid in school and meeting somebody and thinking, oh, are they going to think that I don't know what I'm doing? Am I going to think, not what is their video going to look like in the end? It is a little bit scary and intimidating. And I don't know if any of y'all know this. When I first started at Fox 8, my very first interview, they used to make you on an interview, go out with a photog and shoot a package. I was not ready for that in that interview, but I get in the car with who else? Stuart Pittman. And he's like, hey, I'm nervous, right? Because it's an interview. I'm thinking, am I going to get this job? I think I was 24 at the time. And Stuart was like, we got this. And just really put me at ease. And it was his joking, same old self. And we talked a little bit about the story. And then the day just kind of ran along. And that, I think, is what you hope for most in a photographer. Is you want somebody who knows the skills to get the job done, is pretty laid back, and is willing to contribute to the story, not just say, I'm going to shoot some pictures and put them over whatever your words are, that you are a team.
That's well put. Terry, on the flip side, as a longtime photojournalist, what do you hope for in a reporter when you're assigned to someone that day and you may know nothing about them or the assignment? What's your undying hope?
I would say a lot of the same things. You definitely want to have that confident person with you. Generally, we got into this business because we're all gregarious type people. We all like to get along and stuff like that. And we all like to be with other folks. But yeah, I like someone that's in there that's confident, knows what they're doing, and has confidence in me that I know what I'm going to do. And we're just going to go out there and have some fun. We're not going to overthink it.
Right.
Go out there and just enjoy the day together.
And that can happen regardless of the assignment. You can have a good day at a lousy assignment. Taylor, we've talked a lot offline, and you've really given me some thinking points about the relationship between a photographer and reporter.
Yeah.
Not always, but very often is boy-girl. And you use one word that I thought wrapped it up, especially when I think of Shannon, and that is sibling. Talk to me about that.
You are spending hours upon hours, especially if you're traveling or you work with them a lot. I mean, think about how much time you spend together in a car. And yes, you can talk about your story, talk about your assignment, but eventually you're going to be like, what's your favorite kind of music? What's your favorite kind of food? And I think to go back to your original question, like for me, I think the most important, aspect of a photographer, for me, it comes a little bit down to personality. Like, can we just hang out together? We don't need to fill silence, right? But can we just kind of, vibe? We are seeing each other in the best and in the worst, light. It's very stressful sometimes. A lot of times you're just sitting around doing nothing. But yeah, you really develop that brother-sister-sibling relationship, just kind of going through the ropes together.
Well, I have to agree. Go ahead, Terry.
And just piggybacking on what Taylor just said, that vibe is really, it really helps, because a lot of times you're pairing up with someone you never worked with before,
Mhm.
and then you get with that person and you find out you have certain things in common, and you're talking about music and you're talking about this and that. Yeah, you're going to talk about the story.
Sure.
But you want to get to know each other.
Yeah.
Because like you said, you're going to be spending hours and hours and hours, and you're going to be in stressful situations. So you got to get to know that person, man, and have some fun and just enjoy being together.
And a lot of time there's like an age gap. You're from different parts of the country. I mean, there's a lot to learn about each other too.
And that's a very good point, the age gap. My first newsroom, I was the youngest newsie in the room. Now I'm the oldest.
I hear you,
so
brother. I hear you on that one.
So so when I go out with a lot of the reporters, they're a lot younger than I am. And the good thing is I have kids that are in their 20s, so I kind of know what's up.
Yeah.
So and I'm still kind of in tune to what's happening. So
Still hip.
yeah, still exactly right. So we go out and we have a great time together, and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I agree a lot with him.
That's part of this business, though, is when you're doing something different every day, and you're never working towards this real long-term, or not very often long-term goals. You're day in and day out, and you can lose a sense of what day it is, or a month can go by and you've done 30 stories and you're like, wow, it makes time go by so fast in a good way, and sometimes not such a good way.
How many photographers over 25 years would you say you have worked with? And I know there's no way to know that number, but you've got guys and ladies there who have been there forever, and you have some who come and go. I mean, I've got to think it's a cast of dozens at least.
Oh, definitely dozens, definitely dozens. And in the beginning, I was just general assignment. So it was whoever was working with me and paired up with me that day. You went out and certain, I think certain photogs get their favorites, reporters get their favorites. And it was always funny as the meeting's going on, you see people kind of going in and jockeying, like, where are you? Oh, what time are you going to be live? Because that's a big thing too. If you're in the early show or the late show, so you're kind of jockeying for who's your reporter, who's your photographer, and so many things go into that. It's not all like, what's your story? Where are you going? What time are you going to be live? And then if you can count on that person to deliver what you need to do at the end of the day, but also, I mean, think about how many times you have to pivot when you're doing general assignment, not only from story to story, but interview to interview. You need somebody who's like gonna be there with you and ready to twist and turn. And if things go all downhill, that they'll be like, okay, that sucked really badly. How can we make this turn around quickly? And I think that more than anything is the person you need with you beside you. And if they're having a moment, you're the one that lifts them up. And if they're having a moment, or you're having a moment, they do the same for you. It's so important, because you can rabbit hole in a minute.
Very true. It is like a marriage. I'm not sure marriage is a word, but certainly Shannon didn't ask for this, but she has seen me at my best and my worst. I mean, she and I often, when I'm writing about TV news, I use the phrase homicides, hurricanes, and Hollywood. And Shannon, you and I have done all three of those times. So when you've covered that gamut of things with the same person, you get to know them whether you want to or not. And we're going to talk all about it and delve even further into it in just a moment when we come back. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. And this week, we're talking about the anatomy of a news crew, photographer, the reporter, and everything in between. Joining me to do that is longtime reporter Shannon Smith, longtime photojournalist Terry Allen, and somewhat longtime reporter Taylor Young. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
We're doing great.
Lovely.
We had such a good time talking about news crews because that's what all of us here do in a different realm of some sort. But I wanted to play a game. I want to play a game called Reporter or Photog. Some of it's obvious, some of it's not, but I wrote it in 5 minutes, so what are you going to do? So I'm going to read a line, and I want you guys at any time to join in with what you think it is and why that is. So, reporter or photog can never remember to bring their phone charger cord.
Reporter.
Guilty.
Yeah. I can't tell you what it's like to be in charge of 64 different components, all of which are vital to the mission, and the reporter can't remember their one thing they have to bring.
And we are always on our phone.
I know that's unfair, but I have loaned so many phone charger cords to reporters.
And the IFB cord, how about that one?
Ooh, that's a tougher one. Reporter or photog, former Glee Club member.
Reporter.
We are a reporter.
Yeah,
well,
reporter.
there's a little performer there that shines through even before you get to the mission. Almost done here because I'm running out. Photog or reporter, insist on stopping for food no matter how far behind you are in the day.
Now, I got to say something about that one. Now,
Testify,
I'm kind
Terry.
of, I'm the one that I always like to get the job done first before I eat.
Sure.
So I have a lot of reporters that say, "Come on, man, let's go eat. Let's go eat." And I'm
Right.
like, man, we got to get it done first, you know.
Yeah.
But I understand you got to eat. I had one reporter, bless her heart, she's a sweet lady, and man, we would be in the middle of everything just crashing around us, but it's like, man, I gotta have lunch.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Evie, come on, we gotta go. But it's all good. It's all good. I would say reporter.
Reporter. I think you're right.
See, I would say photographer.
Okay.
It's like for me, like if I haven't logged or started writing, I'm not eating that day.
I love that. I love that.
I'm mission first.
Yeah, but then I'm grumpy.
I'll eat at home that night. Let's make slud. I'm all about making slud.
I always carried snacks because I needed to eat
Smart.
at times, but I'm mission first as well. I think that was very personality driven. I mean, I know reporters who are on hard deadline, and before they go log, they have to go chat with everybody in the newsroom. That seems so rude because I'm like, talk to me. I'm mission focused, you know. So I think that's personality. You Stuart, you laugh because I think you know who I'm talking about.
I think I do, but I'm gonna move on to reporter or photog. Saves press passes.
Photographer.
Photographer, yeah.
Photographer. That's a photog thing, man. We all have them. Don't come to my garage.
I've got
I wanna
thousands
see.
of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my wife's like, "Oh, T, come on."
I know. It's our only currency. You know.
I started saving them because I worked with photographers who started saving them. I'm like, oh, is that a thing that we do?
Exactly right. Right.
All right. Last question on photog or reporter. A history of inappropriate shoes.
Inappropriate what?
Shoes.
Reporter.
Shoes.
You're covering a flood, and all they're got is a pair of pumps. You ever been there?
Yeah, guilty.
Maybe I'm just using my own personal history, but I have loaned many a rain boot to a news reporter who didn't know we were going to the flood and is dressed like they're going to a cocktail party. But again, that's just my own personal trauma, and I'll move past that. I don't think it was you, Shannon. Though, Shannon, I do think we covered a flood one time where a damn wall broke behind like a Walmart and it flooded an apartment complex. And why I spend time remembering that, I don't know. But I know you were there. So congratulations.
I forget more and more of the things that I've covered. And I think photographers, if it's photog reporter, and y'all tell me if you're wrong, my photographer, Jeff, is 10 years older than me.
Right.
And he'll bring up something and say, do you remember? And I cannot remember it at all, but he can give me the visual images of what it looked like when he was there. And I think maybe it's the edit bay time of looking at the video, looking through the lens at it. But his memory of stories is so much better than mine.
What's the worst thing, Taylor and Shannon? What's the nightmare trait of a photog? We're not naming names. We're not talking about anybody specific. But what is the one thing that you might see in a photog that instantly makes you worry?
I'll go. I would say, you get paired up you get in their car and they just don't want to be there. I think attitude is huge. Like, you can have a bad day. I'd say I'm pretty tolerant with that. But the minute you are like poo-pooing a story that maybe I was assigned, like, sir, I did not choose this.
Yeah.
We are in this together. I think just a lack of teammate mentality can really make or break a day big time.
I love the way you said that, because I know that with certain reporters, Shannon, you included, Taylor, we haven't worked together as much in the field, but I know me and Shannon can roll up on anything, and knock it out, because we have. And you're right, the attitude, the teamwork. You haven't got to be, thrilled about the fact that you're going to cover city council all day to not make it a less than miserable day.
Mhm.
We all have had fun at unfun situations, and I don't know about your reporters, but we photographers don't get paid a fortune, so you better have fun. You better enjoy your day. Otherwise, go sell shoes.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my old man speech for the day.
I agree totally with Taylor on that one. The worst thing that you can ever have is when you get in the car with someone and they're starting, oh man, this sucks. This is that and the other.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's go out and try to have fun. Let's get this thing done.
Yeah.
Or if you both think the story sucks, then you can have
You
some.
can just laugh.
Then you can laugh about it. And you can have fun with that.
Make this work today. We're making some chicken salad, right?
Right. You can roll with that. And then it turns out to be a fun day. And then you get to the end of your day and you see your package, you see everything air, and you're like, dang.
We did that.
We did that.
Yeah.
We made that work. So, yeah, it's all good.
I'd rather say, as someone who doesn't leave the newsroom much anymore, I see reporter photog teams go out and come back, and I'll see people that just started here, and I'll see a photog who's been here forever, befriend the new reporter, and within like 3 days, they're high-fiving like best friends. And I get that, because they're going out and having adventures, coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing to watch, especially when you haven't got to pick up heavy in the process.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about this job, is that, you meet people that you meet new folks, and you go out and you have fun with them. You go out there and you complete your mission.
Sure.
And it's just fun, man. I just, been doing this for so long, and I could do it for another 40 years, easily. I mean, I just love it so much.
I'd give you about 10. I don't know if I can report more.
I had a reporter once, she had this habit of asking like literally 30 questions. I kid you.
Yeah.
And this was back in the day before the digital stuff. This was back in, we were all linear.
Sure.
And, we would have to take the tape back to the office. We didn't even have editing in the trucks at the time. This was so long ago. Take the tape back, and she would have to transcribe everything. She's transcribing all of this stuff. Clock is like tick, 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 tick. It's nighttime. The clock has got a face on it, and it's like a cartoon face, and it's like, oh, I'm going to get you. And it's like, I'm like, come on, So that's my thing. Asking so many questions when all you need is maybe just several questions and get it done.
Well, I've got more questions for all of you, but we're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll come right back and get to it. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. This week, we're talking about the anatomy of the news crew, the reporter, the photographer, and everything in between. Joining me to do that is longtime reporter anchor Shannon Smith, veteran photojournalist Terry Allen, and business reporter Taylor Young. How you guys doing?
We're lovely.
Doing great.
I have so enjoyed this conversation because we really didn't have to plan it. I just knew that if we got, some veteran photog and veteran reporters around, like at a crime scene, the stories just go back and forth.
That's the truth.
Who here hasn't, stood on the side of the road telling war stories? I mean, that's most of what we do. Speaking of war stories, though, I really want to talk to Shannon for just a second because Shannon, I've been doing this since 1989. I've worked with a ton of reporters. I don't know that I've worked with any reporter individually as much as you and I work together. Is that fair?
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, we've been in about every kind of news story you could cover, from Hollywood to death in the woods.
We really have. I know that you started in general assignment, and in general assignment at a media market, it's all, crime, grime, and conference rooms. And we did plenty of that. We then stumbled into American Idol, and you and I got to go to Hollywood many times and go right to the corner of Hollywood and Vine and interview Simon and Randy and Paula and all those people. And that's back when American Idol was the biggest thing on the planet. I don't think people who didn't live through that might not understand just how big it was. Shannon, what do you remember about all that? There's us meeting Britney Spears.
I'm watching the pictures go by. There's so much. I mean, I am from South Carolina and had never, look at that face.
Wow, look at that.
Wouldn't maybe a bad day, but I had never been out to Hollywood, and I had these expectations of glitz and glamour, and you quickly learn it is all smoke and mirrors. And many of the people are in Hollywood for reasons that they just need to be on screen and loved by many. And so to be doing that with Stuart was great. We have found ourselves in situations where we're around thousands and thousands of people, or we are all by ourselves, like I said, in the middle of the woods trying to get something done. There was a tight deadline. We were working nights for some reason way back in the day. And we had to drive our equipment back because we couldn't get a live signal. Had to drive our story back. And I was driving the live truck as Stuart is trying to edit, driving through like the hills of North Carolina. I'm really surprised you survived that. But I mean, we could give you some serious dirt and write a couple books on the stars that appeared on
American Idol.
This was X Factor,
Yeah.
and also American Idol.
Well, until you have walked into a stadium full of 70,000 people, all of whom A, want to be on American Idol, and B, are convinced you're Simon Cowell's personal camera crew.
Yes.
To be swamped by that it was incredible. I wish I was taking notes. There's just no better way to get to know the world, the good, the bad, and the ugly, than to grab some camera equipment and go out with a deadline and someone you barely know. It's been what I've spent my entire life doing, so I don't know anything else but that. Terry, are there any overall lessons or things you would tell people, or someone asking you about what it's like to run around with a reporter all day?
I would say just have an open mind, have a great attitude, and just be yourself. You have a great opportunity to get to know a person.
Sure.
And, I think the worst thing you can do is leave this planet without broadening your horizon and your perspectives on things. And that's how you do that, is by getting to know someone. And then you're getting to know someone who's in the same business that you are in, and that you have a lot of the same likes and a lot of the same goals and aspirations. I mean, I don't know about Taylor and Shannon, but I think maybe we all got into this business so we could maybe change the world somehow, so we all kind of have that in us. So I would just say, get out there, have fun, enjoy yourself, enjoy what you're seeing. I mean, a lot of times you're going to see some really bad things, and we've all seen it, but just kind of make that work in your life personally.
Well, like I said, there's no better way to get to know the world than to put it on TV 30 seconds at a time. Taylor, you haven't been doing this quite as long as the rest of us, but you've got a lot in. Well, that's all. Take that back.
I think I think for the viewers who aren't in the business, I know you see the reporter, the anchors, right?
Right.
But so much of it is the people behind the scenes that you work with. And yeah, I mean, you're just spending so much time together. And I think like I will forever be appreciative of when I look back at my 11 years, I think about the photographers I worked with. They may, especially as a super young reporter, you're so nervous. I remember my first live shot. I don't remember what my story was. I know which photographer I worked with because they helped me through a panic attack. But so yeah, I think it's one of the funnest, best parts of this job.
Well, I would say so because the technology and the deadlines and even the subject matter can get a little old.
Mhm.
But the people you do it with really make a difference. Shannon, in closing, any imperial wisdom you have for what it's like to be a member of a news crew? You're still doing it every morning. I know that.
I still go on every morning. I think, you guys made really good points about the teamwork. And I think if you don't love what you're doing every day, you're doing a disservice to those around you. And Stuart, you used to say all the time, I get to go out and be the eyes for people watching this later, and you get the firsthand perspective. And I think you can never take that for granted, the opportunity that we're given as journalists to see the story firsthand, to meet the people firsthand, to witness history in moments when it's happening. And you do get this great bond with people when you go through either the trauma of the day or the celebration and the adrenaline high of getting it all done. And so if you're not loving what you're doing with all of that packaged up, you probably need to be doing something else.
Yeah, if you don't like being part of a news crew, man, you're going to hate it because even if you love it in theory, man, some days can be a drag. But as I said before, the thing that news has done for me is it's made me learn about people. It's hard to judge and hate people up close. And when you're part of a news crew, you get to go to the good, the bad, and the ugly all in one day. And if that doesn't teach you something, you're not paying attention. But I hope you're paying attention because this has been so good for me. Journalism is in a lousy place right now. But if people would understand the level of commitment and care that goes on at the local level, they'd watch their news more and give it more credit. End of my sermon, end of the episode. Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the office. Terry, you're on the assignment desk. Stop sitting me places. Okay, I've had about enough of that.
All right, you got it, brother.
And Shannon, we need to talk and hang out, and you bring your lovely family to Charlotte, and let's break bread together because you and I have spent more time together than some married couples. So thank you, and we will be in touch. And thank you for watching Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We're going to come up with a brand new episode for next time, and I'll be as surprised as you as to what it's about. See you then.
Now in Queen City News, abandoned at the airport. The question's still lingering in the case of a teen who claims to be neglected at CLT.
Tracking more scattered downpours and some strong storms moving through our South Carolina communities right now and closing in on parts of the Charlotte metro. We have a little bit of stormy weather up in some of the higher elevations in the mountains too. I'll track those and check those storm chances for any outside plans you may have this weekend. That's coming up in my Pinpoint Weather Forecast.
And football is back. What we're expecting to see from the Carolina Panthers as they head into the Hall of Fame game tonight against the Arizona Cardinals. Good afternoon, I'm Jen Cardone. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First today on Queen City News, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are still trying to figure out why and how a teen was abandoned at the airport. The 15-year-old approached police last night informing officers that he had been neglected. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has the details in the investigation with many questions still unanswered.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say on Wednesday night, this teenage boy approached officers at the Charlotte airport, telling them that he is 15 and had been abandoned at the airport by his guardian. Police say the boy cannot tell officers anything about his guardian, his personal information, or even his home address. Police have now identified the young man. They aren't releasing his name, but said that he is now in the custody of the Department of Social Services. Now, of course, we've reached out to CMPD to try to get more answers about this teen. Was he here in Charlotte for a connecting flight? Had he just arrived on a flight, and was Charlotte his final destination? Did someone drop him off here at the airport? And is he even a Charlotte area native? Well, the department says they just don't have those answers right now.
He could be special needs. It could be a very traumatic event. It could be he's protecting someone.
Trish Hobson is with the Relatives, a crisis and resource center here in Charlotte that looks after children who have been abandoned by a parent or guardian. She tells us that the teen being in DSS custody is the best thing for him right now.
I imagine that they're trying to find a temporary placement for him while they try to also find some family. If they can't find his parents, they might try to find some extended family.
There has been speculation online that the teen may have come from the Raleigh area. We have reached out to Raleigh police to confirm if that's true, but we haven't heard back yet. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Taking a live look over King Street in Boone, it's still dry up there for now, but strong storms are moving through parts of the area. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, are we seeing a risk of severe weather tonight?
We do, Jen, have a level 1 out of 5 risk of severe storms, so damaging wind gusts would be the main threat. Not expecting a widespread outbreak, but certainly some stronger wind gusts, even as high as 50, 60 or so miles per hour. Just can't be ruled out with some of these stronger storms rolling through today, most of which are currently focused over sections of South Carolina, anywhere from Rock Hill. I mean, just torrential rain lifting up in the Fort Mill area. So heads up, friends, in Pineville and Indian Trail and more of southern Mecklenburg County, Union County suburbs over Waxhaw, heavily raining right now. Lots of thunder and lightning. So obviously keep it inside until that passes. So yes, heads up. All of that is moving to the north, and that continues to hold together. We'll eventually be closing in on Uptown and parts of eastern Gaston County as well. Meanwhile, off to the east, we have some spotty downpours and strong storms lifting into Chesterfield County, and eventually that will be moving into eastern Union County and Anson and parts of Richmond County too. And yes, more scattered areas of rain and some stronger storms, mainly focused south of Boone right now and just over Avery County, and heads up around Morganton, the mountains of Burke and Caldwell County. Some of that could be headed your way as those are kind of pushing a little more to the east and northeast. Now, coming up, my Pinpoint weather forecast. Of course, we've been saying the same thing over and over again, I feel like lately. Daily chances of showers and storms. Will that start to change as we head into the weekend? Check it out, my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few.
Thank you, Tara. Union County officials are asking drivers to avoid a road in the Weddington and Indian Trail area due to what they're calling a major gas leak. Deputies say a gas line was struck along Potter Road between Middleton Avenue and Fincher Road. Utility crews are on the scene, but they expect repairs to take 8 hours, meaning that road will be closed until around 10 o'clock tonight. State authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Jail in a week. The sheriff's office says Dominic Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. Deputies say that they are cooperating with the State Bureau of Investigation. No word on the cause of that inmate's death. Last weekend, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later died at the hospital. His death also remains under investigation. Government officials are on high alert after a recent wave of cyber attacks on American water systems. In some cities, the breach led to water systems shutting down altogether. I had a chance to speak with Union County Water about how it's protecting the technology that helps keep the taps running.
Water can often be something we take for granted until we don't have it.
You may not have thought of it, but we certainly have.
At Union County Water, employees practice mock scenarios annually in case someone tries to interfere with the operation of the utility.
We know how to respond to mitigate any detrimental effects to our customers.
Operations Director Chris Clark says the county has made major cybersecurity investments and actively watches for threats.
At the end of the day, we are responsible for public health, safety, and welfare.
Dr. Bill Chu is a UNC Charlotte cybersecurity professor.
we knew this is a weak spot, and it just confirms it.
He says hackers could redirect water flow, release sewage, and cause major disruptions.
This is not a secret in the industry.
He says antiquated equipment plays a role too, and local utilities are an easy target.
They have a lifetime of 30, 40 years. So they're really old. They're perfectly fine working equipment, except they're not dealt with to prevent security attacks, cybersecurity attacks.
Clark says if the worst were to happen, they'd use an emergency operations center, just like if the county were hit by a natural disaster.
We would try to keep business as usual as much as possible, but we would have a all hands on deck response until we got a solid answer and we knew exactly what the issue were and how deep it went.
Chu says resources and training are key to keeping infrastructure safe.
Officials are trying to figure out if any sensitive information was accessed during a hack against North Carolina's port's IT system. The breach earlier this week disrupted operations at ports in Charlotte, Wilmington, and Morehead City. It has since been contained, and leaders are now in the recovery process. Operations at all 3 ports resumed on Wednesday. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are meeting in a special session tonight to discuss personnel matters. The majority of the meeting will be in closed session, and it comes amid an investigation into Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Board members say they are planning to give an update on that investigation before the school year begins. That meeting begins at 6:30 tonight, and we will keep you updated on any new developments. Mecklenburg County leaders are pushing back against North Carolina lawmakers who are trying to claw back the funds spent to defunct the I-77 toll lane expansion project. The state budget requires local communities that voted against the plans to repay $60 million to the state. The repayment would be nullified if communities vote to support the project by the end of the next month. County commissioners are now questioning if that clawback is legal. And Lincolnton City Council members are considering a 1-year moratorium on new data center applications, but they want to hear from residents first. They will hold a public hearing at tonight's meeting to consider the pause. It would allow officials to study data centers and the impacts they could have. That meeting begins at 6:30 tonight. Carolina Panthers are at the center of the first action of the NFL season. The team plays in the Hall of Fame game tonight, and Gabe McDonald is here to tell us about what players we might be able to see tonight.
Yes, so none of the star players that people, know and love that you're accustomed to seeing. Bryce Young, Tedero McMillan, J.C. Horn, a lot of those guys, you won't be seeing any of them taking the field tonight, but you will be seeing plenty of guys with a lot to prove who are either fighting to stick around in the NFL or just now coming into the league as rookies. Now, we won't see first-round pick Monroe Freeling, but most of the draft class and the undrafted free agents will get a bulk of the reps, as it'll be their first taste of live NFL game action in their careers. It's a really crucial night for guys on the bubble of making the roster, like receiver John Mechie, who signed a 1-year deal with the Panthers earlier this spring. Also for undrafted rookie quarterback Haynes King as well, out to prove that he can be a true NFL QB, as he views tonight as an audition for every team in the league, with tonight being the only game on. Now, King will take most of the snaps after Kenny Pickett gets a start, where he's expected to play 1, potentially 2 series against the Cardinals. And the veteran and former first-round pick is looking forward to seeing the work over the last couple of weeks in practice come to life tonight in the game.
Really just see what's going on in practice carry out onto the field. It's our first time in the stadium against a new team. Just want to go out there and operate at a high level, and play good football. So that's really what I'm looking forward to do. We did a really good job of installing everything in spring. So we kind of saw everything for the first time in spring, got a chance to study over summer, and now we're going back through it again. So it's our 3rd time through it. I think that really helped me.
Will certainly be an important night for both quarterbacks taking the field. They'll be tasked with giving the skilled players trying to make the team the best looks possible so they can be properly evaluated by the coaching staff over the next several weeks before that roster cut down day at the end of the month on August 30th, before the regular season kicks off in September. Tara?
All right, Gabe, back here in the Carolinas, we are talking about the new drought monitor update. It came out earlier today, and once again, you can probably guess after all these rounds of off and on showers and storms here this past week that we have seen more improvement. We'll take a closer look at our region and tracking more strong storms in parts of our area again through this evening. That's next.
Cyclosporiasis cases growing in the Carolinas. The uptick in illnesses as health leaders work to contain the outbreak, impacting nearly every state in the U.S. And we're just 3 months out from the North Carolina general election. What's next for voters in the western part of the state after Chuck Edwards dropped his re-election bid? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. North Carolina Republicans are working to replace Chuck Edwards on the ballot. He dropped his re-election campaign after an ethics committee found inappropriate conduct in office. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber spoke to the Democratic challenger, who will now face off against Edwards' replacement.
While Chuck Edwards dropping out is a major development in the race to represent Western North Carolina in Congress, the Democrat in this contest, Jamie Ager, says his message will not change.
Our political system is starting to lose the trust of people all over the country, and that they don't trust politicians, they don't trust that the system is working for people.
Democrat Jamie Ager sitting down with Queen City News a day after his main opponent in the race for NC11, U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards, said he would no longer seek re-election. A report released this week from the House Ethics Committee accused Edwards of giving two of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages discussing personal and romantic thoughts. What do you make of that report and his subsequent dropping out of the race?
You know, my heart goes out to the young ladies that were involved with that. You know, they were serving their community, their country, and to have, you know, behavior that's inconsistent with good leadership is sad for everybody involved, for our community, for the leaders in this country. We need better leaders in this country, for my kids who need good role models.
Edwards' office has not responded to our interview requests, but we do know that the process to replace him on the ballot is already underway and being handled by local Republican Party leadership.
The power really goes from the voters to this about 60 or so folks who are on the North Carolina NC11 Republican Executive Committee. They're now the ones who get to decide who the Republican nominee is.
In Buncombe County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Half a dozen names have been floated to replace Edwards, including Henderson County Republican State Senator Tim Moffitt. He has expressed interest in nomination on social media. Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues through tomorrow evening. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Voters will need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. That special primary election day is next Tuesday, August 11th. North Carolina has seen nearly 150 new cases of the parasite causing explosive diarrhea over the last week. That brings the total in the Tar Heel State to 867 since May. 9 more people have been hospitalized since last Tuesday's update. South Carolina health leaders say the case count is also rising there, up to 59 cases this year. A Senate committee is moving forward with its attempt to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Lawmakers voted 8-5 today to approve the contempt resolution. Fauci, who led the federal COVID-19 response, refused to answer questions on his handling of the pandemic during a hearing last week. Fauci said committee member Senator Rand Paul is obsessed with him, protecting him, and he is following his attorney's advice by pleading the fifth. Turning to the weather now, taking a live look at Beech Mountain. More rain and storms are rolling through today. Ooh, we got the camera moving there. You can see the clouds off in the distance as we take a live look at those higher elevations. Here's Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, I feel like we've just been almost robotic about it, but it's been very similar, the weather that we've been seeing.
It really has. I mean, no break from the humidity. It's staying hot. Similar temperatures over the past few days, upper 80s, near 90. And we're going to stick with this pattern here right on into the weekend. And
here we go again.
Here we go. I know. Heading into next week, where obviously we're not talking about all-day washouts like today. I mean, plenty of dry time until we get into the afternoon and evening, and late this afternoon right now here at 4:18. Ooh, look at some of those dark clouds in the distance as we look live here over Independence Boulevard and heading into the East Charlotte area there. The mix of dark clouds and storm clouds and sunshine. But because of all of this rain, the waves of downpours and storms here lately, some cases too much of a good thing, but it has certainly continued to lead to more improvement when it comes to the drought conditions. And compared to last week when we just had a little area of yellow, level 1 abnormally dry conditions over South Carolina, notice how that has expanded into portions of Gaston County, West Mecklenburg County, North Charlotte, parts of Lincoln and Iredell and even Rowan County. Pretty much out of the drought here at this point. Again, you're considered abnormally dry still. However, and most of this beige color showing up, that indicates level 2 moderate drought status still in place. But we do have a little bit of an area of some darker orange indicating level 3 severe drought. Haven't seen quite as much rain lately as of, say, early Tuesday morning, this past Tuesday morning over, say, Albemarle, Wadesboro, Monroe. So again, we're still under that level 3 status, but we are getting more help out there today. And we don't want to talk about severe weather, but that threat continues through the rest of this evening. Some pretty powerful storms right now, especially moving over Chesterfield County and zooming in here over South Carolina communities, friends in York County, just to the south and east of York, and Rock Hill, Fort Mill, getting some heavy at times rain. Lots of lightning, especially with this storm moving north of Waxhaw right now and up toward Indian Trail, Fairview, northern part of Union County. Matthews, Mint Hill, you live around there. Some of that is headed your way. And we zoom on off to the south and east. Some severe weather just to the south of you all in Chesterfield County. But we have clusters of just torrential rain and storms lifting up toward Marshville, that eastern part of Union County, Wadesboro, and potentially parts of Richmond County too. A little bit more of a drier break up toward the foothills. Mountains, the only thing we're seeing right now, just to the south of Banner Elk and Newland, we have just kind of a slow moving downpour, strong storm moving into the mountains of Burke County. We do have that level 1 out of 5 risk of severe storms for the rest of today into tonight. Damaging wind gusts possible. That's going to be the main threat out of some of these stronger storms that may get going here, and maybe some brief flooding too because of the slow movement and some of these repeated downpours over some of the same areas over and over again. So we check out Futurecast and you can see just more scattered activity possible here through about 11 o'clock later on this evening. And even again, much like last night, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we could still have some areas of heavy rain out there. 87 degrees right now in the Queen City with a light south-southeast wind. You can see the rain-cooled spots in the 70s. 70s now in South Carolina. So backyard grilling plans, if you're thinking of doing that tonight for dinner time, just know that you may have to stay inside or bring it inside with that threat of more scattered downpours and thunderstorms. Weekend heat and storm chances, that's going to be the theme over the next few days. You can see temperatures will actually get a little bit hotter by the end of the day on Sunday, up into the lower 90s as afternoon, evening, scattered shower and storm chances continue. Again, you can see through about 1 a.m. still the possibility of some lingering showers or storms, but by the morning drive time, all is quiet, all is dry once again. But then by 4 p.m. and beyond, I know we have the Charlotte FC match, Charlotte Knights game over Uptown. I would say take the poncho just in case. An isolated shower or storm is a possibility going into Saturday. Several hours of dry time by the afternoon and evening. We could see a few storms out there, and yeah, especially up in the mountains. The chances are a little bit lower going into next week. Higher elevations have a better chance of getting more of that widespread stormy weather for the next couple of days there, and not until early next week do those chances start to decrease a little bit. But temperatures will respond to more sunshine and some slightly drier conditions back in the low and mid 90s by next Tuesday.
Thank you, Tara. Putting fresh food on school lunch trays, how some South Carolina schools are making use of state funding to deliver healthy meals to students. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Gaston County school leaders are getting ready for the start of the new school year. Students will be returning to classrooms next Wednesday, August 12th. The start of the new year comes after a few changes, including the assistant principal and a handful of teachers leaving. Educators say they're still hopeful about success of the new school year.
Be involved with your kids, check in on them, ask them what they're learning, because I can guarantee even teenagers in high school, they want to share things with their parents. So just asking simple questions such as, what'd you do today in civics? It can really get the conversation going.
Officials also gave a sneak peek at new buses in the district and renovations to Forest View High School's football stadium. Many South Carolina students will be eating food sourced from local farms thanks to a state program. Certified SC Cafeteria is making it easier for farmers and local educators to collaborate. The program offers schools reimbursements for the money they spend on the food to encourage them to work with local farms.
It just means that we know our students are getting the best possible nutrition in their school meals because our farm is certified organic and GAP certified, which stands for Good Agricultural Practices. And that's just our way of making sure we're doing everything the right way for the students and giving them the best possible, school lunches.
The State Department of Agriculture reports 67 school districts are joining the program. That means more than 538,000 students are benefiting from it already. Coming up, concerns grow across the U.S. over cyber attacks against our water systems. What's being done to keep the local supply safe from hackers? And why Mecklenburg County leaders believe state lawmakers' plan to claw back money spent on the I-77 expansion designs may be illegal. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. First today on Queen City News, Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are still trying to figure out why and how a teen was abandoned at the airport. The 15-year-old approached police last night, informing officers that he'd been neglected. Queen City News reporter Matt Stella has the new details in the investigation, with many questions still unanswered.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say on Wednesday night, this teenage boy approached officers at the Charlotte airport, telling them that he is 15 and had been abandoned at the airport by his guardian. Police say the boy cannot tell officers anything about his guardian, his personal information, or even his home address. Police have now identified the young man. They aren't releasing his name, but said that he is now in the custody of the Department of Social Services.
Now, of course, we've reached out to CMPD to try to get more answers about this teen. Was he here in Charlotte for a connecting flight? Had he just arrived on a flight, and was Charlotte his final destination? Did someone drop him off here at the airport? And is he even a Charlotte area native? Well, the department says they just don't have those answers right now.
He could be special needs. It could be a very traumatic event. It could be he's protecting someone.
Trish Hobson is with the Relatives, a crisis and resource center here in Charlotte that looks after children who have been abandoned by a parent or guardian. She tells us that the teen being in DSS custody is the best thing for him right now.
I imagine that they're trying to find a temporary placement for him while they try to also find some family. If they can't find his parents, they might try to find some extended family.
There has been speculation online that the teen may have come from the Raleigh area. We have reached out to Raleigh police to confirm if that's true, but we haven't heard back yet. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Turning to the weather outside, we're taking a live look at Monroe as rain is moving through the area. You can see the droplets on the camera as we look at the downtown area. Strong storms are also being reported in parts of South Carolina. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center to tell us all about what you need to know if you're heading out tonight.
Yes, and if you live around the Charlotte Metro, and I would say even southern Cabarrus County, if all this holds together, Stanley County, we've got more of that wet weather and potentially some strong storms that could be headed your way. You can see how the majority of it all is focused anywhere from South Carolina and now moving into more of the Charlotte Metro. The rain gets pretty heavy now along that stretch of 485 getting into the Steel Creek area and out near the airport. Rock Hill dealing with a pretty strong storm right now. Lots of lightning. The rain is a little bit lighter over Indian Land. I heard from a viewer down around that way and up toward Ballantyne saying they could hear some of the rumbles and seeing some of the lightning there, but the rain now starting to move in. It's lighter though compared to what we're seeing over Monroe and out toward Wingate and that stretch of Highway 74. Meanwhile, clusters of just torrential rain and strong storms. Pageland, Jefferson getting that right now in Chesterfield County. That's lifting up toward Wadesboro, Marshville, Eastern Union County, and some of that rain coming in from Cheraw, a little bit lighter for you all in Richmond County. And then we get in on a kind of a drier break around the foothills, and really most of the mountains are dry, just dealing with one isolated storm here moving through parts of the mountains of Burke and Caldwell County. So the chance of showers and storms will continue even potentially late into the night again tonight. We'll check that out and those storm chances for the upcoming weekend ahead in a few.
Thank you, Tara. Union County officials are asking drivers to avoid a road in the Weddington and Indian Trail area due to what they're calling a major gas leak. Deputies say a gas line was struck along Potter Road between Middleton Avenue and Fincher Road. Utility crews are on the scene but expect the repairs might take 8 hours. That means the road will be closed until around 10 o'clock tonight. State authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Jail in a week. The sheriff's office says Dominic Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. Deputies say they're cooperating with the State Bureau of Investigation. No word yet on that inmate's cause of death. Last weekend, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later died at the hospital. His death is also under investigation. Government officials are on high alert after a recent wave of cyber attacks on American water systems. In some cases, the breach led to water systems shutting down altogether. I spoke with Union County Water about how it's protecting the technology that keeps the taps running. Water can often be something we take for granted until we don't have it.
You may not have thought of it, but we certainly have.
At Union County Water, employees practice mock scenarios annually in case someone tries to interfere with the operation of the utility.
We know how to respond to mitigate any detrimental effects to our customers.
Operations Director Chris Clark says the county has made major cybersecurity investments and actively watches for threats.
At the end of the day, we are responsible for public health, safety, and welfare.
Dr. Bill Chu is a UNC Charlotte cybersecurity professor.
We knew this is a weak spot, and it just confirms it.
He says hackers could redirect water flow, release sewage, and cause major disruptions.
This is not a secret in the industry.
He says antiquated equipment plays a role too, and local utilities are an easy target.
They have a lifetime of 30, 40 years. So they're really old. They're perfectly fine working equipment, except they're not dealt with to prevent security attacks, cybersecurity attacks.
Clark says if the worst were to happen, they'd use an emergency operations center, just like if the county were hit by a natural disaster.
We would try to keep business as usual as much as possible, but we would have a all hands on deck response until we got a solid answer and we knew exactly what the issue were and how deep it went.
Chu says resources and training are key to keeping infrastructure safe.
Officials are trying to figure out if any sensitive information was accessed during a hack against North Carolina's ports IT system. The breach earlier this week disrupted operations at ports in Charlotte, Wilmington, and Morehead City. It has since been contained and leaders are now in the recovery process. Operations at all 3 ports resumed on Wednesday. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are meeting in a special session tonight to discuss personnel matters. The majority of this meeting will be in closed session. It comes amid an investigation into Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Board members say they are planning to give an update on that investigation before the school year begins. That meeting begins at 6:30 and will keep you updated on any new developments. Mecklenburg County leaders are pushing back against North Carolina lawmakers who are trying to claw back funds spent on the defunct I-77 toll lane expansion. The state budget requires local communities that voted against the plans to repay $60 million to the state. The repayment will be nullified if communities vote to support the project by the end of next month. County commissioners are now questioning if the clawback is legal.
I believe that this legislation potentially illegally takes away the authority of the MPO to make transportation decisions for this community. And I believe that it may be a violation against bills of attainder in that it specifically targets Mecklenburg County. And I question the $60 million penalty that it seeks to impose as a number that may be inflated or wrong.
The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization took back its support for the expansion project in May. That panel will reconsider that decision in a meeting next month. Panthers legend Luke Kuechly will be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend. He joins Drew Brees, Roger Craig, Larry Fitzgerald, and Adam Vinatieri in the 2026 class. The enrichment ceremony begins at noon on Saturday. Tara.
Check that weather, Jen, here on this Thursday. We are dealing with some scattered strong storms lifting up into more of the Charlotte metro from parts of South Carolina, Chesterfield County, some pretty powerful storms as well. I'll track those and storm chances coming up for the weekend. That's next.
North Carolina elections leaders approve early voting plans for 80 counties, what could be changing this year for some local voters. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. You could have fewer voting opportunities for early voting this fall. Several county boards of elections across North Carolina have changed when and where you can vote. Our Shabnam Dinesh explains that some of these proposed changes have some county elections leaders debating their plans.
Yes, if you go to the State Board of Elections website, there's a drop-down list where you can click on a county, then see where you can vote. But 20 counties won't show anything yet. That's because those local boards of elections can't agree on when and where people should be able to vote. The State Board of Elections has signed off on early voting plans for most of North Carolina. They approved plans from 80 counties that reached an unanimous agreement at the local level, but 20 counties are still in limbo. And many of those disagreements center on whether to offer Sunday early voting.
As I was going through, I saw quite a few unanimous plans that previously had Sunday voting, do not have Sunday voting this go around. Just wanted to note that trend for the public.
In Harnett County, for example, both sides agree on the same 5 early voting sites. The difference is the schedule. One plan would keep polls closed on Sundays during early voting, while the other plan would open them from 1 to 5 p.m. Voting rights advocates argue getting rid of Sunday early voting will reduce access for Souls to the Polls church efforts. Other disputes aren't about when you can vote, they're about where. In Guilford County, one plan would keep early voting sites at 2 college campuses, UNC Greensboro and North Carolina A&T, while the other plan does not. Critics say this could limit early voting access for college students. Republicans say early voting plans are developed locally and should reflect each county's needs. The 20 counties that couldn't reach a unanimous plan will return to the State Board of Elections later this month for final approval. Early voting starts October 15th. In Raleigh, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues through tomorrow evening. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. That special primary election day is set for next Tuesday, August 11th. North Carolina has seen nearly 150 new cases of the parasite causing explosive diarrhea over the last week. That brings the total in the Tar Heel state to 867 since May. 9 more people have been hospitalized since last Tuesday's update. South Carolina health leaders say the case count is also rising there, up to 59 cases this year. A Senate committee is moving forward with its attempt to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Lawmakers voted 8-5 today to approve the contempt resolution. Fauci, who led the federal COVID-19 response, refused to answer questions on his handling of the pandemic during a hearing last week. Fauci said committee member Senator Rand Paul is obsessed with prosecuting him, and he followed his attorney's advice by pleading the Fifth. Tonight on Queen City News, an event that connects promising baseball players with college coaches is underway in Charlotte. The Diversity in Baseball HBCU Showcase is hosted by the Knothole Foundation. At the Stick Williams Dream Fields, 90 high school players are part of the 2-day event. They get an important chance to show off their baseball skills to 20 coaches representing HBCUs and other universities.
Opportunity is critical in this game. You got to be in the right place, the right time to get seen. The game is so expensive for everybody, and all these other showcases around the country, they can charge anywhere from $500 to $1,200 to $1,500 for a day or two. We don't.
Knothole Foundation's mission is to make America's pastime more accessible to underserved communities. We profile one local player in search of an opportunity. Watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. Now taking a live look at Beech Mountain as more rain and storms roll through today, mostly in the higher elevations. Man, you can really start to see those clouds building. We're even starting to hear some thunder out here in Charlotte.
Yes.
Here is Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane to tell us more about how much longer this could expect to happen.
Did you hear any of the heavy rain last night?
I didn't wake up to it, but I saw it in my car this morning.
Yes,
it really came in.
So once again, I mean, later tonight, even through 1-2 o'clock in the morning, morning, we could still have some leftover showers or storms out there. We have quite a few around parts of the Charlotte metro and especially down to South Carolina. Boy, look at that rain shaft with that heavy, heavy rain coming down there in the distance and those low, dark clouds as we look live here from our Independence Boulevard camera. We're not seeing the rain. It looks like over this part of Independence, maybe it looks mostly dry at the moment, but surrounding zones, definitely quite a bit of some heavy rain and some strong storms. We actually now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Chesterfield County, so that was just issued. That's going to go until 5:15, and it's due to this storm right over Pageland right now. Jefferson has been getting some of the heavy rain too. This is lifting to the north and east, so heads up, friends, in southeastern Union County and up toward Marshville and Polkton and Wadesboro already getting just a downpour here, a gully washer, and the potential of some damaging wind gusts. We're talking about 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts here and maybe some at least smaller sized hail as that storm lifts up to the north. So that warning, we've got again another kind of line of storms moving through just to the east of Monroe. So that's headed towards Stanfield and that southwestern corner of Stanley County. You all had some flooding a couple of nights ago in Cabarrus County, Indian Trail. The rain is a little bit lighter there, but right over uptown and parts of North Charlotte, you can see another batch of some heavy rain lifting up toward Huntersville right now. Pineville, a little bit drier here at the moment, just some sprinkles left over. Then the rain gets heavier over parts of Rock Hill. And the only storm we have actually in the high country right now, south of Boone and affecting some of the mountains of Burke and Caldwell counties. So if you live, say, around the Blowing Rock area and headed up that stretch of 321, that could impact you here shortly. So we do have that continued level 1 out of 5 risk of severe storms for the rest of today into tonight. Damaging wind gusts will continue to be the main threat. Rain and storm chances continue. As I was telling Jen, even a little bit past midnight, we could still have a few leftover showers or storms hanging around as we're in this just hot and humid and off and on stormy pattern. 89 degrees, similar to the past couple of days or so. That top temperature 1 degree away from average, but a lot of rain cooled spots right now showing up in the low and mid 70s over South Carolina, 70s up in the high country too. Tomorrow, right back in the high 80s to near 90, we shall go. And after a dry start to the day, watch for more developing showers and thunderstorms into the afternoon. More humidity, no breaks from that anytime soon. And we have a Charlotte FC match against Atlas FC kicking off at 7:30 tomorrow evening, Bank of America Stadium, a Knights game in town as well. And I would say, again, take the poncho just in case there is that chance all throughout the match of getting that shower or thunderstorm. So let's check it out on Futurecast. So again, lingering showers or a storm still possible tonight before the activity just moves out or gradually fades away with time. So much like how it's been, I mean, same pattern the past few days. We start dry in the morning, several hours of dry time to walk the dog or do some things outside, mow the yard, and before the storms get going in spots, not everywhere, I know, but in spots in the afternoon. So by 4 p.m. we could see more of those developing, moving across the area from southwest to northeast. Saturday, it starts dry to kick off the weekend, and watch for more areas of showers and storms, especially up in the mountains and foothills later in the day. We'll copy and paste that forecast into Sunday as well. Tropical update time. Things are still looking nice and quiet here, at least across the Atlantic Ocean basin. Not expecting any development anytime real soon. All right, so low temperatures tonight backing off into the 60s to lower 70s, back in the high 80s tomorrow afternoon. Then we get hotter next week with slightly lower chances of those late day storms. 94 by next Tuesday, Jen.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, Tara. Well, putting fresh food on school lunch trays, how some South Carolina schools are making use of state funding to deliver healthy meals to students. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Gaston County school leaders are getting ready for the start of the new school year. Students will return to the classroom next Wednesday, August 12th. The start of the new school year comes after a few changes, including the assistant principal and a handful of teachers leaving. Educators say they're hopeful about the success of the new school year.
Be involved with your kids, check in on them, ask them what they're learning, because I can guarantee even teenagers in high school, they want to share things with their parents. So just asking simple questions such as, what'd you do today in civics? It can really get the conversation going.
Officials also gave a sneak peek at the new buses in the district and renovations to Forest View High School's football stadium. Tax-free weekend in South Carolina kicks off tomorrow. Eligible items will be exempt from the 6% state sales tax, as well as any local sales tax. Those items include clothes and accessories, shoes, school supplies, backpacks, and computers. Online shoppers are also eligible for tax-free weekend. This all runs through Sunday. And many South Carolina students will be eating food sourced from local farms thanks to a state program. Certified SC Cafeteria is making it easier for farms and local educators to collaborate. The program offers schools reimbursements for the money that they spend on the food to encourage them to work with local farms.
It just means that we know our students are getting the best possible nutrition in their school meals because our farm is certified organic and GAP certified, which stands for Good Agricultural Practices. And that's just our way of making sure we're doing everything the right way for the students and giving them the best possible, school lunches.
The State Department of Agriculture reports 67 school districts are joining the program. That means more than 538,000 students are benefiting from it already. We have a running list of start dates for local school districts. Several are coming up next week. You can scan this QR code with your phone and it'll take you to a list on our website at qcnews.com. After a well-deserved week off, our Around the Track team is back in America's heartland as we go racing in Iowa. We're gearing you up for the weekend of racing. Tune in to the newest episode of Around the Track first tomorrow night at 7 on Queen City News in the app, and again on Saturday morning at 11:30 right here on Queen City News. And only on Queen City News Plus, some forecasters believe the ongoing dry conditions we are seeing could clear up by this fall. As meteorologist Brandon Lawson learns, the historic El Nino can help speed up the process.
As we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. And that's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture. So these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet.
You can watch that full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 5, concerns grow across the U.S. over cyber attacks against our water systems. What's being done to keep the local supply safe from hackers? And why Mecklenburg County leaders believe state lawmakers' plan to claw back money spent on the I-77 expansion designs may be illegal. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Right now on Queen City News, abandoned at the airport. The question still lingering in the case of a teen who claims he was neglected at CLT.
Turning out to be a stormy evening, tracking several severe thunderstorm warnings in place across parts of the Charlotte metro and down through South Carolina, points east. They're all over the place with the threat of damaging wind gusts and hail. With a track on those and how long the storm threat will linger into the night tonight, coming up.
And football is back. What we are expecting to see from the Carolina Panthers as they head into the Hall of Fame game tonight against the Arizona Cardinals. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
We begin at 5 with a live look at Independence Boulevard. Some strong storms are moving through parts of our area. You can kind of see it in the right hand of your screen there. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, we can hear some rumbles of thunder over our studios here in West Charlotte. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect right now, right?
Yes, and just to the west of West Charlotte to Gaston and Lincoln County, parts of northern York County. So let's take you on a radar tour here. And you know, if you're getting caught under some of those downpours and strong storms, exactly what I'm talking about here. But Gaston County, Lincoln County, and again, that northern edge of York County. So talking about you all in Clover, South Carolina, under that severe thunderstorm warning with the threat of damaging wind gusts and maybe some small sized hail as this storm kind of closing in on South Gastonia right now is moving to the north. So it's really going to stretch right on up that 321 corridor into Gastonia proper, Dallas, High Shoals, and Lincolnton over the next several minutes here. Let's check it out on the forecast track. Gastonia, to be exact, around 5:07. McAdenville will be there around 5:08. Lowell around 10 after 5 here coming up. Dallas closer to 5:20, and eventually into the Lincolnton area closer to 5:45, 5:50 or so. Off to the east, several severe thunderstorm warnings here, including eastern Union County. You are just looking at that torrential rain, the threat of some damaging wind gusts, so obviously keep it inside until this passes. Moving to the north, so now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Stanley, Anson, and Richmond County due to these storms coming out of Chesterfield County. You had that one around Pageland, which now is moving kind of just to the southeast of Wingate and that stretch of Highway 74. And again, heads up, friends, in Albemarle, we've got that severe storm rolling through Polkton right now, headed your way around Norwood as well. So these severe thunderstorm warnings all in effect until about 5:30 to 6 o'clock here or so this evening. We'll continue to track them and those storm chances for the weekend. That's coming up here shortly.
Mecklenburg police are still trying to figure out why and how a teen was abandoned at the airport. The 15-year-old approached police last night, informing officers that he had been neglected. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has new details in the investigation, with many questions still unanswered.
Charlotte Mecklenburg police say on Wednesday night, this teenage boy approached officers at the Charlotte airport, telling them that he is 15 and had been abandoned at the airport by his guardian. Police say the boy cannot tell officers anything about his guardian, his personal information, or even his home address. Police have now identified the young man. They aren't releasing his name, but said that he is now in the custody of the Department of Social Services.
Now, of course, we've reached out to CMPD to try to get more answers about this teen. Was he here in Charlotte for a connecting flight? Had he just arrived on a flight, and was Charlotte his final destination? Did someone drop him off here at the airport? And is he even a Charlotte area native? Well, the department says they just don't have those answers right now.
He could be special needs. It could be a very traumatic event. It could be he's protecting someone.
Trish Hobson is with the Relatives, a crisis and resource center here in Charlotte that looks after children who have been abandoned by a parent or guardian. She tells us that the teen being in DSS custody is the best thing for him right now.
I imagine that they're trying to find a temporary placement for him while they try to also find some family. If they can't find his parents, they might try to find some extended family.
There has been speculation online that the teen may have come from the Raleigh area. We have reached out to Raleigh police to confirm if that's true, but we haven't heard back yet. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Union County officials are asking drivers to avoid a road in the Weddington and Indian Trail area due to what they're calling a major gas leak. Deputies say a gas line was struck along Potter Road between Middleton Avenue and Fincher Road. Utility crews are on the scene, but they expect the repairs to take 8 hours, meaning the road will be closed until around 10 o'clock tonight. State authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Jail in a week. The sheriff's office says Dominique Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. Deputies say they are cooperating with the State Bureau of Investigation. No word on the inmate's cause of death. Last weekend, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later died at the hospital. His death also remains under investigation. Government officials are on high alert after a recent wave of cyber attacks on American water systems. In some cases, the breach led to water systems shutting down altogether. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with Union County water officials about how it's protecting the technology that keeps the taps running.
Water can often be something we take for granted until we don't have it.
You may not have thought of it, but we certainly have.
At Union County Water, employees practice mock scenarios annually in case someone tries to interfere with the operation of the utility.
We know how to respond to mitigate any detrimental effects to our customers.
Operations Director Chris Clark says the county has made major cybersecurity investments and actively watches for threats.
At the end of the day, we are responsible for public health, safety, and welfare.
Dr. Bill Chu is a UNC Charlotte cybersecurity professor.
We knew this is a weak spot, and it just confirms it.
He says hackers could redirect water flow, release sewage, and cause major disruptions.
This is not a secret in the industry.
He says antiquated equipment plays a role too, and local utilities are an easy target.
They have a lifetime of 30, 40 years. So they're really old. They're perfectly fine working equipment, except they're not dealt with to prevent security attacks, cybersecurity attacks.
Clark says if the worst were to happen, they'd use an emergency operations center, just like if the county were hit by a natural disaster.
We would try to keep business as usual as much as possible, but we would have a all hands on deck response until we got a solid answer and we knew exactly what the issue were and how deep it went.
Chu says resources and training are key to keeping infrastructure safe. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Officials are trying to figure out if any sensitive information was accessed during a hack against North Carolina Port's IT system. The breach earlier this week disrupted operations at ports in Charlotte, Wilmington, and Morehead City. It has since been contained, and leaders are now in the recovery process. Operations at all 3 ports resumed Wednesday. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are meeting in a special session tonight to discuss personnel matters. The majority of the meeting will be in a closed session. It comes amid an investigation into Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Board members say they are planning to give an update on that investigation before the school year begins. That meeting begins at 6:30. We'll update you if any developments happen out of that. Mecklenburg County leaders are pushing back against North Carolina lawmakers who are trying to claw back funds spent on the defunct I-77 toll lane expansion. The state budget requires local communities that voted against the plans to repay $60 million to the state. The repayment would be nullified if communities vote to support the project by the end of next month. County commissioners are now questioning if that clawback is legal.
I believe that this legislation potentially illegally takes away the authority of the MPO to make transportation decisions for this community. And I believe that it may be a violation against bills of attainder in that it specifically targets Mecklenburg County. And I question the $60 million penalty that it seeks to impose as a number that may be inflated or wrong.
The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization took back its support for the expansion project in May. That panel will reconsider that decision in a meeting next month. Lincolnton City Council members are considering a 1-year moratorium on new data center applications, but they want to hear from residents first. They'll hold a public hearing at tonight's meeting to consider the pause. It would allow officials to study data centers and the impacts they could have. That meeting begins at 6:30. Carolina Panthers are at the center of the first action of the new NFL season. We are here, everyone. The team plays in the Hall of Fame game tonight against the Arizona Cardinals. Our Gabe McDonald is also here. Gabe, we already know a lot of the players aren't going to be playing, particularly the starters, who people probably really want to see.
For sure.
But who will we see? Who are the ones that you're watching?
Yeah, a lot of those guys that are towards, the back of the roster that are really either fighting for their NFL lives or just coming into the league as rookies and getting that adjustment. Now, we won't see first-round pick Monroe Freeling, but most of the 2026 draft class and the undrafted free agents will get a bulk of the reps, as it'll be their first taste of live NFL game action as pros. And it's a really crucial night for a lot of guys on the bubble and making the roster, like receiver John Mechie, signed a one-year deal with the Panthers earlier this spring, and also for undrafted rookie quarterback Haynes King as well, out to prove that he can be a true NFL QB, as he views tonight as an audition for every team in the NFL. Now, King will take most of the snaps tonight after veteran Kenny Pickett gets a start, where he's expected to play 1, potentially 2 series. And the former first-round pick is looking forward to seeing the work over the last couple of weeks in practice come to life tonight on the field.
Really just see what's going on in practice carry out onto the field. It's our first time in the stadium against a new team. Just want to go out there and operate at a high level, and play good football. So that's really what I'm looking forward to do. We did a really good job of installing everything in spring. So we kind of saw everything for the first time in spring, got a chance to study over summer, and now we're going back through it again. So it's our third time through it. I think that really helped me.
And it'll certainly be an important night for both quarterbacks taking the field. They'll be tasked with giving the skill players trying to make the team the best looks possible so they can properly be evaluated over the next several weeks by the coaches before that roster cut down day comes up at the end of the month on August 30th. Morgan.
Hey, another reason to watch tonight, Panthers legend Luke Kuechly. He'll be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame this weekend. He joins Drew Brees, Roger Craig, Larry Fitzgerald, and Adam Vinatieri in the 2026 class. The enshrinement ceremony begins at noon on Saturday. Tara?
All right, go Panthers. And boy, I'll tell you what, we are not cheering for the active weather that's out there right now, especially with the possibility of damaging thunderstorms. We've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. If you're under one of them, damaging wind gusts and some small hail, the main threats. Most of these are moving to the north. I'll track them and the storm chances for the upcoming weekend too. That's next.
Cyclospora cases are growing in the Carolinas. The uptick in illnesses as health leaders work to contain the outbreak, impacting nearly every state in the U.S. And we're just 3 months out from North Carolina's general election. What's next for voters in the western part of the state after Chuck Edwards dropped his re-election bid? You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. North Carolina Republicans are working to replace Chuck Edwards on the ballot. He dropped out of his re-election campaign after an ethics committee found inappropriate conduct in office. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber spoke to the Democratic challenger who will now face off against Edwards' replacement.
While Chuck Edwards dropping out is a major development in the race to represent Western North Carolina in Congress, the Democrat in this contest, Jamie Ager, says his message will not change.
Our political system is starting to lose the trust of people all over the country, and that they don't trust politicians, they don't trust that the system is working for people.
Democrat Jamie Ager sitting down with Queen City News a day after his main opponent in the race for NC11, U.S. Rep. Chuck Edwards, said he would no longer seek re-election. A report released this week from the House Ethics Committee accused Edwards of giving two of his female staffers expensive gifts, taking them on lavish trips, and sending them messages discussing personal and romantic thoughts.
What do you make of that report and his subsequent dropping out of the race?
You know, my heart goes out to the young ladies that were involved with that. You know, they were serving their community, their country, and to have, you know, behavior that's inconsistent with good leadership is sad for everybody involved, for our community, for the leaders in this country. We need better leaders in this country, for my kids who need good role models.
Edwards' office has not responded to our interview requests, but we do know that the process to replace him on the ballot is already underway and being handled by local Republican Party leadership.
The power really goes from the voters to this about 60 or so folks who are on the North Carolina NC11 Republican Executive Committee. They're now the ones who get to decide who the Republican nominee is.
In Buncombe County, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Half a dozen names have been floated to replace Edwards, including Henderson County Republican State Senator Tim Moffitt. He's expressed interest in the nomination on social media. Early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues through tomorrow evening. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. Special primary election day is next Tuesday, August 11th. North Carolina has seen nearly 150 new cases of the parasite causing explosive diarrhea over the last week. That brings the total in the Tar Heel state to 867 since May. 9 more people have been hospitalized since last Tuesday's update. South Carolina health leaders say the case count is also rising there, up to 59 cases this year. A Senate committee is moving forward with its attempt to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Lawmakers voted 8-5 today to approve the contempt resolution. Fauci, who led the federal COVID-19 response, refused to answer questions on his handling of the pandemic during a hearing last week. Fauci said committee member Senator Rand Paul is obsessed with prosecuting him, and he followed his attorney's advice by pleading the fifth. All right, let's take a look outside. Live look at Gastonia, where some of these storms are starting to roll through. You can see that the camera's, shaking quite a bit there with some of the raindrops falling on the lens. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, this storm seems to be packing a bit of a punch, huh?
Yes, we continue with that severe threat, obviously, here today and into later on this evening, too. So we could be tracking more severe storms. If you're under one of those severe storm warnings right now, we'll take a look at that, of course, coming up. Damaging wind gusts and hail, the two main threats here. But yeah, I mean, just generally stuck in this pattern for another few days heading into the weekend and even into next week. The storm chances do start to decrease a little bit here next week, and that's going to help lead to some hotter temperatures too. For now, though, we've got a rain-cooled 75 now outside of our studios. You can see some of those storm and low clouds in the distance. Let's look back at radar, and you can see exactly where we have the majority of the activity focused across the Piedmont, and even this newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for you all in Caldwell County. Powerful storm that was developing over Lenoir. It appears to be maybe trying to weaken a little bit here, but obviously you're still getting some torrential rain. This is lifting north. So obviously keep it inside here, right on that stretch of 321, maybe up toward Blowing Rock, and starting to see some of that rain spreading in. So this is going to go until about 6 p.m. with that threat of damaging wind gusts. Did see a report of some scattered power outages over South Gastonia as the storm was blowing through literally, and we saw that with the live camera, kind of shaky out there too, and those trees blowing around. This severe thunderstorm warning also includes you all in Lincoln County, so that's headed your way right up 321 into Dallas right now, High Shoals and around the Lincolnton zone. So that will continue until 6 p.m. with the threat of some strong damaging wind gusts, maybe some smaller sized hail. And then we have these storm warnings off to the east. Unionville, Monroe and Wingate have been included in this. Union County, that's going to go for a little bit longer until 5:45. Some of the stronger activity, though, is focused here north of Polkton, Ansonville, Norwood, and lifting on up into Albemarle. So you all in that central and southern part of Stanley County and down into Anson County also under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then again, all of this is moving in from the south. There's more rain to come, all coming in from South Carolina. So as I was telling Morgan, damaging wind gusts will be the main threat. Severe threat continues through this evening, level 1 out of 5 across the area. Notice how the rain and storm chances do persist, even perhaps a little bit after midnight again here tonight. They start to decrease, especially past 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and then it's back to a totally dry start to the day for that morning drive for a lot of you early tomorrow. Now, all of this rain has certainly helped with the drought conditions. Latest look, the update came out earlier today, shows continued improvement. Notice where we have this yellow areas north and west of Charlotte down to South Carolina, basically out of the drought. I mean, we're down to level 1 out of 5 drought conditions, which is considered just simply abnormally dry. However, we still do need some help. You can see this yellow, or rather this orange footprint here, Stanley, Anson, and Union County under that level 3 out of 5 drought conditions, still considered to be under a severe drought. Most of us level 2, where you saw that beige color on the map. 76 right now in the Queen City with a south wind, breezy picking up, especially with the storms moving through, obviously about 15 miles per hour. So lots of rain, cooled spots. Otherwise, you're still sitting in the mid to upper 80s. We'll have that same type of forecast coming up tomorrow, about 89 degrees, watching for the development of more afternoon and evening storms. Same goes for Saturday. The chance decreases a little bit for Sunday as temperatures start to increase back into the low and even a few spots in the mid 90s. So we check out Futurecast. You can still see some lingering areas of rain. Weakening storms could still even be hanging around by 1-2 o'clock in the morning. 9 a.m. though, totally dry. And then by 5 p.m., more just hit or miss spotty showers and storms expected. All of that will move out, leaving us with a dry start to the weekend on Saturday, and then more scattered storms, especially up in the mountains and foothills to wrap up the day on Saturday. Sunday, too, the mountains will have the better chance of some of the scattered storms over the weekend and even going into early next week as well. So next week, a little more sunshine for longer stretches of time, and that will lead to temperatures heating up more back in the low and mid 90s.
All right, thanks, Tara. Putting fresh food on school lunch trays, how some South Carolina schools are making use of state funding to deliver healthy meals to students. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Gaston County school leaders are getting ready for the start of the new school year. Students will return to classrooms next Wednesday, August 12th. The start of the new school year comes after a few changes, including the assistant principal and a handful of teachers leaving. The remaining teachers say they're still hopeful about the success of the new school year.
Be involved with your kids, check in on them, ask them what they're learning, because I can guarantee even teenagers in high school, they want to share things with their parents. So just asking simple questions such as, what'd you do today in civics? It can really get the conversation going.
It just can't be a yes or no question, right? Officials also gave a sneak peek at the new buses in the district and renovations to Forestville High School's football stadium. Many South Carolina students will be eating food sourced from local farms thanks to a state program. Certified SC Cafeteria is making it easier for farmers and local educators to collaborate. The program offers schools reimbursements for the money they spend on the food to encourage them to work with local farms.
It just means that we know our students are getting the best possible nutrition in their school meals because our farm is certified organic and GAP certified, which stands for Good Agricultural Practices. And that's just our way of making sure we're doing everything the right way for the students and giving them the best possible, school lunches.
The State Department of Agriculture reports 67 school districts are joining the program. That means more than 538,000 students are benefiting from it already. Concerns grow across the U.S. over cybersecurity and our water systems. What's being done to keep the local supply safe from hackers? And why Mecklenburg County leaders believe state lawmakers' plan to claw back money spent on the I-77 expansion designs may be illegal. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Hey, welcome back. We're watching a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the rest of the hour. This is a live look now over Gastonia, the downtown area. You can see that, that's pretty much the story of what people are experiencing or expecting in just a little bit here. Multiple other parts of our area are under that same warning. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center tracking it all for us. Tara, what are the biggest concerns with these storms right now?
Damaging wind gusts, Morgan, that's really the main threat. And I've been looking at some of the storm reports coming in from Chesterfield County, the Mount Croghan area, and several reports of some scattered trees down. Saw a report of some scattered power outages over South Gastonia as that storm was moving in from York County. So still officially under that severe thunderstorm warning there. Lincoln County as well, because it's heading in that direction. And also for Caldwell County, this severe thunderstorm warning with the threat of damaging wind gusts. Maybe some small hail could come out of some of these storms too. That'll continue until 6 p.m. here. Still heavily raining, just slow moving downpours here today again over parts of the area, including Lenoir, lifting up toward Blowing Rock and just to the west of there. And again, Gaston, Lincoln County included in that severe storm warning until 6 p.m. So heads up, everyone living around High Shoals. And basically this storm is traveling right up that 321 corridor, eventually into Lincolnton in the downtown area. It is about to get pretty stormy. Then the rain is lighter for now. Now we do have a stronger storm over Huntersville and just to the east of there, but Charlotte out toward Marvin, Union County suburbs, the rain is just plain rain, a little bit lighter, but we also have more warnings here, severe storm warnings for Union County, Unionville, Wingate, still getting some of that heavy rain, and this one is stronger. This storm closing in right over the heart of downtown Albemarle right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Stanley County and Anson County, where we also have a flood advisory. And boy, speaking of flooding, look at all of these green boxes down over the Midlands, upstate South Carolina as well, indicative of, flash flood warnings or flood advisories. So we've got more rain coming in over the next several hours from that direction. Coming up, my pinpoint weather forecast. I'll show you just how much longer the storm threat will last into the night tonight and heading into the weekend. That's ahead in a few minutes.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police are still trying to figure out why and how a teen was abandoned at the airport. The 15-year-old approached police last night, informing officers that he had been neglected. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell has new details in the investigation, with many questions still unanswered.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police say on Wednesday night, this teenage boy approached officers at the Charlotte airport, telling them that he is 15 and had been abandoned at the airport by his guardian. Police say the boy cannot tell officers anything about his guardian, his personal information, or even his home address. Police have now identified the young man. They aren't releasing his name, but said that he is now in the custody of the Department of Social Services.
Now, of course, we've reached out to CMPD to try to get more answers about this teen. Was he here in Charlotte for a connecting flight? Had he just arrived on a flight, and was Charlotte his final destination? Did someone drop him off here at the airport? And is he even a Charlotte area native? Well, the department says they just don't have those answers right now.
He could be special needs. It could be a very traumatic event. It could be he's protecting someone.
Trish Hobson is with the Relatives, a crisis and resource center here in Charlotte that looks after children who have been abandoned by a parent or guardian. She tells us that the teen being in DSS custody is the best thing for him right now.
I imagine that they're trying to find a temporary placement for him while they try to also find some family. If they can't find his parents, they might try to find some extended family.
There has been speculation online that the teen may have come from the Raleigh area. We have reached out to Raleigh police to confirm if that's true, but we haven't heard back yet. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Union County officials are asking drivers to avoid a road in the Weddington and Indian Trail area due to what they're calling a major gas leak. Deputies say a gas line was struck along Potter Road between Middleton Avenue and Finchner Road. Utility crews are on the scene, but they expect the repairs to take 8 hours, meaning the road will be closed until around 10 o'clock tonight. State authorities are investigating a second inmate death at the Mecklenburg County Jail in a week. Sheriff's office says Dominique Chisholm was found unresponsive late last night. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. Deputies say they are cooperating with State Bureau of Investigation. No word on the inmate's cause of death. Last weekend, 59-year-old Todd Williams was found unresponsive at the Mecklenburg County Detention Center and later died at the hospital. His death also remains under investigation. Government officials are on high alert after a recent wave of cyber attacks on American water systems. In some cases, the breach led to water systems shutting down altogether. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with Union County Water about how it's protecting the technology that helps to keep the taps running.
Water can often be something we take for granted until we don't have it.
You may not have thought of it, but we certainly have.
At Union County Water, employees practice mock scenarios annually in case someone tries to interfere with the operation of the utility.
We know how to respond to mitigate any detrimental effects to our customers.
Operations Director Chris Clark says the county has made major cybersecurity investments and actively watches for threats.
At the end of the day, we are responsible for public health, safety, and welfare.
Dr. Bill Chu is a UNC Charlotte cybersecurity professor.
We knew this is a weak spot, and it just confirms it.
He says hackers could redirect water flow, release sewage, and cause major disruptions.
This is not a secret in the industry.
He says antiquated equipment plays a role too, and local utilities are an easy target.
They have a lifetime of 30, 40 years. So they're really old. They're perfectly fine working equipment, except they're not dealt with to prevent security attacks, cybersecurity attacks.
Clark says if the worst were to happen, they'd use an emergency operations center, just like if the county were hit by a natural disaster.
We would try to keep business as usual as much as possible, but we would have a all hands on deck response until we got a solid answer and we knew exactly what the issue were and how deep it went.
Chu says resources and training are key to keeping infrastructure safe. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Officials are trying to figure out if any sensitive information was accessed during a hack against North Carolina Port's IT system. The breach earlier this week disrupted operations at ports in Charlotte, Wilmington, and Morehead City. It has since been contained, and leaders are now in the recovery process. Operations at all 3 ports resumed Wednesday. Charlotte-Mecklenburg School Board members are meeting in a special session tonight to discuss personnel matters. The majority of the meeting will be in a closed session. It comes amid an investigation into Superintendent Dr. Crystal Hill. Board members say they're planning to give an update on that investigation before the school year begins. That meeting begins at 6:30. We will keep you updated on any new developments. Mecklenburg County leaders are pushing back against North Carolina lawmakers who are trying to claw back funds spent on the defunct I-77 toll lane expansion. The state budget requires local communities that voted against the plans to repay $60 million to the state. The repayment would be nullified if communities vote to support the project by the end of next month. County commissioners are now questioning if the clawback is legal.
I believe that this legislation potentially illegally takes away the authority of the MPO to make transportation decisions for this community. And I believe that it may be a violation against bills of attainder in that it specifically targets Mecklenburg County. And I question the $60 million penalty that it seeks to impose as a number that may be inflated or wrong.
The Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization took back its support for the expansion project in May. That panel will reconsider that decision in a meeting next month. Lincolnton City Council members are considering a 1-year moratorium on new data center applications, but they want to hear from residents first. They'll hold a public hearing at tonight's meeting to consider the pause. It would allow officials to study data centers and the impacts they could have. That meeting begins at 6:30. All right, let's talk sports. The Carolina Panthers are the center of the action right now. They're the first team to really kickstart the NFL season. The team plays in the Hall of Fame game tonight against the Arizona Cardinals. Our Gabe McDonald is here. Gabe, we know a lot of the starters aren't going to be playing, but a lot of other players are still vying for a spot on the team.
Absolutely, and this is really an important game for all of them, especially with this being an extra game in the preseason for the Panthers as opposed to playing the normal 3. And you'll be seeing plenty of guys with a lot to prove who are either fighting to stick around in the NFL or just now coming into the league as rookies. Now, we aren't going to see first-round pick Monroe Freeling, but most of the 2026 draft class and the undrafted free agents are going to get a ton of reps tonight, as it'll be their first taste of live NFL game action. Now, it's a crucial night for guys that are on the bubble of making the 53-man roster, like wideout John Mechie, Rasheem Reed, Jimmy Horn Jr., and of course, Mechie signed that one-year deal with the Panthers earlier this spring. And it's also a big night for undrafted rookie Haynes King as well, out to prove he can be a true NFL quarterback, as he really views this evening as an audition for every team in the NFL, with the Panthers being one of only 2 teams taking action tonight. King, of course, going to see most of the snaps after Kenny Pickett gets the start, where he's expected to play 1 to maybe 2 series before handing it over to the rookie. And the veteran and former first-round pick in Pickett is looking forward to seeing the work over the last few weeks come to life tonight on the field.
Really just see what's going on in practice carry out onto the field. You know, it's our first time in the stadium against a new team. Just want to go out there and operate at a high level, you know, and play good football. So that's really what I'm looking forward to do. We did a really good job of installing everything in spring. So we kind of saw everything for the first time in spring, got a chance to study over summer, and now we're going back through it again. So it's our 3rd time through it. So, you know, I think that really helped me.
And it'll certainly be an important night for both quarterbacks taking the field, because they'll be tasked with giving the skilled players that are trying to make the team the best looks possible so they can be evaluated properly by the coaching staff over the next several weeks before the roster cut down day coming up at the end of the month on August 30th before the regular season kicks off in September. Tara?
Gabe, and to that I say, go Panthers. So happy to say it out there once again. I know football season kicking off. We're not cheering, though, about that threat of severe weather tonight, which we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about, with a threat of damaging wind gusts, maybe some small hail and flooding. We have some flood advisories to talk about as well. I'll show you that and our storm chances heading into the weekend next.
North Carolina elections leaders approve early voting plans for 80 counties, what could be changing this year for some local voters. You're watching Queen City News. Pretty rainy out there. Stay safe. The most honored in local news in Charlotte. You could have fewer opportunities for early voting this fall. Several county boards of elections across North Carolina have changed when and where you can vote. Our Shabnam Dinesh explains that some of these proposed changes have some county elections leaders debating their plans.
Yes, if you go to the State Board of Elections website, there's a drop-down list where you can click on a county, then see where you can vote. But 20 counties won't show anything yet. That's because those local boards of elections can't agree on when and where people should be able to vote. The State Board of Elections has signed off on early voting plans for most of North Carolina. They approved plans from 80 counties that reached an unanimous agreement at the local level, but 20 counties are still in limbo. And many of those disagreements center on whether to offer Sunday early voting.
As I was going through, I saw quite a few unanimous plans that previously had Sunday voting, do not have Sunday voting this go around. Just wanted to note that trend for the public.
In Harnett County, for example, both sides agree on the same 5 early voting sites. The difference is the schedule. One plan would keep polls closed on Sundays during early voting, while the other plan would open them from 1 to 5 p.m. Voting rights advocates argue getting rid of Sunday early voting will reduce access for Souls to the Polls church efforts. Other disputes aren't about when you can vote, they're about where. In Guilford County, one plan would keep early voting sites at 2 college campuses, UNC Greensboro and North Carolina A&T, while the other plan does not. Critics say this could limit early voting access for college students. Republicans say early voting plans are developed locally and should reflect each county's needs. The 20 counties that couldn't reach a unanimous plan will return to the State Board of Elections later this month for final approval. Early voting starts October 15th. In Raleigh, I'm Shabnam Dinesh.
And early voting for South Carolina's special Republican Senate primary continues through tomorrow evening. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Voters need a valid photo ID to cast a ballot. Special primary election day is next Tuesday, August 11th. All right, taking a live look now at Albemarle as we continue to track storms there and across our area. As our producer John would say, some fat raindrops are coming down there. But you know, it's serious. The severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect for now, and we're continuing to follow a chance for severe weather this evening as well. Here's Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, you were talking possible hail and some really strong wind as a part of this.
Yeah, I know. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. Gotten reports of some wind damage down in Chesterfield County where the storms kind of originated, and hearing about some power outages around parts of Gaston County too.
Okay.
So everything that goes along with that severe weather threat. Now, I will say the good news is a lot of these storms are continuing to weaken, and so the National Weather Service has actually just expired or canceled that warning that has been in place for Stanley and Anson County. Watch for some minor flooding, at least some minor flooding taking place there too, with just that torrential rain. And look at the drips there, looking live from our Dallas Tower camera there, coming off some of the structure you can see with those dark clouds, especially just moving through on the right side of the screen. Look at that rain shaft. You can see just that heavy, heavy rain pouring down over that part of Gaston County and heading into Lincoln County, as we can see the storm movement all pushing basically from South Carolina and lifting north through the Charlotte metro right now. So let's take you on a radar tour where we have the more turbulent weather. And as we saw from that live picture in downtown Albemarle, right over the heart of downtown, getting that torrential rain, still lots of lightning, so obviously keep it inside, and some gusty wind. Norwood, the rain is trying to lighten up a little bit here. Flood advisories though, so again, just watch out for some minor flooding, ponding on the roads that could be happening. Anson County as well under a flood advisory for another couple of hours or so. Rising water levels along some of the streams and creeks. And then we look back off to the west. There's that severe storm warning still in effect officially for about another 10 minutes or so. But again, this storm too, it looks like it continues to weaken as it's moving on up toward Lincolnton. Still though, lots of lightning, so keep it inside until that passes, and some bouts of heavy rain heading up toward the Lincolnton area, riding up that stretch of 321. Then we have this line of storms here from Caldwell County, where that severe storm warning has been canceled. Stretching on down through the foothills, that's advancing off to the east. And so just a rainy and stormy evening for so many of you. And the severe risk will continue. Level 1 out of 5. Again, damaging wind gusts will continue to be the main threat. And the rain chance overall will persist even after midnight again. So if you heard some of the heavy rain or stormy weather, if it happened to wake you up last night, or if you were still up, yes, we could see more of those lingering showers or storms out there again late tonight, even past midnight. Now, temperature-wise today, we did top out at 89 before the rain moved in. Now we've got a rain-cooled 73, and it's so muggy out there. Low 70s down to South Carolina, still some 80s where it hasn't rained yet, north and west of Charlotte. And we're back in the high 80s to near 90 again tomorrow afternoon. It will be a dry start to the day. But then watching for more spotty showers and storms to get going in the afternoon and evening, as all the while muggy meter remains solidly in the humid to really just kind of tropical feeling zone with that warm and steamy air mass. That's not going to change anytime soon. If you're headed out to the Charlotte FC match against Atlas FC tomorrow, there is that possibility of a shower or thunderstorm. Just take the poncho again, just in case. Those temperatures hovering around 80 or so degrees. So let's check it out. Futurecast shows still the possibility of a little more rain going into the wee hours of early tomorrow morning, maybe an isolated storm, but through 10 o'clock or so, again, plenty of dry time. It's not an all-day washout, but we'll have to watch by 5 p.m. for more breakouts of the downpours and thunderstorms across the region. Most of that will move out and give us a dry start to the weekend early on Saturday, and then watching for more scattered storms, especially up in the mountains and foothills by Saturday afternoon and evening. And that's going to be the case here as we advance into next week. The higher elevations, a more favored zone for any scattered storms, but the chance still just doesn't completely go away. So we're still just going to be in this unsettled pattern right on into next week. Meanwhile, in the tropics, things are still looking pretty tranquil overall, relatively speaking, not expecting any organized tropical development to get going anytime real soon. All right, so the 7-day forecast shows those temperatures heating up next week too, back in the low and mid 90s.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. Putting fresh food on school lunch trays, how some South Carolina schools are making use of state funding to deliver healthy meals to students. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Gaston County school leaders are getting ready for the start of the new school year. Students will return to classrooms next Wednesday, August 12th. The start of the new school year comes after a few changes, including the assistant principal and a handful of teachers leaving. Current teachers say they're still hopeful about the success of the new school year.
Be involved with your kids, check in on them, ask them what they're learning, because I can guarantee even teenagers in high school, they want to share things with their parents. So just asking simple questions such as, what'd you do today in civics? It can really get the conversation going.
Officials also gave a sneak peek at the new buses in the district and renovations to Forest View High School's football stadium. Tax-free weekend in South Carolina.